We are ready to rock and roll in 2023 for Champions of the Future. The Euro Series is about to get underway, the longest competition of international OK racing on the planet. From here all the way through to the middle of September, we take in this fabulous circuit here, the Cotodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. And then, of course, we move on from here to Rodby in Denmark, to Třinec, the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic, and to Cremona and Franciacorta in Italy. It's a busy season. It's the Champions of the Future Euro Series. And as you can see, it's overcast, windy, and very, very cold compared to what we were expecting as we rocked up here to Valencia. It's going to be a great start to the season. 10 races yesterday have already kicked us off, and we have 20 today across the OK Junior and OK Senior categories. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Anthony Jordan. Down in pit lane, we'll have Vera Virtanen. It is going to be a very exciting battle for supremacy here in Junior and in the OK Senior category. Anthony, yesterday has given us a real eye-opener in terms of the Junior category. 5 different winners across 5 different heats.
And from 5 different countries as well. So it was a real shake-up. Great to see all the way throughout yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't live for your viewing delectation, but today it is. We've got lots of races, 20 in total, 14 before the lunch break, 6 after the lunch break. So there is plenty of action to catch up with. Will, just before we go in a little further, I'm going to have a word with our graphics department. Because I saw the wind, it said on that graphic that it was 9 kilometers an hour. Add, I think, another couple of ones in front of that 9, and I think that sums up what the weather is like today. It's impeccably windy, and that picture there tells you a million stories. Yeah,
I think you got to put a good point. Kirill Ditiev told me he had a timetable in his hand at one point. He let go of it just to see how fast the wind would carry it. And within a second, it had gone 150 meters.
Yeah, it's really, in France now.
Yeah, it has definitely gone. It's definitely gone to another country. Let's review what happened yesterday in brief before we get the races underway. Stepan Antonov was the man who won the first heat in OK Junior with some phenomenal one-lap pace, it has to be said. Followed by Elliot Kaczynski in the second for Ward Racing. The pole sitter outright qualifying Tibor Ramakas grabbed the third. Salim Hanna converted a pole to a win in the fourth heat, and Filipos Sala made it 5 different winners from 5 different teams and 5 different nations as well. But we're gearing ourselves up ready for pole position in time qualifying for the first race of the day. So we caught up with our Belgian star, Tibor Ramakas, ahead of the day's racing. Tibor Ramakas, great performance in the junior session to go top by over half a second. En français, tell us a little bit about the qualifying session.
C'est une très bonne session, je suis très content. J'ai laissé un gros gap pour revenir celui de devant et j'ai fait la pole, donc c'est super.
And going into the races, just explain how much of an improvement this now makes to your weekend, how things are going to be now that you're at the front.
Pour la course, j'espère être le plus haut possible et j'espère que ça va aller et je pense que oui.
Merci beaucoup, bonne chance.
Merci.
So Tibor Ramakas, one of the strong stars coming into this weekend and one of 5 different race winners yesterday. But there are so many more that could take victory over the course of the day. OK Junior in 2023 is just about as competitive as it's ever been, if not more so. There are a few drivers that have come back after a year in 2022, just getting used to the formula. But there are a lot of new faces that have come up from the worlds of X30, from Rotax, from ROC around the world. So this is a big, big step up for a lot of these kids. And of course, getting into the Euro Series at this level for the first time, for many of the youngsters, this is the biggest competition they'll have ever faced.
Definitely so. I was walking around the paddock this morning and I had a chat with some drivers, some of them who have literally been thrusted into this competition only within a few months ago, and some have only seen this circuit for once or twice before as well. And again, it just shows that the talent that's out there, despite the fact that they have not got a lot of testing behind their back or anything like that, is phenomenal. And it just shows that there are some great drivers out there who just need the chance to race in this category. And now they've got that chance. Now we see what they can do.
So we've got 10 laps on the board for the qualifying heats in the junior categories. You know that there have been 5 different winners from the 5 heats we had yesterday, so it's still very much open season. Nobody has been dominant over yesterday, so now we go into the first race of the day, qualifying heat A versus E, and it's going to be the VDK driver from Belgium, Tibor Ramakas, on the front of the grid. Alongside him will be Kirill Ditiev for the Tony Kart Factory team. Here's the grid in full. Tibor Ramakas and Kirill Ditiev from Lewis Werrell and Arjen Kreling. Noah Montero and Kian Farin from Christian Costoya and Davide Butaro. Alfie Slater and Augustus Toniolo from Boris Leisen and Wojciech Woda. Sandro Perez and Javier Herrera from Hugo Marti and Kit Belowski. Jensen Burnett and Sebastian Kopeng. Gabriel Kunikan and Tiziano Monza. Alexander Chartier and Nikita Nikishov. Sun Zhaoyu and Enzo Ruggiero from Gerasim Skudanov, Jason Bralich, Medel Beldes, Kimi Tani and Henry Domain taking up his position at the tail end of the field. 29 drivers, and every single one of them is about to go into the unknown.
Indeed. Yep. One of the drivers who I spoke to this morning was Domain. I just wanted to find out why was he at the back of the grid? Disqualified from qualifying. Unfortunately, his mechanic pushed the kart to fire it up. It didn't go. Pushed it again, and then they went over a white line.
Yeah, you can't go past that.
Yeah, and then they got disqualified. And I thought, that's quite harsh. You know, your mechanic steps over, just starting your car to leave. You've done nothing on track yet, and you get disqualified. I thought it was quite harsh, but unfortunately, you know, rules are rules. It is what it is.
It's very much like the world of gymnastics, isn't it? When they fly up in the air doing all those combinations.
And
then they land and the leg moves, and you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
They've been up there for a fortnight. But yeah, it is tough. Unfortunately, rules are rules, and that's the difficulty that you run the gauntlet through the course of practice and testing. And usually, unfortunately, in the world of racing in particular, not just in karting, but in racing in general, mistakes like that, it's usually the driver that suffers the most. And that's always the difficulty.
Yes, indeed. But today is a new day, and we'll have to see what they can do. And there you can see the flags. The marshals can barely even hold them. The headwinds that they're going to have down the main straight, and it is a headwind down the main straight here. They're going to have to tuck in. The slipstream effect is going to be huge here, I can imagine.
It really is. And Alexander Bondarev was doing his regular jog of the circuit that he always does every time he gets up in the morning on a race weekend. He was telling me afterwards, I couldn't even run down the back straight. I really couldn't move because it was pushing me so fast that I couldn't actually run. So he was basically just dropping it down to essentially that Olympic walk. That's all he could really do.
Yeah.
So it is ferocious out there. So if it affects your viewing pleasure with the cameras being a little bit jolty at times, do bear with us. It's the weather.
I appreciate the fact that the cameramen are doing a fabulous job already, because I can actually see the numbers on the side of the carts.
Indeed. So here we go. 10 laps of the OK Junior qualifying heat A versus E, and we are going to go racing next time.
Yeah, false start on that one, you could tell. I think it was a little early on the old loud pedal for Timo Ramakas on that one. Did break away from the rest of the pack, but that's fine, you know, give it another go. They've got another couple of attempts at this one. Not the best way to start the day, though. We want to go racing, though, folks, don't we?
Indeed. It just kind of intensifies the pressure and the attention. And that's the thing, the adrenaline rush for these youngsters, trying to get that start just right. It's never easy because you've got all of this weight of expectation, not just from yourself, but from the team, from the family that's pushing you to do this, from the support from your sponsors and family back home. You've got all that pressure and all that tension building on you. And at this level, you know, this is kids Formula One, essentially. This is the toughest environment they're ever going to be in.
Yeah, well, you said it last weekend, didn't you? You said that, you know, most sports that young people would do, like football or anything like that, it's done behind closed doors. You don't get to see it until they're at, like, a Premier League level.
Yeah.
In karting, you do get to see it, and it is so stressful on the drivers. But, like I say, they work so hard and tirelessly to make sure that they are in prime position to go racing that, you know, you don't see that. And you feel like, you know, they are adults, they are grown up, they are mature, but they are still young drivers at the end. This is a junior category, and you see them when they're in the paddock, and they're playing football with each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is an amazing transformation they go through as soon as they put that helmet on.
I absolutely love what these guys bring to motor racing in general, and they are going to dictate the future over the years. So let's see how it all fares. This time we get up to speed. Timo Ramakas getting a good start, but up the inside, Werrell is going to try and jump him straight away as they run through the hairpin, and Werrell has hit the front. Perfect start from the Forza Racing driver. A little bit of skating on the grass, a little bit of chopping and bumping and boring as the field gets themselves into the chicane, and there's going to be way too many carts into the same bit of road. Somehow, they all keep facing the same way, but drivers are finding every little inch of the road they can to play with as they dive in up the inside, making the moves. Everyone's still facing the right way, which is great news for the competitors in this heat, but Lewis Werrell up the front, Tibor Ramikas in second, and in third place, that looks to me like the 81 of Noah Monteiro, the Portuguese driver, has come through.
Yeah, he has. Fifth place, he started on the grid for this one, now up into third place, so good start. And again from Werrell also, you know, he had a fabulous start yesterday as well. He's repeated that again today. So this is a good showing from Lewis Werrell in the early stages of this weekend, and hopefully that will pan out for the rest of it. Investigation flag going out for Sanjo Yu as Timo Ramikas retakes the lead through turn one, gets that done, no drama whatsoever. Werrell didn't fight it and just thought, and that's the slipstream coming into play there. The gap was huge between those two when they entered the start-finish straight. It's only because of how windy it is that Werrell was literally punching a hole through the air there, and Ramikas was just like, thank you very much, I'll take that position.
This is really good battling between the two of them. Ramikas and Werrell out in front. Then Noah Monteiro, third position for the Portuguese driver, as Kirill Ditiev runs in fourth ahead of Kian Fardo and Alfie Slater. Davide Bottaro, and then Arjen Kraling of Germany from Sandro Perez, who won last week in Duera in the X30 Euro Series. And then up in 10th place, the young Polish driver, Wojciech Woda. Big slide out of the turn from Sandro Perez. He really got the back end out and over the curbs, as the top four have well and truly broken clear now. Kirill Ditiev is trying to close up, and we've got four drivers from four different teams. VDK, Forza, Kart Republic, and Tony Kart up in the top five. There's Kian Fardo, the Swiss driver, trying to make his bid on Davide Bottaro, but Bottaro holds on to it for the moment.
Yeah, he does. This is nice racing in the early stages of the race. So far, all 29 still running. Like you say, I think I counted 5 wide when they went through turn 3 on the first lap. It was incredible to see, but yeah, like you say, all kind of tumbling over each other as they went through. There, Fardin, though, still behind Bottaro as they go through. Bottaro still looking pretty quick out there as they make their way through. Back at the front here, the trio starting to break away. DTF not able to really maintain that that latch onto the three in front. They are now starting to open up that gap, but plenty of time left in this race, and Werrell now possibly with a move here at turn 1 because he'll have that slipstream. Is he going to tuck in? And is he going to go for it? No, he's not. He's going to stay behind, but uses that slipstream to pull away from Montero as well in P3.
Now, for those who are watching the OK Junior and OK categories really for the first time, what you need to know about this particular sport is this is the pinnacle class of direct drive karting. Although you have the other categories out there at the lower divisions who may have a higher top speed, it's the acceleration of these engines that really counts. And this is a proper 0 to 60 kilometers an hour flash for these drivers. They'll be hitting top speeds of around 105, 106 kilometers at the line, where they'll get up to a little bit more than that by the time they hit the brakes for turn 1. But it's the fact that these karts in particular, the Junior, have 30 brake horsepower approximately, and that will take them to a very fast strong run round the straight. But this particular circuit really does expose some of the weaknesses of drivers, because you've got that combination of fast straights into a mixture of sweepers, chicanes and hairpins. So this really does test the driver in every possible way, this circuit. A lot of them racing here for the first time since the worlds of X30 and Rotax, and they come here at OK level, and it's a completely different racetrack.
Yeah, it really is. And like you say, today with the weather, it's not helping. So drivers are going to have a huge challenge ahead of them for this one. Werrell, once again, fastest lap of the race. That'll literally just be because he's got that slipstream and he's just pushing along with Timo Ramikas at the front of this field. They are breaking away quite considerably from Noah Montero for the Kart Republic team. He has dropped back into the clutches of the driver in the number 4 seed, Kirill Ditiev. Davide Bottaro, he's had a pretty good race in this one. 3 positions gained. He's up into P5. Like you say, it's a fabulous running from himself. Any other big movers out there? Henry Domain, probably the biggest one for Sodikart in the number 35. He's up now into P18, 11 positions gained. So he is all the way through this race. Is down the inside there for third place. Kirill Ditiev gets the move done on Noah Montero. Montero fights back though and looks to go through into turn 3. No, stays behind, thinks against it. He's going to now push his fellow driver along. Not teammates in this one. Probably the main arch enemy of teams in this one. Kart Republic versus Tony Kart. That's probably the main challenger, isn't it?
Certainly is at the moment. We're halfway through this one. 5 done, 5 to go. I have to say, I am astonished, given the conditions of the wind here, that we have 29 drivers in the field, and they are all still circulating, and there's only 13 seconds covering all of them at this stage.
Yeah, that's
very
pretty cool.
Impressive work from the juniors so far, as Werrell just makes a slight adjustment to the position of the tape over the airbox on the far side. Well, that's the engine radiator, isn't it? I do apologise.
Yep.
So just on the far side, the airbox is on the other side of the kart. So up to the first. Right, warning flag comes out. Now, in the world of OK Junior Karting at Champions of the Future, a warning flag also comes with a 5-second penalty, and I'm afraid that's the 70 that's got it. That's Gerasim Skulinov in the Leclerc by Lennox team. So unfortunate there for Gerasim Skulinov. That's really gone badly against him.
He's down in P21 at the moment. He has gained 4 places, but I suspect at the end of the race, he will drop down to effectively the back of the grid.
Is that DTF ahead of Montero now? I think it is. So
yes, that happened a few laps ago.
Oh, I do apologise.
I did call that. Are you listening to me,
No,
Jake?
I am. I'm just, there's so many things going on. And Ramakas and Werrell, we spent so long looking at them.
Oh, we've got kart off at marshal post 6. Yeah, there's a couple of karts off.
Right, and that looks like we may end up going to full course yellow, because that's come off at a rather awkward angle. That's Chartier and Tani. So Alexander Chartier and Kimi Tani, and we do go yellow flags.
Yeah, so we are effectively under a full course yellow
Oh, there's
condition.
Another one. Car Republic has come off further round.
Oh dear, that looks to me like a mechanical.
It does. That looks to me like that might actually be Kimi Tani, and we have Jason Bralich off the road further round. Oh, no, sorry. That's the Car Republic. That's Enzo Riggiro. So that is Enzo Riggiro, the South African. So the Marshal moving his kart away. Riggiro has already made it to the Marshal post, but the two that have retired are, as well as Riggiro, are Chartier and Tani. And it looks to me as though one of the drivers might just be in some slight discomfort. I think that's Kimi Tani. So they're just going to obviously make sure that he gets some medical attention very quickly. But it's obviously a bit of a tricky one at this point of the course. So 7 laps in, and with 3 to go, it looks like we may end this race under yellows, which is very good news for Tibor Ramakas, very disappointing news for everybody else.
Yeah, it'd be a shame for Werrell because he had such a great start on this one. Gained so many positions into the lead, unfortunately just couldn't hold it. Ramakas, with that advantage of the slipstream, held onto it.
Kimi Tani is on his feet.
Okay,
so that is very good news indeed. So that's all right. So obviously the doctors will just give him a once-over and make sure everything is okay. But Kimi Tani, who was initially on the ground, has now got to his feet of his own accord. So that is very good news indeed. Probably just winded.
Yes, yeah. I mean, kart crashes, they can be pretty violent. You know, these karts are going so fast, and, you know, the drivers, they do have as much protection as they can have. You know, they've got the helmets, they've got the race suits, they've got the rib protectors, some with the neck braces as well. And, you know, it can do as much as it can, but, you know, some crashes, they just have that awkward moments. And luckily for us, drivers are on their feet and are looking okay so far from our position. Like you say, yeah, we're 8 laps in, 2 laps to go on this one, but I suspect you could be right. Unless we're going to have a 1-lap shootout, they might call it here. We'll have to see what happens. We'll see if the green flag comes out this time.
Is it being prepared?
I don't know.
No, the yellow is still stationary. The yellow is still stationary, and it looks like it's going to be Ultima Vuelta. Yes, Ultima Vuelta under yellow flags. So this race is going to finish under this order.
Last lap, for anyone who didn't know what he was talking about there.
Well, yeah, international
audience.
Absolutely. But yes, the Ultima Vuelta, that is the last lap. And that means that it's going to be Tibor Ramakas who takes the victory in this one from Lewis Werrell and Kirill Ditiev. Noah Montero is going to be in 4th place from Kian Fardin, and Davide Bottaro in front of Alfie Slater, Arjen Krailing, Sandro Perez and Augustus Toniolo. That is provided they stay in their current positions. You do occasionally get breakdowns under yellow flags. Hopefully that is not going to be the case on this occasion, but thank goodness the main news is that Chartier and Tani in their little incident seem to be okay. And unfortunate though it is for Enzo Riggiro, he is also okay as well. So a very difficult situation then for the competitors. But Tibor Ramakas has had a very strong run at the front end of the field, and he's going to take his 2nd win of the weekend, having taken one yesterday in the evening. He is now going to get a 2nd one, and that's going to move him further up in the rankings. We're going to talk about that a little bit because they have changed for 2023. But there is Tibor Ramakas getting the victory across the line under yellow flags. There is no pace car or safety car in the world of karting, but effectively that's what the yellow flag period entails. So a fascinating situation. And Tibor Ramakas in front of Lewis Werrell and Kirill Dmitiev at a race that finishes, a very rare race that finishes under yellow flags.
Yeah, they don't happen too often. It is, you know, a shame to end a race under the yellow flag condition, but nonetheless, it has happened, and Tibor Ramakas will take that victory after 10 laps of racing. Yeah, like you say, yeah, there is no safety car or cart or anything like that. I reckon we can afford, you know, like a nice AMG Mercedes to stick out on circuit as a safety car, I think. Is that in the budget somewhere?
I'm sure it can be arranged.
I think it can be arranged, yeah. If I could get the team names on the live timing, I think I can get a Mercedes AMG.
Do you know, that is ultimately, for anybody who is watching live timing, I'm not kidding, guys, Anthony Jordan's influence is such that he has come straight into this sport. And he asked yesterday, is there any way we can get the team names on the live timing screen? Within seconds, it was done. Yeah. I didn't even think to ask that question, and it's happened.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Tibor Ramakas taking the victory from Lewis Werrell and Kirill Dmitiev, then Noah Montero and Kian Farlin, Davide Bottaro, Alfie Slater, Ardian Kraling and Sandro Perez from Augustus Toniolo in 10th, then Hugo Marti, Jensen Burnett, Wojciech Woda, Kit Bolowski and Tiziano Monza in the top 15. Then Boris Leisen, the Polish driver for Koski Motorsport, ahead of Christian Kostoya and Henry Domain, who made up 11 places from his position on the grid. Sebastian Kopping and Sun Zhaoyu from Gerazim Skudanov, who has that 5-second penalty, I'm afraid. Then also Gabriel Kunikan, just in behind Nikita Nikishov. Menel Peldes, the Richard Mille Academy driver, Javier Herrera and Jason Bralich. The last three were retirements, Alexander Chartier and Kimi Tani, and on the same lap, Enzo Ruggiero. All three drivers are okay, so it is going to be an interesting situation. But yeah, fabulous start to the day for Tibor Ramakas from Belgium, and that is absolutely exactly the way he wanted to begin his day at the races.
Yes, he did indeed. OK, will be coming up next, of course, for their qualifying heat, Group A and E. There is Tibor Ramakas at the end of that one, the VDK team doing a sterling job, and just having a chat with his mechanic. You always think at this point, what are they talking about?
Always a fascinating thing. I love to listen in whenever the opportunity is down there at the end of a session. It was fascinating. I was there at qualifying yesterday, obviously grabbing interviews with the fastest drivers, and you could just hear a little bit of frustration between Alex Powell and his mechanic Danny, which was interesting because they got the pole, but then they said 3/10. 3/10. You lost 3/10 through the course of that lap. You could have had that. Yeah. So fascinating, you know, listening to some of the conversations that go on down in the holding area, and you really learn stuff about the sport that you just wouldn't get access to a lot of the time. So fascinating situation.
Yep. There is a look at the grid. Interview yesterday, Jake.
Yes, indeed. Our pole position sitter this time, having had a fantastic performance over the course of qualifying. It was a great run from our man from Ward Racing, who manages to get himself into pole position once again. And we heard from him going into the races today. Jimmy Elias, pole position in group and overall with a fantastic run for the Ward Racing team here in Valencia. Just talk us through qualifying from your perspective.
For me, it was a nice lap. I take a bit of aspiration, but I make no mistake on the lap. A bit sector 2, I miss a bit, but was very nice lap. And thank you to Ward Racing and Christophe Perrin in Simumotion. I work very much in Simumotion, and my family also.
You've really settled into the team very well. What does this mean now for the rest of the weekend, that you're starting from the front in every race?
I think the objective is to put the less contact possible to start P1 pre-final and win final, I hope.
Fantastic. Great job so far. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So Jimmy Elias making great progress here this weekend and getting himself into the pole position slot. That is a fabulous performance from the Frenchman. He really deserves this. He's worked so hard. He was with the Tony Kart factory team last year. He's had to shake it up a little bit this year, moved across to Ward Racing, and he feels so much more chilled nowadays.
Yeah, granted, he's not had to change a lot of things for his driving style. He's still with, obviously, a Tony Kart chassis, which is the main thing with Ward Racing. So, you know, yes, it's a brand new team, but at least the equipment is still somewhat similar, so he could jump straight into it. And like you say, it's worked out well. Pole position here for the first round of the Champions of the Future. Alongside, though, Jan Piotrowski. Again, another quick lap on that one.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, actually. And to be fair, Jan Piotrowski has made massive progress since he came up from the junior category last year. He was second in the European Championship, obviously, last year to Anatoly Kivalkin. And now he really is starting to make a play. Ever since he won the final last year in the European Championship of Franciacorta, he's made massive progress and worked his way further forward. So it's fascinating. You've got these two who used to be teammates, of course, and now they are both having stepped up to the senior category, both of whom are at the front of the grid. But you do see this dynamic quite a lot. Junior drivers will come straight in and find the pace because they're slightly lighter than their counterparts who have done the OK category a little bit more, so they've obviously got, you know, a year's less weight essentially to add on to it. But it does give you that little bit of higher pressure because you're starting from the front. The second and third year drivers are just in behind, so that can actually add to the psychological pressure, that can add to the adrenaline rush.
It can indeed. A few words there from race director Martin Bean. One can only imagine what he's talking about. I think he's just going over the race start procedure, just to be like, you know, to keep everyone bunched up. Just wait for the lines. You remember what you were told in your driver briefing. Don't forget it.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, you know, one of the things that Martin prides himself on is he knows where the line is. He makes sure that everybody has it drawn, but he will make sure that, you know, procedure is adhered to. And that's the thing, you know, you have to keep a straight bat. You have to make sure that everyone does as they're told in the house. So it's a very important one. And there's a lot of respect for the staff here. They've done a fantastic job putting the crew together. Amazing job from all of the marshals, considering this is a very busy weekend, the first major weekend of the motorsport season at this period in the year. So I think very much all 2 or 3 of the local venues are pretty stacked with motorsport this weekend. So it's been quite tough to get everything together. 12 laps of racing this time in the OK category. Qualifying heat for groups A versus E. And that's going to put Jimmy Helias into position at the front end of the grid. Alongside him, Jan Peszrowski. Then it's Artur Pulain and Francisco Macedo, Nacho Tunion and Gilles Caranta, Maciej Gladish and Lucas Samalisto from René Lammers and Adrian Ferra, Keanu Blum and Eloy Gonzalez from Luigi Coluccio and Finn McLaughlin, Adam Ideg and Louis Leveau from Max Orlov and Miguel Costa, Zoe Florescu and Alva Simasvara, Max Popov and Leo Nilsson from Ronnie Stefani, Dante Vinci and Leon Jetfors of the IPK. So, an interesting battle ahead of us, and again, 25 drivers this time across 12 laps. There are 87 competitors in the junior category, 80 in senior, and for 167 drivers from all 4 corners of the globe, has been absolutely phenomenal to see that the level is so high.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, I think that's what brings this category into its own. I think, you know, these drivers going around, they do work hard through their years. Yeah, they've come up from the ranks, and now they get to the senior category, and they really, it's all down to pure skill between these drivers, which is brilliant to see. I think across this day, you know, the wind's going to stay the same. I'm going to bring back into this one. Who do you think is going to suffer a little bit more, the juniors or the seniors? You would think the juniors because they're lighter, but I'm thinking it could be the seniors because there's a bit more of a cart that they've got to push around.
Essentially, both classes are going to have their difficulties, but it's going to affect the taller drivers more than anything else, because they're the ones that are really going to catch the headwind in the worst possible angles. Because essentially what you've got to remember is that, you know, these drivers can only crouch so far down in the seat depending on how high they are. This isn't like the world of single-seaters or GTs or tin tops where you can adjust the seating position of the pedals and everything to cope with the driver. To a certain degree, you can do that in karting, but there's only so high that a driver can sit before it really compromises aeroflow. So it's the taller drivers that are really going to be affected worst in these conditions. So the shorter drivers are actually going to have the benefit.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Helias here has got the right setup on that one, because you can just see the visor is just peeking over the top of the steering wheel there, so he's nice and hunkered down in the chassis.
Yeah, his 14-year-old growth spurt hasn't quite happened yet, which is to his credit today.
Yes, yeah, I think he's lucky with that one. There you go, you can see the marshals really struggling to wave those flags there. This, again, should be an interesting one. Hopefully the race start's going to be all good. There, the cones you can see crossing the line, that denotes the no overtaking line. So from there is no overtaking allowed. You have to be in formation. Last time we were here for the Winter Cup, the drivers were actually going through this chicane. This time around, they've changed it. They're going round the chicane this time. Makes the start just that fraction easier.
So Helias, Prochorovsky, Poulain, Macedo, we're underway, and it's a good start from the pole sitter, Jimmy Helias. He's going to have pressure from Prochorovsky straight away, who tucked in behind him initially and now pops up and takes the lead away from him. A great start from the pole. So Prochorovsky has worked his way through. A couple of drivers going off on the grass, but Jan Prochorovsky has hit the front as the seniors work their way through the chicane. Is everybody going to get through without incident? A couple of drivers over the top of the curbing, but otherwise, everybody knitting it through. Helias in second place, and in third, that is one of the DPKs. That's Nacho Tunion. So Tunion getting a steady start, and it looks like we got a Ricky Flynn up there. That's Maciej Gladish, the Polish driver, is already going for third position, up on the inside. Lovely move from Maciej Gladish. He's going to run a little bit wide on the exit, but he'll have the inside line for the following apex. Tucks back across. Nice work from Gladish, and he's up into third already.
Prochorovsky now fighting back as well. Tried to go around the outside through turn 7, failed to get it done. He stays in that position. So chopping and changing all the way through this field, as you can see, now under pressure from the driver just behind. That's one of the Paralins. I think that is René Lammers who is in that position. It is indeed the 277 who's in that spot, but Poulain leads the way then from Jeremy Helias, and you can see now the gap is starting to open up. This is what Poulain likes to do. As we watch still this battle a little further down, you can see the Ricky Flynn driver of Maciej Gladish under pressure from Tunion, who is trying to put in the pressure now. And you can see, I do love the livery of the Alonso car. It does look fabulous, doesn't it?
And you can really tell René Lammers in comparison to the other Paralins, because they actually carry the Racing Team Nederland colours, made famous by his father in the world of sports car racing. So it's really nice touch there from René Lammers, who carries a different livery to every other driver in the Paralin fold.
Finn McLaughlin under investigation, potentially for the start.
Yeah, because he was the last one out of the pits and was desperately trying to get back into his position before the red line. I'm not sure he made it in time.
I don't think he did either. They're down in towards turn 1. Again, you can see, despite that, Helias is still tucking in behind that steering wheel. He's dropping his head down, but he is dropping off the back of Poulain. Poulain's got the momentum here. It's all good. Here, though, I think a train is starting to form behind Gladish. Dunon is still there. Prochorovsky is there. Lammers is there. Macedo and Coluccio also. The train is starting to get backed up into each other here, and that's not what you want to see, because some of these drivers, I suspect, will want to be trying to get past so they can latch onto the two that are now starting to break away.
I can tell you that, unfortunately, the incident, the investigation into Finn McLaughlin is related to the starting procedure. The mechanic pushed him off at the wrong point on the circuit, which is exactly what we had an issue with earlier on in the weekend. So that is going to come back potentially to bite Finn McLaughlin. Very unfortunate indeed, as the two leaders are trying desperately to get away from Maciej Gladish and Nacho Tunion. Jan Prochorovsky still there in P5, then Lammers. Watch for Macedo. The Portuguese driver has been very strong so far this weekend. 8th position, Luigi Coluccio. Then Keanu Blurmer side by side up to the inside line. Neither driver prepared to give way. That is the big lunge on the inside from the 245 having to defend. Zoe Florescu trying to keep Migi Costa behind. But Zoe Florescu has come into the Tony Kart factory team, having won the Ferrari Girls on Track program at the end of last year. And the Romanian has done a fantastic job at getting into the team and settling in nicely. She was at Birilat last year, has moved across the Tony Kart. Look at the battle on the inside. There's Jimmy Helias taking the lead away from Poulain. So Jimmy Helias has got past his countryman, and now they are trying to stretch away. But this is exactly what Maciej Gladish needs. He needs these two to be battling for the lead.
Yeah, he does indeed. He is starting to close up now in P3, but still not close enough for the lunge. Watch out for the slipstream now, though, again from Poulain. This is where, you know, we saw him strong in the earlier stages of this race. We are only on lap 4, so still plenty of time left in this one, but not able to do anything through turn 1. Here, though, Helias just holds on to that inside line. I think he checked over his shoulder a little bit there as he went into the braking zone just to see where Poulain was. So he is still cautious that Poulain is there. There's Heidig now with the fastest lap of the race, 55.181. Heidig down in P10, 5 positions gained in this one. Eyes on this battle for the lead, though, because it is starting to heat up.
There are some more hard charges, though. Luigi Coluccio, the captain of the ship at Tony Kart, has come up 5 places as well. Max Popov has come up 10. Here's the move from Helias.
Nicely timed, wasn't it?
It really was perfect, because he had that move on the inside nicely lined up. Here's another angle of it. You get the line started in the left-hander, and then you manage to bring it back in the right. And that's where you can sort of start the move a little bit early. But look at what that move has actually done. It's brought Gladish and Tunion into the fray. They are now within firing distance. They can actually make a play for the victory. So that move from Helias, yes, he's taken the lead, but it's really put them in a vulnerable position to the chasing pack.
Warning flag going out to the 2:45. Zoe Florescu, who was absolutely flying out there on circuit, now getting that 5-second time penalty. What a disaster.
I mean, she did give a bit of a squeeze to Miguel Costa into the first corner. They've clearly judged that it was just a little bit too severe.
Much, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit too severe in terms of the defensive tactics there. Unfortunate for Zoe Florescu, and that's something that she can obviously build upon and learn from. Elias still trying to stretch away from Poulain. Gladish, third position. Tunion in fourth place. Fifth is Piotrowski from Lammers, Macedo, Coluccio, Blum, Hideg, Popov, and Jules Caranta still trying to make progress in his first OK event in Europe as a senior. Up the inside line. This is going to be an interesting challenge as Gladish is just leading this train forward. The cavalry is coming after the two Frenchmen up front, and Elias and Poulain are just trying to keep these carts facing in the right direction. You've got to remember as well that they've only got 2 sets of tyres over the course of the weekend, and the wind is actually going to play a massive part in that, because that's going to wear the tyres out faster.
Yes, it will do indeed. Yeah, they're going to have a real workout today. It's going to be, well, a tricky one to keep an eye on. Now this is getting interesting.
Tunion ahead of Gladish.
Yeah, he's got past, so he's got that move done. So no dramas there whatsoever. Change them for P3. And now you can imagine he'll be on the hunt for Poulain and Halias up ahead, but that's a lot of gap he's got in front of him, a lot of real estate, and in these conditions that's going to be quite tricky to close up, because you're going to need to get that slipstream, you're going to need to try and work together with someone. Is he going to get a bump draft here? We don't know. Let's find out. Not much time left in this race.
No, indeed. 5 laps remaining, and you kind of wonder, was that counterproductive for Tunion to get past Gladish at that point? They already
I think it could have been.
They only had about 2-3 kart lengths to gain, and we're steadily starting to do so. But making that move has actually brought the pack back a bit. They've just dropped them off the back of Poulain a little bit. Just a little bit of impatience maybe from Nasha Tunion, and just a little bit more discipline, a little bit of caution. Might have been a little bit easier to catch up to the leaders up front.
I think Piotrowski's getting a little bit impatient there as well, behind the Ricky Flynn driver.
There he goes.
Yeah, and instantly done it. Yeah, he was going to go through. You could see it coming from a mile away. He was just pushing, pushing, pushing. I'm going to come through. Just when am I going to do it? Does it there at turn 10. And now, I've got to say, Magic Gladys here really struggling, because now Rennie Lammers and the Paralin is trying to come through as well. So watch out for Lammers as he exits back onto the start-finish straight. Is he going to pull out of the slipstream here and go for a move down in towards turn 1? Yes, of course he is. He's going to get that one done. No drama whatsoever.
This is all about momentum.
Yeah.
The second you lose one place, it's very, very hard to get that rhythm and that metronomic pace back together again, and Gladish learning about it the hard way. But then, of course, he's been top 5 ever since he broke into the OK senior category. You've got to look at these things in context. He had a lot of bad luck last year. He won the Winter Cup at the beginning of the season in Champions of the Future at Franciacorta in the junior category, and then he had nothing but bad luck all season long. He's come straight up into the senior category and is already top 6.
Yeah, exactly. So really pushing what he needs to learn in this one. So keep a close eye on him throughout this weekend, though, and keep an eye on all the live timing. You can catch the live timing on the RGMMC, well, not the RGMMC website, on the Champions of the Future website. You can also check out the results on ukart.io as well. So stick up to date with all the results on that one throughout the weekend. Big check over the shoulder for Artur Poulain there, just to see where Tunion is, and you can see he's quite far back. So that now is a sign that Poulain is going to go on the attack on Halias.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic between these two. They're trading sector times, they're trading apex radiuses at the moment. Halias and Poulain having a solid run. Then Tunion, Piotrowski, Lammers, Gladish, Macedo, Coluccio, Blum, and Hideg. So as they continue to work forward, Max Orlov losing a little bit of time on that lap. He's lost ground to both Florescu and Nilsson. But you do kind of sense that Artur Poulain has said, okay, Jimmy, you want to win this race, you want to lead this race, that's fine. I'll just look after the brakes, look after the engine a little bit, sit in behind you. You can do all the hard work, and he is working hard. You can see the back end kicking up over the curbs. Artur Poulain just has a little bit more wisdom in years than Jimmy Helias, but does he have the ability and the tenacity to wait this out? This is the Ward Racing team versus the Tony Kart Factory team.
There's Tunion out of the slipstream on Piotrowski, gets up into P3 using that slipstream that we were just talking about there. Huge effect on that start-finish straight. It's not a long start-finish straight, but with the wind that they've got down the main straight, yes, has got a huge advantage for you. Now up into third place again, but is just falling down. Back through goes Piotrowski. They're just not being in touch with the two in front, are they?
Again, this is Nacho just absolutely determined to be in third position.
Yeah.
You've got to play the long game. You've got drivers behind you who want to move forward. If you start working with each other to go through the air and do it differently, you're actually going to catch up to the two guys in front. But if you're too busy squabbling amongst yourselves, the leaders are going to be gone and you're going to be fighting for nothing but third.
Essentially, they need to become frenemies to get back up to the front. They need to be friends and enemies. Yes, okay, you're not in the same team, you're not working together, but you've got to sort it out. And look, Lammers has come through now. He's got past turn on.
Absolutely. Lammers found the opportunity. Last lap. And watch Macedo. Macedo looks like he's firing up an opportunity here on the CRG car to try and get through on Nasha Tunion as well. Coluccio has managed to get past Maciej Gladish now as well, so clearly back to the drawing board at Ricky Flynn. But Jimmy Helias is hanging on to this from after Poulain. Poulain's going to have a look. That was well held by Helias. He held the kart in the middle of the road. There was no way left, there was no way right. So Jimmy Helias holding on to this a little bit longer. And this is going to be a good race to the line now if he can just keep this continuing on. Through the left, through the right, onto the back straight. Arthur Poulain's only going to get one shot to take the lead back again, and he's going to have to make the slipstream work to his advantage. But how big a risk do you take this early in the weekend? Jimmy Helias knows that Poulain is there. He's not going to get close enough, that's the thing. The limiter, I think, is going to be against Poulain on this one. But second place is very valuable indeed as Jimmy Helias comes through. He will take the finish of this one and take the victory. A good run from Helias in front of Poulain and Pestrovsky.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one as they go through. Like you say, battled fiercely. Held the start at the beginning, but then just lost it to Poulain. And I just think as the race progressed, they were looking pretty solid out there. But like I say, it's a nice result. He'll be happy with that one. It was fastest in qualifying. Now he can come away with a race win again today. And this is a good one. The World Racing Team looking strong here. The first round, the Champions of the Future in 2023. Many more races to go. But like I say, I think you were right in terms of the fact that the taller drivers are going to struggle a little bit more in these conditions, and I think we saw that in that one, because as soon as Poulain did get in front, it looked like he was breaking away, but I think, because he's got his head is a little bit taller, it sits over the front of the car a little bit higher than Helias. I think that just caused the slipstream to work more in Helias's favour throughout that race.
Yeah, the shorter drivers are definitely going to have the advantage in this particular situation. So, well, obviously it makes things a little bit tougher as the contenders make their way back into the pit lane. So, an excellent run. And it's going to be Jimmy Helias who takes the win in this one from Artur Poulain and Jan Pestrovsky, then René Lammers and Francisco Macedo. Luigi Coluccio and Nasha Tunion with Maciej Gladish and Adam Hireg. Keanu Blum in 10th position in front of Jules Caranta and Max Popov. And then Eloy Gonzalez with Luca Samalisto and Adrian Ferra. Then Alva Simasvara and Finn McLaughlin from Zoe Florescu. Of course, she'll take that warning flag and the 5-second penalty that sadly goes with that. Miguel Costa, 19th position in front of Leon Nilsson, Dante Vinci, Maxim Orlov, Louis Leveau, Ronnie Stephanie, and Leon Hedfors. And great to see that all 25 drivers that started the race was able to bring it home on that occasion. Much cleaner, much smarter driving, and given the conditions, that is mighty impressive stuff. Great racing still to come here as the drivers will battle away for position in fantastic fashion. The junior heat is going to be coming up very shortly indeed for the next battle out on the circuit for qualifying heat B versus F. We managed to catch up with the man who will start in pole position for the next one, and that is Bondi himself, the Ukrainian flyer, Alexander Bondarev in the Kart Republic. Alex Bondarev, right up at the top spot in the group in qualifying here in Valencia. What a great start to the Champions of the Future Euro Series for you. Just talk us through the qualifying run.
Yeah, so like right now it's a lot of wind, so the main thing was just to get a nice toe to do a good lap, and I think I managed to do it in the first lap, but the last two I got into traffic, so I wasn't able to go even faster to go pole overall, but we're still happy that it's a good qualifying.
So if there's a little bit of speed left on the table, how likely do you think you guys can bring that into the qualifying heats?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of speed this weekend, so let's hope we can carry that on the weekend.
Fantastic start, Alex. Great stuff. We'll see you out on track.
Yeah, thank you.
So great stuff there from Alexander Bondarev. He'll be starting from the front end of the grid this time alongside Stepan Antonov, his teammate at the Kart Republic team, and that is going to be a really interesting charge for both of them. I'm joined in the comms box by our pit lane reporter, who, like Anthony, is a former kart racer and has been mechanicking and spannering and coaching and mentoring as many drivers from Finland as you can shake a stick at. Vera Virtanen is going to join us on the broadcast this weekend. Vera, great to have you with us. And yeah, it's been fascinating coming to Valencia and seeing how things are shaking up in the OK categories.
Yeah, hello everybody here, and hello everybody also on the live stream. It's nice to be here, and nice to be in Valencia. I've never raced here myself, but it's interesting.
And obviously what you will be taking away from this is from your time as a driver, but also what the drivers are coping with week in, week out from a coaching perspective. The crosswinds here, you obviously raced in crosswinds in your day. When you're trying to face that and when you're trying to cope with that head on, when you're trying to look at tyre pressures and how you go with certain sprockets and whatever, it can really throw a curveball into the mix.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix. Like nowadays, they talk a lot about not only like one sprocket up, one sprocket down. You can go 0.5, and it varies a lot around like every heat and every time of the day and everything. You have to be very, very on top of things to be on top of the speed. And yeah, the team managers, bosses, coaches, they all have to keep their eyes on and ears all the time to get the best out of the drivers and the equipment.
Now, before I go into a ridiculous cliche, being a female competitor in the sport, we've obviously seen a lot of females this weekend, which is really good to see. There's always that intriguing dynamic, and we're trying to get to this point in motor racing where obviously, you know, in karting we can be on an even playing field, but just from a physical perspective, just how difficult is it during this sort of time in a young racing driver's life, particularly for the women coming through when they're having to battle against the men at the same level?
I think physically we're capable of doing everything that the men can also in our sports. Like I've done all sorts of motorsports, but in car sports and in karting, I think we're just as able to do everything as the boys are. It's not that, it's just the percentage of us is a lot less, and mentally, you know, we have to be a bit more strong than the guys.
Fantastic. It's always really nice to see. Now, you're going to be working with us in the pit lane today, grabbing the reactions from the drivers. Just how tough is it going to be for them out there, heat to heat, trying to keep up with the pace?
Yeah, you have to be smart. You actually have to think also that, you know, in the heats, one position is 1 point, and you'd rather take it a little bit more smart than lose everything in doing something stupid. And I always say to my drivers, like, if you want to do something, you have to decide to do it. Everything that it's half, it's a little bit dangerous. So if you want to go for the overtake, you have to fully commit to it. Everything that you do halfway is probably going to end up in a disaster.
Fantastic. Well, no, it's really good to get your feedback on it, Vera, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of insight from you when you talk to the drivers over the course of the day. So thank you very much, and we'll catch up with you over the course of the day.
Thank you.
Perfect. So we're going to go into the race again for OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus F. Raoul van Thanen for the Leclerc by Lennox team doesn't appear to be out there on the circuit, so he's had problems coming into this one. DJ has rejoined me, which is fantastic, so we're going to go through the field very quickly. Alexander Bondarev and Stepan Antonov on the front row of the grid. Then it is Filippo Sala, who was a race winner yesterday in his Sony kart, and then Scott Lindblom, who is now in the Tony Kart factory team. Dries van Langendonk and Zach Drummond on the next row from Noah Wolf and Roman Kamyab, an all-British affair. Sebastian Mins and Marianito from Jacopo Martinese, and Raoul van Thanen, who is now out there. Guy Alberg and David Kozma, then Jagoda Troja and Alex Martinez, Jared Clark and Matas Reiber from Marius Barryberg and Morella Doraka, Kozai Oguma and Victor Smith from Klara Kowalczyk and Ludovico Busso, Marcus Shilkunas and Victor Rad, then Mark Brovko and Travis Teo from Malaysia.
28 cuts in this one, 14 rows. Busy old grid. It's qualifying group Heat B and F. This is going to be another interesting one. Like you say, Bondarev, you saying he was running around the circuit. We both saw that this morning, and he said it was very difficult to run down the main straight because of the wind. But this time around, it should be an easier affair. He's got some waft.
He has got some waft, but he has got some height as well. He's had a bit of a growth spurt in the last 6 months, so he's one of the taller drivers in OK Junior now, and this is obviously his last year in OK Junior before he steps up next season to the senior category, but he really wants to make this the year where it counts. What he needs is to get a good start, a good position, having warmed up the tyres effectively, and then hold the stronghold. Here we go, up to the first corner. Good start from Bondi. Fardin's going to make the move on the inside, though. No, you don't, says Alexander Bondarev. He holds the lead as they go through. Fardin's going to slot into second place nicely, and the Sony kart driver charging after him. Third place, Stepan Antonov. And as they work their way through, several drivers trying to make a good run of it as they go through the chicane. A couple of drivers having to take to the curb, but everybody's through relatively cleanly. Bondarev, Fardin, Antonov. Up to fourth place has come Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian driver for the energy course.
Sala in second place.
Is it Sala in second? I do apologise.
Yes, and the Sony kart who's come through. So, yeah, really good start there as he's now into the braking zone of this infield section. He splits the two Kart Republic karts apart. You can still see there the energy course driver, Van Langdonk, you know, a very good start on this one. You know, started on the third row, P5, up there now into that sort of top area. So really good showing just to see what they can do when they get back onto the start-finish line, and they do so now as they cross the line. It's Bondarev from Sala, Antonov, Van Langdonk, Noah Wolf up into P5. Good to see Wolf up so high. I mean, I say that, I just saw it off the corner of my screen. It looked like Lindblom just sent it down the inside, so I think he's dropped back a little bit more there. There you can see it on the screen. Yes, he has. Yeah, Lindblom through on Wolf. Zach Drummond again, good showing, P7 at the moment from Martinez, Albag and Mins. Mins yesterday didn't have a good run. I think he had it coming together with Scott Marsh, and I think as they go up, no, it was Jarrett Clark he had it coming together with, and I think it's not changed from when they were in the UK together.
No, indeed. They're still banging 7 bells. And there's Dries Van Langendonk getting his move on Filippo Sala not long after Antonov has made his move for second. So Antonov in a second, Van Langendonk is now third, and Sala is in fourth. Now we saw mega pace from Stepan Antonov at various periods of yesterday, and now he has got an opportunity to close up on his teammate Bondarev and try and shoot for the moves. He managed to get in there. Let's have a look at his sector times by comparison. Bondarev on a 17.1, Stepan Antonov a 17.0. Fastest third sector of the race, though, Guy Albag has come up on a 16.9, and there goes the move up the inside from Zach Drummond. He takes on Noah Wolf, gets through, manages to make the overtake into 5th position, and also in front of Scott Lindblom, and then you've also got Jacopo Martinez there in 8th position as they continue to run through. Lindblom diving through on the inside of Noah Wolf, shuts the door for the left-hander, having already got through on the right. Very nice moves from Scott Lindblom.
Yeah, looking pretty strong out there for the time being. We are on lap 2 of 10, so nearing that half race distance. But these two at the front looking pretty strong for the time being. Like you say, this is it's a driver's championship. There is no team championships points in this one. So, you know, yes, okay, you can put team orders as the series goes through, but they're not going to do that. If they are going to battle, they are going to battle all the way throughout this. But it's a very early start to the weekend. There is plenty of racing left to go. But now, here is an opportunity. Is Antonov going to go for the move in towards turn 1? Thought about it. Didn't do it. Stays there in P2.
Indeed. And the thing about Antonov here is essentially he's got an opportunity here. He can make one of 2 calls. Do you go with Bondarev, stretch out the gap?
Oh, a cart off.
There is a cart off. Straight in front of us. Now, that is a big problem. I think that's one of the Leclerc by Lennox carts
it's
that's
Mattis
gone off
Reiber.
the road. It is Mattis Reiber. That's very unfortunate. So, for Mattis Reiber, the youngster for the Lennox racing team, I'm afraid that has gone horribly, horribly wrong. He's been spat out on the exit of turn 1 and goes off backwards. Fortunately, he doesn't hit anything, but he's now walking away from the scene. Very unfortunate there for Mattis Reiber, and he will find himself now watching the race from Marshall Post 3. Meanwhile, Stepan Antonov is still right there behind Bondi. So Alexander Bondarev is going to try and hold this through at the S's. Comes onto the main straight. Alexander Bondarev still on this fantastic comeback charge. But Stepan Antonov, there is Mattis Reiber to the right of your screen. Watching at Marshall Post 3. Has Antonov got through into the lead of the race now in front of Bondarev? He has. He's made the charge forward, and Stepan Antonov now gets through on Bondarev.
That's kind of given Van der Lok here a chance to really close in, and Lindblom with the fastest lap of the race as well in P5. That's allowed really the entire front pack to really concertina up after that move. But look now at Antonov opening that gap already, extending that lead.
Yeah, very impressive from Antonov. He just seems to be really strong in clean air here. Up the inside comes Dries Van Langendonk. Now we're going to look at the move again. On the inset, you just saw Van Langendonk getting into second. But Bondarev, look, he knows that Antonov is coming. He looks to his right. There's not really a lot he can do about this. He just has to let Antonov go. Great to see the move that we managed to pick up there. But Van Langendonk has now managed to consolidate the woes for Bondarev, and he's got through in a second.
Yes, indeed. Now on the charge, can on to the back of Antonov, and we'll have to see as the race progresses. Half race distance then is complete, and you can see now Sala on the recovery drive. Did get up into P2 earlier on in this race to drop back, so we'll see maybe a recovery drive on this one, but for the time being staying in that main spot. Big movers up in this race. There's not many. I'd say Marius Barryberg, the number 34, is the biggest mover. 8 positions gained so far, currently in P11. So a really good one. Travis Teo as well, though. 6 places gained up into P22. as a warning flag has just gone out, and I think that was for the 75.
Yeah, Moreira de Roca, unfortunately the Brazilian. So Moreira de Roca is now going to have a 5-second penalty added to his time. That's the policy in Champions of the Future.
Yep.
It's not in the FIA Karting European Championship, but it is in Champions of the Future, and that is to promote higher driving standards and to get drivers into good habits. So it's been really useful to see how drivers have done that. Look at the draft that comes off Bondarev as he dives in on the inside of Dries van Langendonk, gets that second position back. So now he's going to charge back after his teammate Stepan Antonov, and he's going to get good draft in there behind his Russian teammate now. So Antonov doing a fair job in the lead. Bondarev in second, then Van Langendonk, Sala, Lindblom, Drummond, Martinez, Wolf, Mins, and Van Thalen. And Marius Barryberg, as you mentioned earlier, up 8 places into 11th place now. Scott Lindblom is the man who sets the fastest lap, and the Swedish driver for the Tony Kart factory team is now up behind the top 4. But here's Filippo Sala, now having his own look for Dries van Langendonk. The Kart Republics, the Energy Course, and the Sodi Kart up in the top 4, being hunted down by the Tony Kart factory driver, Sweden's Scott Lindblom.
Yep, this is good racing so far, but Antonov now with that clear air, not really much to worry about as the race progresses on throughout this one. Back onto the start-finish straight they go then. Here's the slipstream effect that comes in. Can Filippo Sala have the momentum here? Looks at it though, looks to the inside there through in towards turn 1, but didn't make the move through the corner, stays there in P4. But now this is where it starts to get interesting, because the race is getting into that latter stage, and now drivers are going to start becoming a little bit more desperate, going for those moves, and there is the move there from Filippo Sala, gets it done, but straight back comes Van Langendonk and gets it through once again. Sala is going to have to try again at another point of the circuit, and there it is again, back through in towards turn 7. This is where the switch around comes back though. No, this time around, can't do it. Sala holds on to it.
They're losing so much momentum to the 2 up front. This is counterproductive. The Kart Republics are getting the chance to sweep away, and just that desire, that anticipation to be in 3rd position, it's causing problems because you're just losing so many kart lengths to the 2 guys in front. By the time you settle out the differences and go, right, I'm in 3rd position.
Yeah.
Now we can catch, oh, we can't catch the leaders
Yeah.
because they're already
here we
from
go.
up the inside. Van Langendonk battling with Sala, and watch Lindblom. Lindblom's going to cut through up the middle of them. Sala doing everything he can to hold Van Langendonk at bay. These 2 are determined to be the one at the front.
They're determined not to be at the front of the grid though, because they are just dissipating from the drivers
they're
in
losing
front.
so much time.
Yeah, they're just disappearing up in the distance. Time is running out on this one, but Van Langendonk is just holding on to that 3rd place spot for the time being. Sala is trying their hardest, but there you go, you can see the race leaders there, they're starting to close up as well as Antonov and Bondarev, they're closing in. But the drivers behind, they're not going to close in. If they keep battling like this, they are going to stay in that spot.
Yeah, they're totally chilled. They don't really have to do anything here. Antonov and Bondarev are just following behind. This is going to be frustrating for Bondarev, I think, having started from the pole. He didn't really want to let his teammate have another look at it, but 2nd place will do for the time being at least. As off the turn, down the straight, Filippo Sala absolutely determined. I think they know they're not going to... Look, Sala and Van Langendonk saying, I'm going to come through. They are absolutely racing each other now. Banging wheels. Both drivers have given up on the victory. They now just want to beat the other. This is going to be for pride now more than anything else. As Sala holds on to 3rd place, Van Langendonk right there in 4th. Lindblom is just chomping at the bit to get past them both.
Well, Sala, you could see him there. He was pointing it to Van Langendonk. He was saying, go, go, and he didn't. He defended, and they thought, well, fine, I'm going to overtake you. But he did it at such a late point in the corner. Here's a replay of it, and look how late it was to go down the inside. But Sala had no choice. He didn't want Van Langendonk to defend.
Yeah, that was a bit of a choice manoeuvre from Sala. You've really got to say that's flirting with the limit of what's acceptable. And Van Langendonk's losing the back end of the kart massively as they come onto the main straight.
Is he going to puncture?
I think he might do. Lindblom is going to make mincemeat of him coming down to the final part, but it's going to be victory for Antonov. Bondarev in 2nd place, Sala in 3rd, Lindblom's going to be 4th. And no, Van Langendonk got it back. So he managed somehow to get the kart back into 4th position and hold on to it in front of Lindblom and Drummond.
Well, interesting. Maybe it wasn't a puncture then. You would have thought there was not much coming together between the 2 of them. I don't think if they did,
Feisty
that would have
end to the race, though, wasn't it?
It was, though, I've got to say. But it wasn't even for the lead.
No, that's
it was
the
for
thing.
3rd.
This is the thing, you start feeling the pressure, you start realizing, well, you've cost me the victory, so now I'm going to make you pay. You know, I'm going to make sure that you are not going to finish in 3rd position. And it's that intensity, that sort of teenage aggression that comes through and bubbles to the surface, and you're like, right, you've ruined my race, I'm going to ruin yours now. And that's how it ends up becoming a real psychological minefield for all of the contenders out there. They just got to prove that they're better than the guy that cost them the win. And that really feeds into the sort of the adrenaline rush that these kids are feeling every time. And that's what you don't really get to see in sport too often.
Yeah, you know, it can fall down. You do see it, not often, but you do see occasionally maybe the red mist descends over the driver's eyes and they just think, right, I'm coming for that driver. We didn't really fully see that to its full potential in that one, but like you say, it can happen.
Probably for the best.
Probably for the best on that one. There's a look then at your classifications after that race.
So Stepan Antonov from Alexander Bondarev and Filippo Sala, Dries van Langendonk just getting back into fourth in front of Scott Lindblom, Zach Drummond and Noah Wolf, and then Jacopo Martinese and Raul Thalen from Marius Barryberg and Maria Gemananito, and then Sebastian Mins in front of Gael Bag, Roman Kamiab and Jarrett Clark, David Kozma, and in front of the Japanese driver Kosai Aguma, and then Victor Smith from Denmark, Morello Doroca of Brazil, and Marcos Cunhas of Lithuania. Then Travis Teo and Alex Martinez, Clara Koralczyk and Ludovico Bosso, Jago de Troja in front of Victor Rad, and then Mark Brovko was the last man home. Sadly, we lost Matas Reiber in the middle of the race as he got spat out at the beginning of lap 4. So, very dramatic stuff in the OK Juniors. Stepan Antonov taking his second win of the weekend, though. So it's looking good for Ramekers and Antonov. They've really woken up on the right side of the bed this morning.
They have, yeah. It's always a nice thing to wake up on the right side of the bed. I certainly did this morning. I feel a lot better than I did yesterday.
You look a lot better than yesterday, to be fair.
Well, thank you.
I don't want to, you know...
Is that a compliment? Are you okay?
Yeah,
Are you feeling all right?
No, I'm all right.
Got a temperature? Have I given it to you? God, blimey, I'm so sorry.
He's trying not to sugarcoat this, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm not kidding. He did look like he'd fallen off the back of The Last of Us yesterday.
Thank you.
So
that really helps my self-confidence on that one.
But
Thanks,
you're fine
Jake.
now. You're fine now. It's all good. I told you it was a double edge. Anyway, we've got the drivers gearing up, ready for the next encounter, which is in the senior category. But the man on pole position in this one, he almost got the overall fastest time yesterday, which when you consider he had never seen the circuit before this week, is absolutely phenomenal. Nicolo Kuman really is the Friday specialist. He was absolutely ecstatic to get the pole position in his group yesterday. When I caught up with him, the man was very well aware that this weekend could be a good one. Nicolo Kuman, fastest in qualifying group here at Valencia, and what a fantastic start to the weekend. Just tell us about how you managed to get that lap time together.
Unbelievable. It's my first time here. I don't test here, so to be on pole position here, first race, is unbelievable. I'm super happy about that. I don't know after in the race because, like I said before, I don't make any test here, so we will see what happens.
You decided to go away from the rest of the group and just decide to stick with one other driver. Do you think that was the key factor to get the pole position, or do you think it would have been easier in the group?
For me, it's better to drive alone. I don't need slipstream. I don't want traffic, but only alone, push lap, and that's it.
Fantastic. A great start, Nicolo. We'll see you out there on track.
Thank you very much.
So Nicolo Kuman flying the flag once again for Italy and Forza Racing in 2023. He has a bit of a reputation here, Nicolo Kuman. He is so strong on Friday, and then for whatever reason, over the course of a weekend, it just tumbles about him. I really want 2023 to be the year that all changes. But in his first race yesterday, he tumbled out of the top 10.
He did, but he did come back in his next one. He did take a race win as well, so it was quite a convincing one, but I think by 1.4 seconds, I think it was at the end of the race. So,
and that's the difference between being on the inside of the starting grid on the front row and the outside.
Yeah, it really is. So hopefully this time around, it will be okay. This time around, starting on the inside. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens on this one, but it's going to be an interesting one. There, just behind Nicolo Kuman, is Kian Nakamura-Berta, and again, Kian had a relatively decent day yesterday as well in the heat. So one to keep an eye on, and crucially is starting also on that inside row.
Alongside him on the grid then, Yanpu Chu, and this is an interesting season for Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver. He's been with the Mercedes F1 program now for about 18 months. There's always that critical point, isn't there? I love the fact that drivers are getting picked up at this stage for a Formula One team, but look at the programs over the last 2 or 3 seasons. There's that critical point, isn't there? And it all comes back to results. It all comes back to the driver's mentality. It's a great thing to be picked up by a Formula One team, but I also think it can be a hindrance because it gives you so much added pressure.
Yes, because you're always thinking that if I don't perform here now, it can affect my future career as well. And, you know, if you don't have that, yes, you can still have a bad race, and yes, it can still be very upsetting, but you think that it's not going to be overly detrimental to what's going to happen in the future. There's a look at the rest of what's coming up today for the Saturday schedule. Again, it's just basically a mixture of OK and junior OK. It's literally just that through the heats, but it's the who is in the heats. So you've got B and F, C and E, then it will be A and D as well. And it's always the same for both classes as they go through the day. Again, you can have a look at the schedule if you head over to the Champions of the Future webpage. You can have a look at the schedule your very self as well.
Indeed.
All the information is online. Can you believe it?
In 2023, I should hope so.
Yeah.
Championskarting.com, of course, is the website. You can follow all of the live timing. You can figure out which driver is in which group, so you can follow your favourites over the course of the day. But again, the schedule tells you which heat is corresponding to when, so you can kind of get a bit of an insight. And of course, all of the drivers will mainly have their own social media channels, and most of them tend to update everybody as to when their particular heat is going to be. Or you can just throw yourself into it, get yourself a nice delivery service bringing you the food over the course of the day, so you don't have to move too far away from your screens, and just enjoy yourself. Coming back to what we said a little bit about the Formula One Academy thing, it is fascinating. You do see this dynamic in OK and OK Junior level quite a lot. And when we had the World Championships last year at Sarno, you know, we all talk about Arvid Lindblad, you know, fantastic talent, came up through the British ranks into Europe, and he was the only driver across the 2021 karting season to never be off the podium at FIA level. Nobody else was able to do that. Even the champions who actually won the titles, they all had a bad weekend, but Arvid was never off the podium that season. Came into Red Bull through the course of that year, went through in 2022 and really wanted to bow out at Sarno as the world champion. It was the only thing he hadn't really done. And he was determined to do it. He ended up out in the final. And at the end of the race, he ended up having to be consoled by his good mate Nikola Tsolov. You know, I've never seen someone who is as strong and iron-willed as Arvid Lindblad having that kind of emotion. But it does put so much pressure on you. Have I just blown up my career? Have I just thrown it all away?
Yeah.
Of course, a couple of days later, they said, no, don't be silly, Arvid. You're going to have an F4 program next year. Don't worry about it. Then just it's fine. But there's so much added pressure. There's so much added intensity when you go into an F1 program. It's a wonderful thing, but it can also be a real knife edge to dance with in your career. So we really hope that Xu Yanpu is going to come out of it the other side. So too Kia Nakamura Berta lining up in third position. Both of them in the Prema team, this brand new team for karting in 2023. But it's Nicolo Kumar and Xu Yanpu on the front row of the grid. Kia Nakamura Berta and Guillaume Bouzard. Anatoly Kavalkin and Ian Eichmans from Thomas Stolchemanis and Ludovic Sambudla. Gabriel Gomez and Len Nyes from Joe Turney and Mattia Kolnagi, Mark Dubnitsky and Mark Kastelich, Lucas Fluscher and Andrea Dub, Petra Babachkova and Gustav Wisniewski, Max Angelard and Maxon Verbruge, Alex Bogdanovic and Xavier Evra-Mendez, Jakub Kamenik, Matilda Pats and Arda Tepinen. I get the feeling that Gustav Wisniewski may have pulled out of the weekend because he didn't start either of his races yesterday, and unfortunately he seems to have not made the grid for this one either. That's very unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. You know, you like to see all the drivers take part this weekend, but unfortunately you're not sure what the issue was there. That has meant he has pulled out, but he has, and unfortunately that will be the end of his weekend really before it is even started, which is a huge shame. Obviously formation laps on this one, and you know we go you know, I wanted to bring back to, you know, the pressure of the drivers as they go through, and I think the big F1 teams know that you're gonna have bad weekends in karting. Karting is so unpredictable. It's not like big formula racing where, you know, oh, this team has got a really good car, they will win. It's pretty much signed, sealed, and done. You know, karting is so unpredictable, and I think that's why, you know, I think F1 teams are a little bit like, don't worry.
Yeah, you're allowed to have a bad weekend.
Yeah,
you're allowed to have a bad day. It's not the end of the world. And I have to say, it's been really nice to see what, you know, the likes of the Mercedes, the Alpine, the Ferrari, the Red Bull program do bring to the sport, because it does add that air of credence to what we do. You know, it's a tough sport, karting, because there's been this bit of history for sort of 20 years or so. You're trying to get karting into the pages of the likes of Autosport magazine and Motorsport News, and it's like, come on. Back in the 80s and 90s, they did used to make, you know, a bit of a fuss about it, and it's still, you know, quite intense to try and get, you know, this is big stuff. This is big, great stuff. It's just as good as the F2s, F3s, F4s out there in the world, and the racing is even more intense most of the time. So, you know, we have to have this, you know, ability to bring money into it, and it's great that the F1 teams recognize that and actually have these programs. And Prema Racing coming into it this year as well, I think that's a real indication of the importance and the magnitude of this sport. To have a big name like Prema, to have an involvement now it kind of shows that this is only just going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on. Chu Yanpu shaking his head in disbelief as the start does not quite go his way, but we do go racing to the first corner. Nakamura Berta going to go with the pole sitter Nicolo Kuman into the first corner, and he will tuck up into second position. He didn't quite have the pace he wanted yesterday, but he's kind of hoping that's going to change now as up the order comes Thomas Stoltjamanis, the Latvian, up into third position. There's contact. 3 or 4 carts going off there. Only one of them's not moving. That is the Forza of Mark Kastelic. So Kastelic is going no further, I'm afraid. He's gone off at the first corner there. So big disappointment for Mark Kastelic. He actually gesticulated to the marshals, no, don't recover me. I am going to move my way further up. There are 2 more involved. And it looks like we've got Alex Bogunovic and Matilda Pats as well.
There was another name that also went off, but recovered quickly.
I think it was Andrea Dupe.
Yeah, I think it was as well. Yeah, here's a replay of what happened at the tail end of that. You can just see, yeah, 3 into 1, don't go.
The back end kicked out for Kastelic. He had to slam on the brakes to avoid big contact. Shaking his fists in disbelief. He was not happy at all. Kuman leads at the end of that one. Nakamura Berta, then Stoltjamanis, Kavalkin, Turney has come up from 11th to P5.
Solid start. Yeah, there was a huge, I think there was a huge coming together because several carts at the front of the grid have all dropped down.
Nakamura Berta absolutely determined to get past Nicolo Kuman. He makes a gap out of thin air and now Stoltjamanis pounces on him. Kuman very lucky not to fall down out of the top 5 as Nakamura Berta absolutely resolute. And now Kavalkin is being hunted down as he has to give way to Turney and Gomez. That was absolutely resolute from Nakamura Berta. I have never... up at the top, Stoltjamanis over the back of Nicolo Kuman. And he just manages to land it and place in the right direction. But honestly, from Nakamura Berta, now he's got clear, a second clear of Joe Turney. I have never seen Nakamura Berta so aggressive so early on in a race.
Well, the entire grid's being aggressive early on into this race as they go back down the start-finish straight. There's 5 of them battling for a position that isn't even in the top 3. Into the braking zone they go, and down they go, and it's all getting very close, but they all slot into position. This is incredible stuff. We're lap 2.
Stoltjamanis, Eichmann, Kavalkin, Sabudla, and off the road. Is that Kuman? Was that Kuman spinning out? Yes, it was. Kuman in the Forza. He's managed to rejoin, but this is war, and this is only lap 3 of a qualifying heat.
This is ridiculous, and off the track there again. Who was that? Was that the 2 for 1? Was that? No, it was a. Looked like a.
That could have been Ian Eichmann's. Yeah, I think it might have been Ian Eichmann's going off the road. We'll have to double check it as they come through the next time by. But all sorts of carnage. Yeah, it was Anatoly Kavalkin. It was the Paralin that ran wide. So Anatoly Kavalkin's now dropped down the order. This is just mental at this early stage.
It's hard to keep on top of it. I think we all need to take a step back. Breathe, breathe. Right, what's actually happening? So Nakamura Berta's leading from Joe Turney up into P2.
I know. It's baffling, isn't it? Joe Turney, just when you think you've had the best of him over the weekend and he's dropped back.
I say that. Gomez has just gone past. Now Turney's back through. Fastest lap of the race. It's all kicking off again.
This is Sam
Is this
Budler.
further back? Oh, is this further back? Sorry.
Yeah, this is further back in the pack. This is Sam Budler battling away with Kolnagi, I think. Kolnagi trying to get through on the inside line. And now we're going wheel to wheel. As that the inside, that is one of the Birrells. That is Maxon Verbruge going wheel to wheel with Len Nige and Lucas Flusha. So it is really kicking off. That one move from Nakamura on the second lap of the race has caused a massive chain reaction, which is still being felt. The ripple is still going through the field.
Absolute pandemonium, I think is a good word to use for this one. Yeah, no, this is becoming very, very interesting. Turney then, yeah, he's fine. He's in P2. He's all good. But he is closing in. New fastest lap of the race as well for Turney.
3 wide coming off the chicane. Goodness me.
Petra Babichkova involved in that one as well, you can just see. And this is the battle all the way down to like P13, 14.
Flusha gets through on Nice, so that's for 7th position. Kolnagi trying to close up in the battle as well. That is phenomenal. One overtaking move, and it has literally sent a shockwave through the entire pack. And it's still being felt on lap 5. Joe Turney, fastest lap of the race last time by. Purple sectors in every single sector on the course. So he is desperately trying to hunt back after Nakamura Berta. There's only 0.2 of a second between them in terms of lap pace. There is the battle for 7th. This is Flusha, Nige, Kolnagi, Chu, Sam Budler, Verbruge, Dubnitsky, and Petra Babichkova. And all the way back to Jakub Kamenik and Max Angelard. Still a lot of battles. Kavalkin has dropped all the way back to 17th. Kuman has dropped all the way to 21st. Kudos to Arda Turpinen, though, the Finnish driver. She has worked her way forward in the World Racing, right up into the top 20. That's the highest she's run all weekend. And after a miserable day at the office yesterday, she's finally starting to make some impact as the 2.76 gets a warning flag. And I'm afraid that is Anatoly Kavalkin.
Yeah, Kavalkin, he's not going to be happy with that one. 5-second time penalty will be going his way. This is the battle for the race lead. Yeah, Turney is all over the back of Nakarua-Berta. This is brilliant stuff. Turney has had some serious... Wait, I don't know what he put in his breakfast, and he goes for the race lead. Brilliant. 10 positions gained in this race, and he's now leading one of the qualifying heats, and it's only half race distance.
Do you know what? Joe Turney never, ever ceases to amaze me. Every single time you think, well, this is going to be a tough one. He's going to have to work his way through from the back. He got into an incident with Lucas Fluscher at the end of yesterday, and that dropped him to last place in one of the heats. So now he's... Oh, and there is Nicolo Kuman out of the race. He has come in and parked it. Oh, poor Nicolo Kuman. This is what I'm talking about. Friday, he is usually one of the kings. Saturday and Sunday, it all comes apart for him. But to come back to Joe Turney, I mean, that is just phenomenal. When he was the captain of the ship at Tony Kart, he always seemed to deliver something magic. He wanted to change it up this year. He decided to go over to the Kart Republic factory team, and he just gets better. He just gets better and better all the time. And it's wonderful to see that Joe Turney never seems to give anything less than 101%.
Yeah, there is...
Oh, that's the Treffler. That's Andre Dupé.
Yeah. Well, okay, so that was to be expected because went off at turn, well, in the first lap, wasn't
Yes, it
it, at turn 3. So it was a quick run onto the gravel, but like I say, the runoff area here is quite coarse.
Yeah, it is.
I suspect can do quite a bit of damage to the kart. Nearing the end of this race, Turney leads then, and like you say, yeah, you know, absolutely flying out there. You can't put anything against him. Last year's OK champion, and again, looking much, much stronger today. Yesterday wasn't looking so great, though, was it? Yesterday, when we weren't live, we were watching him, and it was just like, you know, it was going backwards. Had it coming together with teammates as well. And, you know, just an interesting one. This was the replay of the overtake that we saw. And again, just perfectly timed, no dramas whatsoever.
And I'm not entirely sure Nakamura-Berta will have expected that early in the race either.
Yeah, again, I think caught unawares.
Fantastic stuff from Turney. He's absolutely determined. This is the thing with Joe Turney. In the European Championship, in the World Championship, he gets all the bad luck in the world.
Yeah.
If it's in any other category, he is basically one of the best you'll ever see. And Joe Turney did a fantastic job last year to win the Champions of the Future Euro Series at the death as well. It was right at the very end at Franciacorta. Managed to get the job done in front of his teammate Luigi Coluccio at the time. Now they are in opposing teams. And the two big teams, it's the Rabatzi versus Chiesa story, isn't it? It's Tony Kart versus Kart Republic. So this will be fascinating to see how the battle shapes up with Joe Turney. But do not count him out in 2023. All the headlines are being talked about the F1 juniors, the guys at Tony Kart, the guys at CRG, the youngsters coming up from junior to senior. Never count Joe Turney out. Just when you think he's given you the best, he finds something else magic.
Yep, let's see. It's still a long weekend ahead of us. There's plenty more races to go for you to keep excited about. And of course, all the action for the finals will be tomorrow, Sunday. Today is all qualifying heats. You won't see any other action than that really today. But don't tune out, ladies and gentlemen. Stay, you know, the racing is exciting.
It's the only form of motorsport I know where qualifying goes on longer than 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a very long qualifying, isn't it?
We love it because you really get to see the drivers learning and developing over the course of the weekend. Here's the battle for P5. This is Thomas Stoltjemanis and Ian Eichmans, two of the hottest young talents in OK karting. Stoltjemanis, the energy course driver from Latvia, and Ian Eichmans, the Belgian. The chip off the old block, just like Old Wim. Doing a fantastic job for the Ward Racing team this weekend, although he races still very much in the family colours. And great to see that Ian Eichmans is still punching very high indeed over the course of this weekend as he battles away with Thomas Stoltjemanis, the energy course driver, just trying to hold his position. These two have both been hung out to dry a little bit in this heat, haven't they?
Well, they have. Well, that's a repercussion of what happened earlier on in the race. You know, that one move then caused that chain reaction, and now you can see that the grid is massively spread out. And that's all because everyone was fighting for position, and now everyone is miles away from each other.
Well, how about these two, third and fourth? They've kind of gotten into their positions quite quietly in the end. Gabriel Gomez, the former two-time winner of the Trofeo Ayrton Senna, and Guillaume Bouzard, who's been a fabulous staunch contender in junior the last couple of seasons, and the Luxembourger is there on the Koski Tony Kart, running in fourth position, and he's quietly got on with this after his retirement last night. And so Guillaume Bouzard fighting to get back into contention. His attitude clearly must be, well, nothing more to lose, let's go for it.
Exactly, yeah, he's in a little bit of a prime position here.
There he goes.
Yeah, goes for the move there, no drama whatsoever. I think he was just thinking, yeah, it's a nice Saturday drive. Back though comes Gomez. He thinks, okay, yeah, you got that a little easy. I'm not going to let you get away with it though, as he goes back through. And now they're going to lose touch with the race leaders. This is where Stoltemanis and Ekmans can now start to attack as we go on to the final lap. I don't think they're going to be close enough, though.
No, indeed. And Gomez and Brazar will basically be dueling amongst themselves. Stoltemanis and Eichmanns likewise. But Joe Turney has done everything he needs to do in this one. This is very much right, Kian, just follow my lead.
Yep.
This is exactly how to get this race done. Just in case you were wondering, this has been a bit of a masterclass from Turney. But now Brazar trying again on Gabriel Gomez, up to the hairpin.
You know what I said they weren't going to be close enough to do anything?
Indeed.
I think they have closed up now, haven't they? Stoltemanis and Ekmans, they are actually going to have momentum here.
Well, this is the thing. They'll have a decent amount of slipstream on the back straight, and they're still battling. So this is going to be the chance for Stoltemanis and Eichmanns to have a go. So we'll try and keep an eye on it as Brazar gets up the inside in the background past Gabriel Gomez. And they're still dueling, but up in front, Joe Turney is going to check out Charlie here in front of Kian Nakamura-Berta. Great performance from Joe Turney from 11th to 1st. That is how it's done. Nakamura-Berta in second. Who is going to be third over the line? It's Brazar, just in front of Gomez, Stoltemanis and Eichmanns. One more lap, and that probably would have kicked off.
I suspect it probably would have as well, yeah, because Stoltemanis and Ekmans had really closed in at the end of that race. But unfortunately, they do stay in P5 and 6, but it's still a good running for them nonetheless. You can't take it away from that man there, the 201, last year's champion in OK with a brilliant heat, qualifying heat race there. 10 positions gained. Fabulous result for Joe Turney.
And that's really reignited his weekend, hasn't it? Because he really needed a decent result. He had to kind of get himself into a decent position and work his way further forward. And from 11th on the grid, that was always going to be difficult. But Joe Turney producing a final-esque performance there to try and resurrect his weekend. He needs to get some big points on the board, and a 50-point score for a qualifying heat win, which we'll talk about in a minute, actually, because the point scorer system has changed in 2023. That has done no end of good. So Joe Turney taking the win in qualifying heat for B versus F. Kian Nakamura-Berta in second, Guillaume Bozard in third, and then Gabriel Gomez and Thomas Stoltemanis in the top 5. Ian Eichmanns ahead of Lucas Fluscher and Mattia Kolnagi. Liverway Sam Budler ahead of Len Nige. Chui Yanpu dropping to 11th in the end ahead of Petra Babachkova and Maxon for Bruges. Anatoly Kevalkin had to fight his way back to 14th in the end in front of Jakub Kamenik. And then 16th position in the end was Mark Dubnitsky for the CRG team. And then Max Angelard in 17th in front of Alex Bogunovic, Javier Avramendez and Arda Teppanen coming home in 20th position. There were problems galore, unfortunately, for elsewhere. Nicolo Kuman having to retire from his race from pole position. Andrea Dube, Mark Kastelic, Matilda Pats, and then a non-start for Gustav Wisniewski. A very tough situation for those 5. We did talk about this very briefly. We'll mention it now. The point scoring system across the qualifying heats has actually changed for the OK and OK Junior categories for 2023. It used to be a very similar pattern to what we see in many other forms of karting, where it was 0 points if you took a win, then 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. In 2023, it's all changed. If you win a qualifying heat, you score 50 points. If you come second, you get 44. If you come third, you get 41, and so on and so on. So it's actually back to a more conventional system where you score a big amount of points for a win rather than no points at all for a win. So it's enough of the annoying golf analogies that everybody's been fed up with over the last few years from me. Now it is very much 50 points for a qualifying heat win. In the super heats, you take 75. So there's a lot of points on offer through these qualifying heat procedures. There's the replay of the highlights from the last race. Kastelic spinning into the side, sadly, of Matilda Pats and Andrea Dube. And that move from Nakamura-Berta, that was so aggressive on the first lap. And look what it did for everything else. Stoltemanis is desperate to get through and getting past Kuman, and then you just ended up being used as a pinball for the next lap and a half. And that's unfortunately what put him out of the race. There goes Kuman over the top of the apron at the chicane. And look at what it did to Kevalkin as well. You know, there's so many chain reactions that were caused by that one move from Nakamura-Berta.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that resulted in those retirements that we saw just with those maybe mechanical issues. This is where Turney took the lead, and again, I think Nakamura-Berta was just caught unawares there, because you could see, checked over the shoulder after the overtake was done, to see, is there anyone else there? Like, I didn't realise I had anyone behind me.
Yes, indeed. A bit of a backs to the wall moment for Kian Roberta, but second will do. Joe Turney, however, banging 50 points onto his point score, and that will definitely help. Back to the juniors once again. And how about the man in pole position for Colombia, Salim Hanna. Salim Hanna, pole position in the group, a fantastic run from you, and for the Ricky Flynn team, a great start. Just explain to us how the qualifying run went from your perspective.
In the start of the first lap, we were like in the middle of the group, so I just tried to like back up and have a really big gap, and then I started to push in the last 2 laps. Everything was good, and yeah, I did it.
It was a great start to the season last year, but this year it's even stronger. How does this now improve things heading into the weekend?
It's really good now. We will start really like in the front in the heat, so I'm really happy. And for sure, I will try my best to finish every heat like in top 3. So it's good for the super heat.
Fantastic, Salim. Good stuff. We'll look forward to it.
Thank you.
Salim Hanna of Colombia, masterminded by the Montoya family. Both Juan Pablo and Sebastian take a very keen interest in Salim Hanna's progress. Last year, he had a very decent run in junior. This year, he has one objective: win it all.
Yes, indeed, and he's going a good way about it, starting it on pole position for this one. He has got Kirill Detiv alongside. Now, we've already seen Kirill out today, haven't we?
We saw him in the warm-up this morning.
Okay, was it the warm-up? Okay,
I chatted with him in the warm-up this morning, and he was telling us about just how strong the wind was from his perspective. And
well, he was trying to lean into it, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, absolutely. The warm-up was actually very tough indeed for the drivers this morning, because even though the wind has died down a patch, it's not been much less compared to what it was at the start of the day, but certainly the drivers are feeling it out there. And in the warm-up this morning, I think that was as pretty much as tough as it was going to be. They're still waking up. They're still trying to get the adrenaline pumping through their veins. And yeah, it all got a little bit hectic for a few of the drivers out there. But certainly going into the races themselves, you've got Salim Hanna and Kirill Detiv. The man to watch, though, and has been so far this weekend for me, is the Finnish driver Alfons Mittinen, who burst onto the scene last year in the X30 World Finals at Le Mans. And ever since then, he has been knocking on the door of some very big results. And considering this is his first OK Junior weekend at Champions of the Future level, he is right up there on the pace. And the Diamond Racing team have found a little bit of a megastar there. Salim Hanna and Kirill Detiv from Alfons Mittinen and Arjen Kraling. Then Alp Aksoy and Kian Fardin, Tame Saleh and Davide Bottaro. Sebastian Nettemaki and Augustus Toniolo. Then Kirian Jossonen and Wojciech Woda. Then Joel Pokula and Javier Herrera from Mies Huben and Kit Belowski. Efim Derunov and Sebastian Koppeng from Luis Castellini and Tiziana Monza. Jindro Pazel and Nikita Nikishov from Oliver Kinmark and Enzo Ruggiero. Lev Krutolov and Jason Bralich from Jensen Burns and Kimi Tani. You'll have to be very on the ball to tell Jackson and Jensen apart. I saw them in the paddock earlier, and the twins are absolutely identical. It's very hard to tell them apart.
Really?
It doesn't help that their initials are both JB.
Yes, that certainly doesn't help. Does it?
JB, yeah.
It's a bit of a tongue twister when you try to say it quickly as well, because you've got Jason and then Jensen. So it's very easy to go Jensen or Jensen Jackson.
Jackson and Jensen, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well done, guys, for
Oh dear.
Now is that Sebastian Koppeng out before the race has even started? That is
No, I think it could be.
Well, we've got Kinian Jossonen having a problem before the race has even got started. But it looks to me as though that's one of the Kart Republic drivers not going anywhere at all. I think that's Sebastian Koppeng.
I think it is, yeah, the 68 who's out of the kart. And I think, yeah, that looks mechanical to me. Yeah, he's not gone off the track just by himself. And it's just, yeah, what a shame.
Ugh.
Before the race has even started.
It can be such a devastating thing. I mean, I could never even compare to anything like this. But I did do a stocks karting race many, many years ago in Skeg Vegas. I'm sorry, Skegness, I should say.
Yeah.
And the
Easy mistake to make.
Well, the second race, the clutch died out, and so you're sat in the middle, desperately trying to go racing. You know you could have a decent run of it, and you're just watching everybody else before the race has even got started, getting into position. You feel so frustrated. You want to be out there with them, and your heart just plunges to your boots. You cannot have any description of it. You can't imagine just how sick to the stomach you feel until you're in that situation. And it can be, you know, just bitter watching, you know, the sport that you love happen around you, when you can't even have any form of participation in it. So it's very frustrating. Salim Hanna and Kirill Ditiev lining up as they come round the final turn onto the tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time by? It's a fast start, but it is a good start. Off we go. Salim Hanna in front. Here comes Alfons Mittinen having a look for the lead, but he has to hang back in second. Ditiev tries to go the long way round the outside, hangs it out, but Mittinen holds on into second position. Up to fourth position has come the 48 of Alpaksoy, and as the Turkish driver slots in behind his compatriot there, he battles away in position with Kirill Ditiev, and the two Tony Kart drivers are now trying to find their way through. Alfons Mittinen has taken the lead on the opening lap past Salim Hanna. The Finn has hit the front. Alfons Mittinen charges his way through, and now he leads. Now he's having to go defensive to try and keep Salim Hanna at bay, but this is a very aggressive start for Alfons Mittinen. Takes the lead and then holds it off.
Yeah, I think he wanted to get that lead straight away on that one just to put through, but I think back through there did go Salim Hanna, who now leads the race once again as they go down the back straight in towards the final corner. Again, lots of overtakes through here as you dive down the inside. A couple of the Kart Republic karts squabbling in the background. Look at this, three abreast, or three line astern, pushing each other in towards turn one as they get it through. Kit Bolowski under investigation, though.
Yeah, off the start that's going to be, so a big issue for Kit Bolowski. What a shame. And I don't know whether that's going to come into anything, but the young Birilat driver, who obviously cut his teeth in the world of X30 in the mini category, has now stepped up to OK Junior, straight up the ladder for 2023. And this is a big jump for him, but he's really making good use of it at the moment. And as they continue to charge forward, this is going to be a tough battle for Salim Hanna to hold on to. Mittinen in second place, then Ditiev, Aksoy, Saleh, Fardin, Kraling, Letimarki, Voda, Monza, Huben, Antoniolo as they run through. Now let's have a look at it again. This is the move on the inside from Mittinen. Big dive.
Yeah, it was a big dive, and you could just see there, under pressure there was Hanna, just trying to get it back into position, just ran a little wide.
The back end of Mittinen steps out through the chicane, and that's going to be plenty of gusto for Ditiev and Aksoy to step through. Mittinen trying to chop across, but too late. Dame Saleh's got through as well. One little error, and it's cost him 3 places.
Yeah, it has indeed. Really shaping up here in this sort of mid-pack area as they try to fight for these top spots. They've got to be careful, though, because they're going to lose touch with the rest of the field.
We've got another retirement. It's the Falcon of Javier Herrera. The Mexican has gone off, I'm afraid, up at the chicane on the latter stages of Sector 2. So Javier Herrera, I'm afraid, is out of this one for the Falcon race team. Meanwhile, Hanna still in front of Ditiev and Aksoy. Saleh in 4th, Mittinen in 5th, and then Kian Fardin and Arjen Kraling. You just get that feeling with Alfons Mittinen. There's an amazing amount of speed, there's an amazing amount of talent, but it's just happening all at once. He wants to win it all in one go.
Yeah, now he finds himself dropping way down into the field, which is a huge shame. Breakaway, though, these two now, Salim Hanna and Kirill Ditiev, who are now line astern as they go through onto the start-finish straight. Here's a replay of what happened at the end of that one. That was the move for second place. Ditiev, he got a much better exit, and unfortunately, Alfons Mittinen just struggled, and then the rest of the field just came through.
And that's the difference between the experience of Kirill Ditiev and the ambition of Alfons Mittinen. They're both incredibly fast, but Ditiev saw the foresight. He could see the back end was kicking out and went, right, I'm just going to wait. Now he's going to make the move for the lead. Brilliantly done by Kirill Ditiev, up into the lead of the race ahead of Salim Hanna. So he comes through and takes the lead of the race, and he came from a fair way back, actually, over the last lap and a half. So Kirill Ditiev has all designs on the victory. This is a great run from Kirill as he heads the pack.
I think Salim Hanna was thinking, hold on, that's Ditiev. What happened to Mittinen?
You know, he was there a moment ago.
Yeah, it was Mittinen who went for the move on me a couple of laps ago. Where did he disappear to? But yeah, no, nice chop and change there, and very early on into this race as well. So is that a potential sign of what we're going to see throughout this race? Because 4th in the championship in this one last year, so a very talented driver is Ditiev. And there, again, changing just a little further back as now falling even further down the order. Yeah, Fardin now having to fight it back.
Well, Arjen Kraling thought he had the move there on Alpaksoy. He drifted wide, and that's Kian Fardin able to slide up the inside and take the position away from the young German. So a lot of chopping and changing. Fair play to the man in P9, Wojciech Voda, one of the newest faces in the category. He finds himself up there in 9th position for the Koski Motorsport team. He's not doing a full campaign this year because he was selected to be... Oh, this is a little bit bump and bore as Alfons Mittinen is defending like crazy on lap 5, and he's got a queue of drivers who are getting very frustrated, led by Wojciech Voda in the 19, who cuts through on the inside line. Going with him is the 22 of Sebastian Letimarki, so Letimarki goes through as well. So Voda and Letimarki able to pick up the pieces on that one, and that actually relates to where I was coming from Wojciech Voda. We've had another off And that is Tiziano Monza. The Shamik driver actually got spat out in all of that.
Yeah.
So Tiziano Monza, who was involved in this little duel, diving at the inside. Mittinen gets back through on the inside of Lehtimäki. So that puts him back into 8th position. But Wojciech Woda has not only got past them, he's already disappeared. And I was going to pick up on that because Woda is not doing a full campaign this year. He's actually doing just the FIA Karting Academy trophy later this year, representing Poland. So this will be a fascinating duel for him. He's not allowed to do a full campaign, of course, in 2023 because the rules have changed on that, which we'll talk about 2 weeks' time when we get to Valencia.
Yes, indeed. That'll be an exciting 1.5 race distance then as the race progresses. And Ditiev now, that gap opening up 0.3 of a second now from Salim Hanna, so not able to fully react. Team Soleil still there within touching distance for the Sauber Academy team, and you can just see as they go through. This battle here, though, a little further back. Alp Aksoy, Kian Fardin and Arjen Kreling are still going through, and down the inside goes Kian Fardin and gets it done. Splits the two Kart Republic team drivers apart, and now is on the hunt for the battle up ahead. Can he do it, though? I mean, only about a few laps left to go, and Soleil with the fastest lap of the race. Now, Soleil in 3rd is wanting to close in. I'm looking out the window.
It's not far off it.
It's not far off it. I reckon could be in a chance here of maybe going for the race lead.
Yeah, he just needs to wait another lap or so, but the Sauber Academy youngster, he is a real star in the making, this young German. He's been very competitive over the last year. He's one of the happiest and charming and most smiling of kids that you'll ever come across. But this year, he's got a real fire in his belly. He was the nice guy last year. He was the kid that everybody wanted to hang out with. This year, he has got an objective. He wants to be champion, he wants to win races, and he wants people to know that he has kicked it up a gear. And it's been very interesting to watch. A very late bid from Salim Hanna. The door slams firmly shut in his face as Kirill Ditiev holds on to the lead, and that's going to be all the ammunition that Team Soleil needs to have a crack up the inside line for 2nd place. It's going to come sooner rather than later, but that was so close for Hanna.
That was incredibly close. It was such a late move as well. I'm not sure what Salim Hanna was going through there in terms of thinking of going for the move so late in towards turn 1. Didn't work out, and nearly, of course, the nose going to get ripped off there as Ditiev just closes the door late on, and again, surprisingly so. Now Sam Hanna here has got the opportunity to get it through, so Team Soleil now with the opportunity in towards the final section, and Kimi Tani with a warning flag.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kimi Tani, who was involved in the incident earlier on today, ending up having problems of his own. So tricky situations all the way throughout, but definitely a tough battle so far. Kirill Ditiev, let's look at this move again. Now look how late he goes for it. Kirill Ditiev's already turning in.
Yeah.
And Salim Hanna is so lucky that the back end of Ditiev's car didn't connect with his front fairing, because that could have ripped it off, never mind loosened it.
Yeah, very much so. And again, from another angle, and again, it just didn't look like, well, that angle didn't show that the gap was there at all. It was
Oh,
there.
Soleil's already got him, look.
Oh, he has.
So Soleil found the opportunity and has caught Salim Hanna very much wanting. So that is a good move from Team Soleil. Kind of saw that one coming, but that little wobble from Salim Hanna and the fact that it's taken Team Soleil about a lap or so to get past him, that means that Kirill Ditiev might have this one on a plate.
I think you could be right on that one. There's not much left in this race. The last lap board will be out this time as they go through. The gap, though, for the group behind is still heating up. Aksoy is still there leading that train. Aaron and Kreling, no change whatsoever. They did manage to get past, so Aksoy did manage to retake that position back up into P4 a few laps ago. So that meant that they're not able to really close up onto this group. And you know what? Team Soleil is really closing that gap on Ditiev. I don't think that race is over yet. We are on the final lap, but I suspect we could see a move here if he gets close enough. He has reeled it in.
He certainly has, hasn't he? He's got a good draft down that little short straight. If he can get a better run through the hairpins and the apexes, he might just surprise Kirill Ditiev into the final chicane if he can get a decent stopping distance between himself and the braking point for the apex. It's going to be tight, and Kirill Ditiev knows he's there. And I think he's just going to be, he's just going to be okay on that one, Kirill Ditiev. He will come through the chicane. He doesn't have to change his application. A couple more laps, and that would have been different. But Kirill Ditiev does hang on in front of Team Soleil and Salim Hanna. So that's a very good run indeed from Kirill Ditiev, and a solid maneuver, a solid race victory, with 2 or 3 drivers trying to take it off him at various stages. Kirill Ditiev hanging on for the victory.
Yes, indeed. Solid result, though. You can be happy with that one. It was a fight all the way through that race. Crucially though, started on the outside row. The start wasn't there, and again, the outside line, it's not a case of they're not making it round turn one. It's a lot of them are not reacting in time, and the inside line seems to break away a lot earlier. That time it was the same for DTF, but this time around did manage to get away with the race win. Held on to that one, and as you can see now, bringing it back.
Because it's a complex turn one. Essentially,
is.
you turn in a little bit. I don't know if you've had the chance to walk the circuit yet, but
I've not, no.
it's worth it tomorrow morning if you get the chance, because that first corner, it's fast flowing, but it opens and then it suddenly closes.
Yeah.
You kind of get that sweep in. It's almost two corners because you get that fast sweeper into the right-hander, and then it sort of turns again to go tight around the hairpin. And if you can get the first bit right, you'll get the second bit right without even having to make the attempt.
Yeah, yeah.
Kirill Ditiev, pole position so far in that one. Tame Soleil and Salim Hanna in front of Alpak Soy and Arjen Kleiling. Kian Fardin in 6th position in front of Wojciech Woda. Alfons Mittinen in 8th place. Sebastian Letimaki in front of Davide Bottaro. Nikita Nikishov in front of Joel Pokiola. Then Kit Bilovsky and Luis Castellini in front of Jindro Pazel in the IPK. Then it is Oliver Kinmark in front of Kimi Tani, who charged his way through from 28th and last on the grid to 17th. Then Efim Derunov and Enzo Ruggiero. Jensen Burns in front of Jason Bralic, and then Augustus Toniolo dropping all the way to 22nd in the end, unfortunately, in front of Mies Huben. The retirements, well, Lev Krutulov ended up retiring on the final lap. Tiziano Monza was off, so too was Javier Herrera, and Sebastian Kalpeng and Kilian Josseren did not make the start. So problems there for them. There is another OK qualifying heat to come up for Groups C versus E, and that's going to bring out a few of the drivers that we saw first thing this morning, because we had 10 races yesterday, and now we're going to have, by the end of this one, 16 today, and obviously 30 races are going to be expected by the time we get to the finish. But the qualifying heats at this point, Stepan Antonov has 144 points, ahead of Salim Hanna and Kirill Ditiev on 135. Filippo Sala has 132 to Scott Lindblom and Tame Soleil on 118. So Ditiev, with that victory, moves 9 points off the lead of Stepan Antonov. It's a big win for him.
It is indeed, and very eager to get his car up off the floor there, as they'll have to go through scrutiny, and of course the race is never over really until that car is back.
Alex
out
Powell,
of the
first
paddock.
qualifying session.
So there he is. There is Ditiev, and you can just see a solid result. You can be happy with that one, and it's always nice to get, you know, the heat wins as the races go on throughout the replay. Let's have a look back at some of the slots that will go through from that race. Again, it was a pretty dramatic one, wasn't it, as the race went on. That's what I'm talking about the start of the race. You can see DTF didn't get the full getaway from the gate, and it was a great start from Salim Hanna, who led the way and had quite a decent getaway from the word go.
But what DTF did really well there was then react to that, tucked himself in behind Mittinen and then slotted into 3rd position. That's how he was able to go for the move when Mittinen slid wide. Here he is into 2nd position, and from there on, he was just able to manage the race, manage the tyres, get his move on Salim Hanna, and just leave everybody else to scrap away. It was very calculated from Kirill DTF. He knew he wasn't going to get a good start, so he just consolidated. He slotted himself right. I'm going to drop to 3rd. I'll pick them off as I make my bid. But there were some good moves through the course of that race, some good performances from a lot of the drivers throughout the bid. This one from Salim Hanna, how close was he to ruining his weekend there?
That, I mean, yeah, you don't want to do things like that early indoors in these weekends. But, you know, he was committed to the move. He was going to go for it, but I think it was just a little bit too late into the corner. But played off well, and, you know, no harm, no foul. He got away with that one, and, yeah, I think. But nice to see he's going for those ambitious moves, though.
You have to. At this level, you really have to try and make those moves work. It's just a very big risk when it all unravels. Meanwhile, speaking of the move from junior to senior, we are going to talk to the man on pole position. They call him the Jamaican sensation. He certainly put on a good showing yesterday. And the contender for the Prema Racing team, the Mercedes F1 Junior, Alex Powell, 2023 is his year to control if he has any say in the matter.
Alex Powell, first qualifying session of the Champions of the Future Euro Series season and straight up to the top spot. Great work from you in the new Prema outfit in Kart Republic. Just tell us about the session from your perspective.
Yeah, it was honestly quite a stressful session because we left it till quite late to go out on the track. So, you know, heart rate started going up a little bit there, but we did enough testing, enough preparation beforehand to know what to do in that situation. So from the session side of things, I mean, it was just to try and do 1 or 2 laps in a clear space, because with so many karts on the track at once, it's not always the easiest thing to do a lap. Luckily, I had a space. I found a space. I did 1 lap really good, and then the second lap, the first sector was really good, but then I struggled in the second and third. But overall, a really positive start. It's the way that we wanted to start the European season. So yeah, really happy with the result. I have to thank also the whole entire team for all their hard work and all the preparation that's got in for just, yeah, obviously for this weekend, starting off with the qualifying. So yeah, it went, all went well.
Good start to the year. I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few more of these so far. Alex, good luck with it.
I hope so. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and I'll keep on doing my best throughout the weekend, so we'll see how it goes.
Absolute star in the making, Alex Powell from Jamaica. The Prema Racing driver, part of this new team for 2023. Not a new team in motorsport, but certainly in the world of karting. The Prema name coming to the fore for the first time. And this is his 3rd season with the Mercedes F1 Junior program. And Alex Powell is ready for battle.
He is indeed, yeah, he's looking, you can see him there. He's just hunkered down in the car, head down. You wonder what he's thinking at that point. A lot of drivers like to go through the lap of the track in their mind. Some drivers just like to zone out and just get into the zone. And I think that is exactly what he is doing here. And
well, yesterday in the OK category, of course, he managed to transform pole position to victory on both occasions.
Yeah.
Especially considering the second one, it was very close to not happening. So he did a fantastic job. The other winners yesterday, by the way, we've already mentioned it slightly, was Nikola Kuman, Thomas Stolchamanis and Jan Petrovski. So you're caught up in terms of what happened yesterday. It's going to be a tough one from the get-go, though, as there are going to be more battles for Alex Powell coming into the races today. And having won twice, he now wants to make it a hat-trick, and it's much easier to sort of follow the draw of the qualifying heats, because it's 50 points for the win now, 44 for second, 41 for third. Just when we got used to the old golf scorecard system, they change it up again. And it means that before you get to the final tomorrow, the maximum amount of points through the qualifying heats that the drivers can score equates to this weekend, because it doesn't always work out that weekend, 325. So if anybody comes through with 325 points at the end of the qualifying heats, they've won everything.
Yeah, you know they're done good.
They've done very well indeed.
They've done good.
There is a slight change as well to the way that championship points are also scored. The top 15 drivers score points across the qualifying heats and superheat. So the winner of that outcome scores 25 championship points. Then it is 20, 16, 13 and so on, all the way down to 1 point for 15th. The winner of the final actually comes away with 30 points. The fastest lap in the final also gets a bonus championship point. So we'll talk about that more when we get to the final tomorrow. But certainly 12 more laps of the OK qualifying heat, C versus E. And it's Alex Powell and Jan Petrovski, then Thomas Straven and Francisco Macedo, Sebastiano Pavan and Gilles Caranta, then Aaron Garcia and Lucas Amalisto, Martin Molnar and Adrian Ferrer from Teresa Babichkova and Eloy Gonzalez, Vasilios Michailidis and Finn McLaughlin, then Chi Newman and Louis Laveau, Joel Bergström and Miguel Costa from Simone Bianco and Alva Simesvara. Then it is Gazi Motlakar and Leo Nilsson, Petr Agiv and Dante Vinci, and at the back it is Zhang Shimo. So, interesting one for Alex Powell. 2 wins yesterday. Is there any more today?
Well, let's find out. Starting on pole position and, well, eager to get going. Look at flying away here in the formation lab, so getting everything up to temperature. Again, it's what you need. Do you know what? I don't like to I'll knock on wood on this one, but the clouds are looming a little bit on this one. I know it said it was only touch and go. It said it was going to be 30 degrees.
Oh dear. You've talked about the weather now.
I have.
Do you know how much...
Mechanics.
Do you know how much grief I got last year for talking about weather?
I spoke about it once at the iGames and I got shouted at tremendously. I did. Yeah. But you know what? Don't care. Talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to talk about it. The thing is as well, when you talk about weather...
Even Martin Bean's pointed at the sky thinking, yeah. No, he's not. He's saying one more lap.
Exactly.
Drives, yeah.
Do you know, people talk to me about talking about the weather. It's like, Jake, don't talk about it because something will happen. Do you really think that if my voice had that kind of power, I wouldn't have said I'm going to win the lottery next week?
Exactly.
It doesn't work like that, guys.
Exactly.
I have no power. Neither do you.
I am going to get grief, though, later. I can't
well, yeah, it's ridiculous. There were these superstitious nonsense. Alex Powell and Jan Petrovski from the front row of the grid. Thomas Straven and Francisco Macedo. Sebastiano Pavan and Gilles Caranta. Aaron Garcia, Lucas Amalisto, Martin Molnar, and Adrian Ferrer. And I'm fairly confident in stating that that is about 8 different teams in the top 10. So that's a pretty competitive run of things so far. I think only Tony Kart and Energy Course double up. So Martin Molnar trying to get a little bit closer to his new teammate, Gilles Caranta, of course, who's come into the team, having stepped up from junior last year. He was in the Yana Racing fold in X30 Racing and has now stepped up to the Energy Course team with Mick Panagada's squad. So this is going to be fascinating. Alex Powell now trying to get level with Jan Pestrovsky as they come off the final turn. This is going to be touch and go as to whether this forms up correctly or not. This is going to be a little bit tight at the back. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Well done. Alex Powell launches away, and he's going to go with Thomas Strauven. A little bit of support from Sebastiano Pavan as the field goes through. Oh. And there's contact to spin in the middle of the field, and I'm afraid it's game over for one of the Leclercs. That's Aaron Garcia, and getting spat out is Lucas Samalisto. So Garcia and Samalisto have absolutely no luck at all on the start. There's been a couple of drivers skating off at the chicane as well. But a big problem for Garcia and Samalisto. It was Alva Simas Vara on the Ward Racing Tony kart that hopped over the curbs. But I'm afraid Garcia and Samalisto are out of this one already.
Well, looking like they're trying to get it started there and not to happen. And that is a disaster. Those karts now retiring from the race. Huge disaster then at the start at turn 1. Not what you want to see midway through the race. And I was speaking to some of the drivers last night, and they do say if you get a DNF at the end of these races, it's your weekend over. You've got to just keep going. You don't want to lose out on those points.
Well, that's the thing. There are 80 drivers competing in the senior category. Look who's in third. That is Vasilios Michailidis, the Forza Racing driver from Greece, has picked his way through the carnage and now finds himself in third position. Vasi Michailidis is having a fairy tale.
You like this one. Bergstrom's in P5, 12 positions gained as well. So 2 drivers who have really shot up the order on that first lap. Fantastic first laps.
Amazing. Martin Molnar and Gilles Caranta were the ones that really got run off the road there at the first corner. They had to pick it off and get out of the way, and they are now 21st and 22nd, so the Energy Course drivers really struggling. But, well, Michailidis has dropped to 4th now behind Jan Pestrovsky. Bergstrom still doing a fair job in 5th place ahead of Macedo. Then McLaughlin, Babachkova, Strauven and Chi Newman running in 10th position ahead of Louis Leveau and Adrian Ferrer, Famelo Gonzalez and Migi Costa. And the Gazi Motlakar has made up 6, Zhang Shimo has made up 9, and then Bianco, Simas Vara, Nilsson and Vinci have all come through ahead of their competitors, with Petr Agiv the only one down to the back. Here comes the big move up the inside from the Beyond driver. That is Chi Newman trying to get through on the inside past Teresa Babachkova, but it doesn't work. And now Adrian Ferrer is going to get his move up the inside, and neither driver wants to give best there. So it's really caused a chain reaction further down the pack.
It has indeed. I'm keeping an eye, though, on Sebastiano Pavan, and that gap, I think, is slightly coming down. It is chopping and change between the two of them, looking very, very close there. Powell, though, is maintaining this one, and again, just keeping an eye on that gap, not looking behind, just staying true to the word there and just keeping his head tucked in, working his best out there. Keep an eye on it. 3.15 now. It has come down considerably, and now as they go on to the start-finish straight, I reckon that slipstream might come into effect. It has. 0.2 of a second.
Well, Finn McLaughlin has managed to get past Joel Bergstrom to get into 5th position. Macedo, Strauven, Babachkova, Ferrer, Newman, Leveau, Costa and Zhang as they run through in the top 15. Gonzalez is in 15th at the moment, but Jan Pestrovsky has set the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place as the 2 Tony Kart factory drivers try to charge after the Jamaican Alex Powell, who runs for the Prema Racing team up at the front end of the field on the Kart Republic. Alex Powell, the Mercedes F1 Junior, still giving it good guns, trying to catch up to his fellow Mercedes juniors, Frederic Vesti and Andrea Kimi Antonelli in the world of cars. But obviously, he's still got to cut his teeth in the world of karting. And Alex Powell doing a fantastic job and putting the Caribbean on the map in the world of motorsport.
Really has done, and now it's starting to heat up. So this is where we'll see the best out of these 2 drivers now, as Pavan and Powell are about to go to battle here on lap 5 and down the inside in towards turn 1. Sebastiano Pavan gets that move done, moves up into the race lead, but watch Powell now, as Powell will now start to think, right, where can I now go for the move back? We'll watch for maybe a lap or so, or maybe we'll just go into the next 2 corners. We'll see as the gap approaches here. No, stays behind, doesn't think of it yet as McLaughlin, fastest lap of the race, 55.391. Not closing in on these drivers, though, but this is now looking interesting as Pavan looks like he's opening the gap.
Well, this is how Powell got the job done in the 2nd race yesterday, if you remember. He let the leader go. He said, right, if you're going to go for the move, you may as well take it. I'll just slot in behind. I'll cut my way forward. Now, this is the replay off the start. Let's see what happened in the middle of the gaggle. we're going to see, we just got the aftermath of that, unfortunately. Garcia and Samalisto getting spat out of the race. I didn't really see what happened to the energy courses. Now that is the Ward. That is the Ward going over. That was Alvacimas Vara missing the chicane a little further round. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see what happened to Gilles Caranta and Martin Molnar, but they're currently doing their best tribute act to the Driven movie. They are Sylvester Stallone and Kip Paggi right now, just double timing the whole field as they charge their way back together.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
There we are, currently 17th and 19th. I think Molnar's going to follow Gilles Caranta past Alvacimas Vara before too long. But look, Alex Powell, this is exactly what he did yesterday. Yes, he's lost the lead, but he hasn't lost the will to win. He's still just keeping in behind Pavan. He's just looking after the tyres, looking after the engine, not pushing it too hard, not letting Pavan get too far away. He's making this work. Here's the battle in the middle. Now watch the two energy course carts. They have to take avoiding action round the outside of Garcia, and then Garcia just goes into the back of Samalisto. And look, you can see that Molnar and Caranta have ended up in the grass. That's how they dropped to the back of the field.
Yeah, Samalisto there was just unfortunate to clip the back there of Aaron Garcia, and unfortunately did result in a retirement from the race, which was a huge shame to see. Powell here now, I believe, is coming under pressure from Petrovsky. The two Tony Kart drivers are working well here, looking very, very quick. Powell maintaining it as Caranta now, fastest lap of the race. Like you say, he's working quick. He's getting through the field there. Is Caranta still there, P17. I think Powell's seen this now and has reacted, and I think has now latched onto the back of Pavan. So Alex Powell not thinking, I'm not going to lose 2 places here. I'm going to start fighting back.
Absolutely right. Offense and defense in the same measure. We've got a kart spat off the road at the far side of the course and recovering. So
Leo Nilsson.
It was Leo Nilsson. Yeah, he missed the timing beacon, but he has managed to get back on, having only lost about 2 places. So Leo Nilsson just recovering. Jan Petrovsky sets the fastest lap of the race, a 55.2 compared to Pavan on a 55.5 and Powell on a 55.4. So Petrovsky wants to get the move on Alex Powell before Powell gets the move on Pavan. But he may need to sit behind him. He may need to be patient here and go with Powell. When Powell gets his opportunity to go past Pavan, Petrovsky needs to be there right with him to try and get into second position and then go for the move. This may need to be a long game plan.
It may need to be a long game plan, but it might not be a long game plan for Petrovsky because he's now right on the rear bumper now of Alex Powell. And Powell here, who is not looked over the shoulder just as of yet, will be aware because you'll be able to hear the kart right behind and you'll feel like the nose cone just bumping up against the back as they bump draft down the main straight. But are we going to see a move in towards turn 1 because he'll have the slipstream effect here? Not close enough. Yes, he is close enough. He is going to go for the move down through turn 1. Powell holds on to it though. Like you say, Powell there, crucially, is not fighting back instantly. Just saying, right, okay, yeah, you go through. I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to maintain my tyres. I'm going to look after it. Could be happy with a P3. May fight back a little bit later on, but time is running out.
But yet another race weekend potentially unravelling where before we've even got halfway through the weekend, no one driver can be dominant. That's
well, exactly,
OK and OK Junior all over, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, as we're on lap 9 now, and again, you still see this battle progress. Now Tony Kart 1-2 out on track, so Pavan and Brzezinski, Powell still there in P3. McLaughlin's now up into 4th. He's gained 10 positions on this one. He's doing well. Now, where is he in terms of this group that we're watching? He's there all on his own.
Yeah,
he's got no one next to him, in front of him, behind. There, you can just see him with VDK. But he has done well with VDK. Like I say, he's just moved to the team and now putting a good effort in. And he's doing all the championships within RGMMC, isn't he? He's doing the IM Euro Series. He's doing this one, the Champions of the Future, and doing the FIA European Championship as well. So, you know, jumping into a new team like that and doing all 3 of those championships is a real weight on the shoulders.
Well, he's filled the slot perfectly at VDK, left open by Evan Gilter, hasn't he? So Gilter has obviously departed to go to car racing this year, and he did a couple of race meetings with another team. But here, Finn McLaughlin really has asserted himself quite well. The Irishman is definitely the country's strongest charge for a couple of years now.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got a chance here to really put Irish motorsport back on the map once again. And Finn McLaughlin, he's there in 4th place, as you say, in no man's land to a certain extent. But now we could see something interesting because we've got Pavan and Petrovsky And like you said before, there are no team championships, there are no team orders. The only thing that they tell you is don't hit each other. We don't want the aggro back in the awning. This could get interesting for Powell, sat in third, watching the Tony Kart teammates go to battle.
Rule number 1 in motorsport is don't hit your teammate. And this time around, we'll have to see that rule come into effect as we see these two now battle on these last couple of laps. Down in towards the infield section as they go through the back straight. No moves there from Petrovsky. And things against it through turn number 10. Now as they go back onto the back straight, they go. And now the slipstream comes in. You won't see a move on this lap into the final corner. It's way too risky. The only time you'll see a move like that is either on the first lap or the very last lap that you'll see it. Are we going to see Petrovsky go for the same move he did on Powell earlier on in towards turn 1? I don't think he's close enough this time around. Maybe he might just stay behind at this point.
But Pavan knows he's there and moves to cover the line. So the more that he compromises his own racing line, the more opportunities Jan Petrovsky may actually get to throw this up the inside. Watch into the left-hander. They go into the right. Watch Petrovsky. He'll try and dive out, but Pavan protects it quite nicely. Just be careful, boys. You do not want to be up in front of Senior Rabazzi, having taken each other out and robbing the team of a 1-2 finish. And I would not want to trade any places with any driver that did that. So they work through the left hairpin, up to the right hairpin. Petrovsky and Pavan having a great little duel, but Sebastiano Pavan, the Italian, doing a fantastic job to hold on in front of Jan Petrovsky. There's something about being an Italian driving for Tony Kart. It is like being an Italian for Ferrari in Formula One. There is such a big passion for racers at this particular point. Pavan covering, but Petrovsky's got a good run. This could go down to the line, but Pavan holds it. Lovely job from Sebastiano Pavan. Perfect defense, perfectly measured, kept the speed high enough. And Sebastiano Pavan comes through for the win.
Yes, he does indeed. Compared to Zuera last weekend, this is a much shorter run to the start-finish line out of the final corner. So yes, you can get the result, but you can't quite get the momentum you need to actually fully get alongside unless it's all gone petong into that final chicane. But there, Sebastiano Pavan, the 243 for the Tony Kart Racing team. He takes the win in the OK qualifying heat, and he'll be happy with that one. Petrovsky takes second from Alex Powell, who did a good job staying in third place. Yes, may have lost 2 places, but looked strong all the way throughout. Finn McLaughlin, who took 4th place, 10 positions gained with that one, a brilliant race results. And then CRG up into the top 5 with Francisco Macedo, losing 1 place, dropping to P5, had a group behind as well of Teresa Babichkova, P6. Good result for Teresa. And they will come back into the pit lane now. Edgeron Ferreira then will finish in P7 from Vasilio Michailidis, who finishes in P8. Louis Leveau and Thomas Straven rounds out the top 10 from Jules Caranta. Eloy Gonzalez and Simon Bianco, Miguel Costa and Martin Molnar, Zhang Shimo and Alvar Sivasvara, Chi Newman and Joel Bergstrom, Dante Vinci and Leon Nilsson, Gazi Moldakar and Peter Agiv to retirement, Aaron Garcia and Luca Samalisto out of turn 1.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for both drivers, wasn't it? They really couldn't have ended the race at a worst possible time straight into that first corner. It was always going to be pretty treacherous and pretty tricky out there on the course. Right, we are going to continue on with the races battle through. We've heard from all of our pole position sitters for each of the races today, so we're going to hear from a few more of the drivers over the course of the rest of this morning and the afternoon. And we're going to have a really good time of it as the races battle on. And we're going to have a fabulous time of it as the races continue. You just saw Sebastiano Pavan getting out of the kart, looking pretty refreshed and vigorous. Hopefully he'll be able to have a word with Vida very shortly. But here's that start again. Look, it just bumps up, and you can see, look, a little bit of bumping and boring already before they even get to the contact point. Then it's an unsettled kart in the middle as everybody just gets spat out. Garcia is the one that gets the big hit, and then he chops across. The Energy Course karts have to avoid him, and he just spears into the side of Lucas Samalisto. An innocent victim there, Aaron Garcia. Nothing he could have done.
Yeah, Simasvara there you saw just taking to the outside line there through turn 3, completely missing the corner, effectively thinking, oh no, there's way too much happening there, I'll cut it. And there you saw the brilliant win from Pavan. It was a solid race all the way throughout, wasn't it? They're the next group getting themselves lined up, ready to go in this one. Back to OKJ. But we're ready down at the pit lane, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. Down in pit lane, we have Sebastiano Pavan, hopefully with Vera Virtanen.
congratulations.
Thank you. It was a really difficult heat, but me and my teammate Jan made a really good job. I want to thank Tony Carter, my mechanic, for the great work, and we see what we can do after.
Yeah, it looked a little bit at first, it was a little bit of cat and mouse with Alex. He pulled away a little bit and you came on him, and then when you finally had the move, you actually set the fastest lap time so far.
Yeah, it was really difficult. It was really fast in my first part of the race. After a little bit of laps, I became faster. I passed him, and I tried to stay more concentrated as possible and look forward and not look back and win the race.
All right, I'll say good luck to you, and we hope we get another one this weekend as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera, and thank you very much so to Sebastiano Pavan as well. A great breakthrough victory for the Italian there. And what a fantastic performance it's been from Sebastiano Pavan so far this weekend. He's really stepped into this mould at Tony Kart. Into senior, it's very, very tough to get that sort of, just get over that little bit of a bump of, well, this is the senior category now. I really have to step up my A game and I have to take on my teammates and prove my worth. But he's really taken to it well.
He has, yeah. It's done well for him, and like you say, coming away with that race victory, nice little bump in the confidence with the team, and I'm sure we'll see some good things as the racing progresses throughout this weekend. Next race, though, is on your screens. OK Junior qualifying heat, Group A and D. This is the second time we're seeing Group A out on track. It's the first time that we're seeing Group D, I'm pretty sure. Or is it the second time?
I think it might be the first time, actually. It's hard to keep track.
It is hard to keep track. There's so many heats. It's just... I'm just checking.
I think it might be the first time the juniors have come out in Group D today. So
yes, it is. Yes.
And then after the OK qualifying heat of Group D, everybody will have seen everybody for at least once today. So
yes.
It will make sense, honestly. We're going to have the battles from pole position. Tibor Ramakers lining up alongside Elliot Kaczynski, I believe that is,
yes,
who is alongside on the front row of the starting grid. He's another one who's really come into this second season now in junior. He really has this sort of pressure around him. He put himself under a lot of stress last year, and he had the speed, he had the tenacity, but he would make a couple of mistakes too many over the course of the qualifying heats and not quite be in the starting position for a super heat or a final that he deserved to be. This year, he seems to have shaken all of that aside, and now he really has the authority to command his troops from the front.
Like I say, yeah, and he's done well. Qualifying was a good result, and he starts in these ones, you know, on the front rows, but this time he's on the outside line, and that, again, is going to be a challenge for him. But just see how he gets on. It's going to be a crucial one. Again, it's a long weekend here. There are plenty of heats, and it's constant. It's back to back to back to back all the way throughout the day. For us, and then the drivers, they do get a little bit of a break. Race goes out. It is qualifying heat A and D.
So the VDK and the Ward Racing satellite teams on the front of the grid from Forza and DPK. Satellite teams all the way on the top four, and their ambition is to win. The manufacturers, of course, they have a win on Sunday, sell on Monday policy. Tibor Ramakers and Elliot Kaczynski on the front row, then Lewis Werrell and Nicolas Schaufler from Noah Montero and Vivek Cantan, Christian Costoya and Jack Eiliff from Alfie Slater and Scott Marsh, Boris Leisen and Matt Corby from Sandro Perez and Matthias Orjuela, Hugo Marti and Luna Flusha from Jensen Burnett and Ethan Lennon, Gabriel Kunikan and Thomas Genda from Alexander Chartier and Miki Velasquez, then Sun Zhao Yu and Louis Cochet, Gerasim Skulinov and Jackson Burns, Mero Beldes, Luca Horton and Henry Domain, having once again to fight back from the tail end.
He did well in his first heat earlier on to get through the order. Will it be the same this time around? Henry Domain fans, stay tuned to find out more about that one. Of course, 2 formation laps on this one as they go through. And again, Kaczynski on this one has got the opportunity to come away with a good result as well through it. It's been tough so far today because Kaczynski isn't really in the sort of top area of the qualifying heat points at the moment. Antonov is at the top of that one, of course, but they've had the extra heat. These drivers is their first time out today, so they will have the opportunity to get themselves in that top order at the end of this race. We'll just have to see how that goes about. So they make their way round again. A trying time for the drivers. It's the start of the season. A lot of them have had practice here at the circuit. A lot of them are new, and you just think at this stage, you know, a lot is going through their mind as they get themselves ready for this one. And it's that fragile stage. When you get into the junior category, you know that people are going to start watching you. Even in the cadet age, you know, people are going to start noticing drivers. But when you get into the juniors, that's where it really becomes that little bit more crucial to make sure that your weekends go the way you want them to, that you show the maturity in the category. And I think that is what we see in the junior OK category here at Valencia. We've seen it so far, but we've also seen the red mist descend.
We certainly have, yeah. And that's the thing, that once the tension starts to build, it can be very difficult to sort of rein that emotion in, and that's where things get a little bit more intense, and you do have to do a little bit of homework there to a certain extent to just kind of rein yourself in a little bit and keep it nice and cool, keep it a little bit chilled. There's a lot that can happen at this certain point. So some great battles continuing on as the drivers now get themselves geared up, ready for another great showing. Tibor Ramakas, Elia Kaczynski, Lewis Werrell, Nicholas Schaufler, then Montero, Canthan, Kostyoya, Eilif, here we go, up to the first corner. Good shuffle of the deck, the inside line going strong. And so it's Ramakas, Werrell and Montero through the first turn. Everybody keeping it nipped and tucked as they run through. Everybody trying to negotiate without taking to the grass. So far, so good. Montero dropping back now behind Kaczynski, who finds his way back through into third position. Couple of drivers having to take to the curbs. But out in front, Ramakas, no worries. Werrell in second. Third, Kaczynski. Fourth, Montero.
Yeah, nice battle all the way throughout. I saw one of the DPK carts just in the background getting squeezed onto the runoff area. I think that was Nicholas Schaufler, who has dropped way down in the order after not a great start from that outside row. Again, the outside row really didn't work going through turn one. Now they're all going to have to try and battle back for positions. But Ramakas, who leads the way pretty comfortably. Lewis Werrell has held on to that second place spot as well, so is now into that spot, and they are breaking away. So as they come out of the final corner, back over the start-finish line, it is still Ramakas from Werrell, Kaczynski from Montero, Kostyoya, Slater, Nathan Schaufler, Marti, and Marsh, who lead the top 10 away. We've got Marti, 6 places gained at the start of that lap.
Very good start to proceedings then for Hugo Marti, on home soil, of course. But Tibor Ramakas for Belgium, running out in the lead of the race once again for VDK. Then Lewis Werrell, Kaczynski, Montoya, Kostyoya doing a fair job, also on home soil. Alfie Slater up 3 places, very much starting to be very similar in terms of his pace to his older brother Freddie, who has really made karting his playground over the last 4 seasons. But now Alfie Slater hoping to take his own place in the Slater family dynasty in terms of winning races and winning championships. He's certainly doing a fair job to start the season up in the top 6. It was always going to be a tough mission to get into the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team and really charge towards the front end with so many impeccable talents, but he's doing a fair job. Up in front is, just behind him, sorry, is Vivek Canthan and Hugo Marti, 2 drivers not used to running in the top 6 at OK Junior level, so they're definitely making the most of it. Nicholas Schaufler, as you mentioned earlier, dropping back, is now P9. So he's trying to hold on in front of Scott Marsh and Jack Eilif.
We are watching on your screen your race leader at the moment, Belgium's Timo Ramakas for the VDK Racing team. He's got a good commanding lead at the moment, 7/10 of a second from Forza Racing's Lewis Werrell, who you can see in the background just in that orange liveried kart, working to close in on Ramakas. Kaczynski, though, now for Ward Racing, still there in third as well, holding off the rest of the karts. It's one of the Kart Republic karts, Noah Montero, now up into P4, gaining another position. So, like you say, 3 of the satellite teams leading as they go through. Again, no chopping and changing. Any karts diving out of the slipstream? No, this time around. So they're all just slotted into a train at the moment. The lull has formed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I love this dynamic at this level that you just don't get in other forms of motorsport quite to this level. I mean, you do once you get to sort of sports cars and whatever, but in karting, it's quite prominent. You've got these 2 types of teams. You've got the manufacturers, your Tony Karts, your Birol-Arts, your Kart Republics, your Paralins, your Sodi Karts, who are absolutely determined to showcase that at the weekends, they can get the job done, and that means that when you come to buy your kart, you choose our option. Yes. In the races, you get these guys, from Ricky Flynn, for example, the 27 Alfie Slater getting through on Christian Kostyoya. These are the real racers. These teams like VDK, Forza, you've got the Ward Racing team in there, you've got DPK Racing, you've got Koski Motorsport. These guys really want to showcase some incredible racing. They are just determined to win. Win, win, win. That's how the team stays afloat. And they are so passionate for it. Here's a replay of the start. Watch the inside line. They're just absolutely glued together. And watch Kaczynski. Look, he's able to find a little bit of momentum around the outside. Just about tucks into P4. That's enough for him to then make the bid to go for Montero. Had he not made that move on Montero, I don't think you'd be finding Kaczynski anywhere near to the front end of the field. But Ramakas is really settling into a flow now. 56.0 compared to everybody else in the 56.2s and 3s.
That there is a sign of a driver who is in the zone.
Yeah.
Is not worried about anything right now. It's just constantly setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and it's just driving away from the rest of the field. The gap now is nearly a second. It did come down through that second sector though, so maybe there was a little touchy moment there for Ramekes, but all is good so far as he heads back through the final corner. And again, you just think at this sort of age, showing such professionalism, it is brilliant to see, isn't it?
It's wonderful that these guys are able to really do it at their pace as well.
Yes, yeah.
The thing I love the most about this sport, I think more than anything else, is you really get to figure out how these drivers are developing, where their mentality is coming from, how they are going to nurture it into winning Grand Prix and touring cars and Le Mans 24-hour races and these sort of things. You really can start to see the mentality, the click of the finger. It's almost like a light switch in the head of some of these kids, and they just go, that's how I unlock my potential. That's how I get my pace to really rise up. So it can be fascinating to really see as these drivers all obviously learn at their own speed. It's like the world of school, essentially. You know, they do learn at different paces, these kids. They're not always going to be the A-grade students. They're going to do it at their time. They're going to do it at their pace. And the opportunity to watch them do it, and when they really get a big result under their belt, that's when you really get to see all of the hard work paying off, and the satisfaction and the relief must be immense.
It really will be. It really will be. Gap now over 1.2 seconds as the two Paralympic teammates go to battle. Down the inside goes Vivek Kathan on Christian Costoya, gets up into P6. Thank you very much. I shall take that position as they go through. Back here though, and Werrell, is he becoming under pressure from Kaczynski? I'm not too sure. I think he could be.
He's dropping back quite consistently, isn't he? 1.4. We've had an off there up at the top end. That looks like Alexander Chartier in the Praga has unfortunately come off the road there up at the far end. We obviously saw him have his incident in the earlier race with Kimi Tani. So Chartier now having come off the road again, unfortunately. There is Tibor Ramekes though, 1.4 clear of Lewis Werrell, and this is the end of lap 7. There is nobody winning this one other than Timo, is there?
Well, yeah, it's all going well so far, isn't it? Across the line, and this is looking a little bit interesting. We have 4 Paralympics in a row. You've got Marti at the back of it for Paralympics Spain, and then you've got the Paralympic Motorsport teams with Vivek Kathan, Christian Costoya, and Jack Eiliff. All line astern as they go through. Ramekes again, fastest lap of the race, 56.006. No dramas whatsoever. Elliot Kaczynski is closing in on Lewis Werrell. You just saw there into the braking zone that it was closed in. It has opened up a little bit now, but crucially more, Noah Montero has catched up to the back of Kaczynski.
Yeah, Montero's not far away, is he?
He's not. I would say he's in lunge distance already. We'll just have to see as they come back down the back straight, but no one's touching this chap here on your screen. Timo Ramekes now 1.7, consistently driving away.
This is the difficulty for Timo Ramekes. He's going to have to learn some English words at some point, isn't he? Because he keeps winning. We're going to have to keep talking to him. Here's the move. Kaczynski tries. He wasn't quite close enough to Lewis Werrell. He thought he had the momentum. Hasn't been able to quite get it sorted, and I think there was a warning flag going out as the drivers came past the pits that time. So somebody else is in the mix.
Louis Cochet, warning flag, number 39.
Oh, here comes the opportunity. Kaczynski trying to shake off Montero. He really wants to be attacking Werrell, but unfortunately missing out on that move means he's now got to go defensive as Timo Ramekes is about to make it 3 wins out of 3. And up the inside, there comes the move from Noah Montero.
Yeah, Montero there could sense the overtake was on. As soon as, like you say, that failed move there on Werrell, he knew that he was going to be able to do it, and now that's released Werrell. Crucially as well, that's allowed Alfie Slater to close up into this battle, the Ricky Flint driver from the UK. 4 positions gained there in P5, is latching on to the back of these two as instantly fighting back. Kaczynski goes back on the inside of Montero, gets that position done, and now Alfie Slater is definitely involved in this battle.
A really good run between Kaczynski and Montero now that we're on the Ultima Vuelta, the final lap. Here's the move from Montero, dives through, and watch out for Slater. He thought he had an opportunity there as well. Montero gets the move. Slater's going to get the chance off the inside. He's going to see the gap, but he can't quite commit to it as he has to place the car on the curb in order to even get level. So that was a big one for Alfie Slater. Couldn't quite finish off the job, unfortunately, and it looks as though Jackson Burns has dropped right to the back of the field. Jack Iliff has had an off, and I'm afraid his race has come to an end as Shun Zhao Yu has ended up with a warning flag. Thibaut Ramekes looks over his shoulder. He has absolutely danced his way to the victory in qualifying E-Day versus D, and it's 3 from 3 for Thibaut Ramekes, the Belgian controlling things at the moment. Lewis Werrell in second, Noah Montero third. It's going to need to be Thibaut Ramekes getting the English phrase book out of this race because he's just winning everything.
Yeah, he's going to have to brush up on that one, isn't he? Because he's going to have to be interviewed several times, I suspect, over this weekend. But what a solid drive, though.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. I said to him, you know, if you don't want to be interviewed anymore, all you've got to do is finish second.
Yeah,
that's all you've got to do.
Stop winning.
But no, he keeps on banging in the victories. He now has 150 points. That's only 6 more, though, than Stepan Antonov. So the game is definitely not won yet for Thibaut Ramekes. It's certainly started in the best possible manner. There's a lot more work still to do. He's definitely gone about it the right way for the moment. Lewis Werrell in second, Noah Montero in third from Kaczynski and Alfie Slater, and they were 7 seconds clear of the next card. Just shows you that when things go well, things go really, really well.
Exactly that. So they'll make their way back into the pit lane then, and we will hopefully be chatting to our race winner in that one, Thibaut Ramekes. Rest of the field though, Lewis Werrell, Noah Montero, Kaczynski, Slater, Gazan Kostoya, Schaufler, Marty and Burnett with a top 10 in that one. Jenson Burnett for Ricky Flynn, the Canadian driver. Solid drive in that one. 7 positions gained, the same as Hugo Marty, just up ahead. Scott Marsh at the end of that one finishes just outside the top 10 from Boris Lazen. Sandro Perez finishes in P13. Now, Sandro was very quick here again, but this time around is just maintaining that steady pace. Sandro is a driver that comes in quite late into the weekend, isn't he?
Absolutely, he always kind of has that sort of comeback kid mentality. Matt Corby in 14th, Ethan Lennon in 15th place, Gerasim Skudinov made up 9 places, Henry Domain made up 12 from the back. Matthias Orjuela in front of Gabriel Kunekan, and Luna Flusha in 20th place in front of Louis Cochet and Mickey Blaskos. Then Sun Zhao Yu, Luca Horton, Thomas Gender, and Merel Peldes in front of Jackson Burns. And then the 2 retirements, Jack Iliff and Alexander Chartier, unfortunately retiring from the race, the American and the Canadian, although Chartier actually runs under an Italian license due to the entry of the IPK official team. So, battling stuff, and Thibaut Ramekes has made it 3 wins out of 3. We've already spoken to him over the course of the weekend, so I have a feeling that Vida Virtanen is going to try and find either Lewis Werrell or Noah Montero down there in the pits so that we can try and talk to as many of the personalities in the paddock as we possibly can. It's not just one driver's show, so we're going to get ourselves ready as well at the same time for the OK qualifying heat in groups A versus D, and they are going to get themselves geared up and ready with Enzo Tyrvanichkal and Nathan Tai leading the charge on the even side of the starting grid. Let's have a look back over the highlights from a couple of the choice moments of the race. Just watch the inside line. The top 4 drivers absolutely glued together as they run through. And that's where they're able to gain a decent advantage on the competitors in the field. A little bit of nudging, a little bit of moments out there on the course, but it is going to be a really exciting run for all of the contenders out front.
Yes, it is. So as they go through the rest of the replays, as they race through that one, this was that was the move that Kaczynski went for, and it just didn't work out, and Montaro could smell that and tried to come back through the field. There was the move as Montero went through, and Slater came into play as well, and we thought Slater was going to get involved in that one also. No one can stop this man though. Thibaut Ramekes, who crosses the line, 2.5 seconds clear from the rest of the field.
Well, Thibaut Ramekes is down there in pit lane having taken his victory. Vida Virtanen is ready to speak with him.
All right, Thibaut, congratulations. Can I have a comment in French about your race?
Merci, c'était une très chouette course. J'ai mené depuis tout le temps et j'avais beaucoup de vitesse. Puis après j'ai géré et voilà.
All right, merci.
De rien.
Thank you, Vera. A quick catch-up with Thibaut Ramacus in French. He doesn't say much, even in his own language. He's quite quiet. I think we're going to start calling him Secret Squirrel before long. But Thibaut Ramacus doing a fantastic job. He was just commenting very vaguely there, you know, once he managed to get himself into a decent position, it's just about managing tyres, focusing on his apexes and just getting the rhythm together. Was that a perfect run for him, really?
It was, yeah. You can't fault the drive like that. I mean, yes, okay, granted, it's not exciting, but I'm sure he loved it.
Not exciting, dear, oh dear.
What?
It's a punishing compliment there.
Well, no. Okay.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
From a spectator's point of view, I think from the mechanics and the team and everything like that, they're thinking, yes, that's brilliant, that's perfect.
That's our job done.
Yeah, exactly. It's done, sorted. But then you think, you got to think from his point of view there, be like, God, don't need to defend. Because I've done it easy. Because I've done that. You know, I've tested loads of karts, and I remember I would have to test several karts throughout a day. And
it's just driving around.
You just get a bit bored after a while, I'm not going to lie. But
it's just driving around.
Exactly. If you know the circuit and you've done it 1,000 times and everything like that, it just becomes one of those things where you're just like, yeah, there's that corner, there's that corner, there's that corner.
I get what you mean.
When's lunch? Like.
I mean, Thibaut does have a bit of a reputation around this place. When he was in the Mini in the Junior X30 brigades, he has massive speed around this place. He does know it very well. So once you get the hang of the OK Junior kart, you can really make, you know, steady progress and work the way forward. So we're going to have another battle, and for the D group, this is the first time we've seen them out on the circuit over the course of the weekend. Goodness me, the wind is properly
really
threatening to tear our commentary box to pieces at the moment. Enzo Tarvanichko in the Red Bull colours of the Prema team. He's there on the front row of the starting grid to the right of your screen. The junior world champion last year after that thrilling performance at Sarno where he charged his way through and took the victory. The first Thai driver ever to win the World Championship title. They've won the World Cup before, thanks to Alex Albon, but they had never won a World Championship title until Enzo Tarvanichko rocked up to Sarno last year. Stepping up to senior, and now in Red Bull colours. Does this add to the pressure, or does this just keep the ball flowing?
Again, that is the big debate, isn't it, that we are talking about over this weekend? Does being, you know, having that F1 team on your shoulder provide more pressure, or does it not? Personally, I think it does in a way, but only in some aspects. I think it only does it when, you know, if you struggle throughout the weekend. If you don't, then, yeah, you don't really see the pressure still. But because, again, they're watching everything that you're doing across it. They're watching how you are, your driving style. They're watching how mature you are out on track. They're watching your interviews. They're watching this. You know, everything that you do is under scrutiny. So, yes, I think it can pile on the pressure a little bit.
I tell you what has changed a little bit in Enzo Tarvanichko in the last few months since he became world champion. I'm a big fan of Enzo. He was a very chirpy, very friendly, very bubbly kind of character. Always had bags of energy. Loved to bring out the best of that in his teammates when he was in Tony Kart. He was the party animal of the team and really had this sort of great chemistry to bring people up and really bring the best out of everybody. Since the transition to Kart Republic, since getting into Red Bull, since coming into Prema Racing, there's an air of authority about him now.
Yeah.
He kind of knows what he can do. He knows what he's capable of. It was always kind of, well, let's just come into this weekend and see what happens. Now he knows he's a world champion, so it's now, right, I've got to take on a different mentality. I can really unlock the ruthless streak that I know I've got. And I've got that confidence in myself. I've got that ability to be a little bit more dictatorial out there on the course. And it's the making of him. It really has been the coming-of-age moment. Jimmy Elias and Enzo Tarvanichko, front row of the grid. Arthur Poulain and Nathan Tai from Nacho Tunion and David Walter. Maciej Gladish and Emanuele Olivieri from Rennie Lammers and Kirill Kutskov. Then Kiana Blum and Marlo Bollier, Luigi Coluccio and Nicolas Roos. Adam Hideg and Jacob Rashki. Then it is Maxim Orlov and Emili Koivisto. Zoe Florescu and Marcus Saita from Max Popov and Anea Frey. Then Ronnie Stefani, Ivo Besterda, Leon Hirfors and Ryan Vincent at the back of the grid.
This is going to be an interesting one. Like we say, some very quick drivers in this one. Poulain and Tarvanichko, that there is a combination of names that I think is going to be one to keep an eye on. That will be a great battle.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the two Frenchmen who gave it gusto last time round, and Tarvanichko really trying to put his name up on the top spot in his first race of the weekend on television in Champions of the Future.
You got Nathan Tai as well, just involved in there. So you've got a junior, OK champion in Champions of the Future, and then you've got a junior OK champion in terms of a World Championship, all within a couple of spaces of each other. oh, it's going to be a good one.
And just 3 places back, you've got Maciej Gladiš, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion. So there's so many big names in this field from the world of junior stepping up into senior. And even then, in between them, you've got excuse me, I'll try that again. We've got Nacho Tunion and David Walter, who have both put on some excellent performances in their first year in senior last year. So there's a lot of firepower up at the front end of this particular heat. I'm really starting to think, you know, you add people like Powell and Piotrowski and Nakamura to the mix, you're starting to think about the preview for the final.
God, oh, wow. Yeah, actually, now you've said it.
When you imagine you're going to have like 15, 16 drivers of that caliber going for the win in the final, that's why we get excited about this, mate. That's why it's so impressive at this level.
Set your alarms tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're here watching. You're not going to want to miss
12
it.
o'clock European time.
You're not going to want to miss it.
Absolutely not. Jimmy Helias and Enzo Tarmanichkul then, front row of the grid for this particular qualifying heat. Jimmy Helias is kind of waiting for them all to catch up to him.
I say, yeah, the field, they need to get themselves sorted out.
I wonder if this is psychological.
It could be.
They'll try any trick to try and, you know, outfox the guy in pole position. They'll make him wait. They'll make him change his tactics a little bit. There's all these little tricks, all these little things that try and get under the skin of your opponent. And Enzo Tarmanichkul has raced Jimmy Helias many times before. He knows him of old. Are we going for a race start? We are. Up to the first corner. Inside line's going to have the advantage. Helias, Poulain. Tarmanichkul trying to run right round the outside. He'll tuck into 3rd position as the field works its way through. Nicely done. So Tarmanichkul doesn't lose a massive amount of time. And off the road go 2 karts. Further back into Parolin and Nikoski. Overshooting goes one of the CRGs. So several drivers already having to take avoiding action off the first lap. And it's Nicolas Roos, the South African, that had to take avoiding action on the first lap. Helias, the back end's actually kicking out as he goes round on the first lap. And Arthur Poulain has already got pressure from Tarmanichkul up the inside. Lovely job in a P2.
Yeah, gets it done. This is a good start then from the entire grid as they go through. There, the 222, you can see Nacho Tunon, who is now coming through as well. He's going to be battling. He's gained a couple of positions there as they go through. But crucially here, after one lap, Jimmy Helias there, he was saying his tyres, he was going sideways out of the corner, pushing it as much as possible, gaining as much momentum on that first lap. Is that too much? As down the inside here, Tunon gets it done as the wind picks up as they make their way through turn 1. And again, that, you know, a crucial gust like that where you're mid-corner, that can play havoc, can't it?
I think that was a little bit of hesitation from Tunion on the way in because he caught the headwind. And
yeah.
The problem is, it doesn't come at you straight as you come up the main straight. It comes at you from an angle. Tunion now gets the move on Tarmanichkul, and Poulain comes through as well. So does Maciej Gladiš. I wonder again if that's a counter-production of just a little bit of a moment where Tarmanichkul's had to focus on getting the turn in because he's the first one to reach the corner with that gust of wind hitting him at a certain angle, and that's opened it up for Tunion, Poulain and Gladiš. They've just all swept by.
Yeah, exactly what you mean. Again, we saw it on that previous race before where it just concertinaed all the way back through the field and then it all kicked off even further back as well after a move like that. But it all seems to have calmed down now. Back onto the start-finish straight. What's the gap? The gap is just under a second that they've got. So they've got to try and work together now with drivers chopping and changing all the way through the field. René Lammers looking like he went for a move there on Nathan Ty. I believe he got that one done as he went through. As now you can start to see Tunon, who's just now trying to reel in Helias, but has he got the pace? Is back down the inside, Gladiš on Poulain, and Poulain now dropping down the order. He's got Tarmanichkul, who's now going to be the next one on the order, but Tarmanichkul's looking behind him as well. Tarmanichkul was under pressure.
This is not the way that the Prema driver wanted his weekend to start. He almost loses ground to Nathan Ty as he comes through up on the far side. Lammers through past Tarmanichkul. Now Olivieri through on the inside of Nathan Ty as a result of the Sodi Kart's unsuccessful attempt. So now they come through on the far side. Gladiš still trying to hunt down Nacho Tunion. This is much better from the pole. Gladiš really starting to unlock the potential of what the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris chassis has. This is a chance now for Maciej Gladiš. Whatever they got wrong in the earlier heat where he was able to run close to the top 5 but not actually go for the win, now it seems Maciej Gladiš has got it right and he is there in 3rd position challenging Nacho Tunion.
Yes, it is. David Volta, though, with the fastest lap of the race now, 55.416. Working well out on circuit, but keep an eye, like you say, on Gladiš, looking very, very quick out there. Who is that who's just coming through? Is that Lammers? I think it is. Yeah, Lammers has now got a clear piece of track. Here's a look at the race start then. And it was a relatively clean race start. Everyone round the first couple of corners unscathed. It was actually quite nice to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty much textbook. There were a couple of drivers that got it wrong, as you can see. So we saw one of the Paralins dropping back, and that was, I think, Ivo Besterda going off the road initially, but that's the move from Tarvanichkul. And then here comes Tunion. Dives through, gets the move on Poulain. It wasn't that long until the Spaniard found his own way back. There you go, on the inside line. Nicely done. Tarvanichkul's lost 1 place, lost 2 places, lost 3 places. That's how quick it can happen. And now look, Gladish all over the back of Nacho Tunion. They're 1.2 back from Helias. So Helias is not really going to have any issues here. Gladish, though, hunting down for the move on Tunion. And that was very nearly retaliation from Poulain.
For Paralin Motorsport, though, René Lammers, fastest lap of the race, is now latching on to the back here of Poulain. Poulain is under pressure here. It's become a 4-way battle for second place as they go through, and Lammers instantly on the move, instantly, not wasting any time, thinking, I've got the momentum here, I just need to get past. Now he's got plenty of time to try and close that gap up, because they did lose quite a lot of space there.
That's why Arthur Poulain was desperately trying to get past Maciej Gladish there with a move that didn't really come off, and that was because he knew if he waited around, René Lammers was going to make mincemeat of him on that lap. That's exactly what's happened. So Tunion and Gladish having a great battle for second position behind our race leader, Jimmy Helias. 4th place for Lammers, 5th for Poulain, then Olivieri, Coluccio, Tai, Kutskov, Walter, Tarvanichkul, Blum, Bollier, Saiter, and Hideg. Great racing so far. Interesting how the quality of the racing, I think, may actually have improved a little bit. I want to talk about this a little bit through the course of the day. It's hard to know when to bring it up, but at the moment it looks to have settled a tiny bit. The new alternative fossil-free fuel from P1. I mean, this has made such a massive impact. It was always going to be part of the sustainable charge forward. It's changed the smell of the paddock a little bit, but I'll tell you what it hasn't done is it hasn't ruined the racing. If anything, it's made it better.
Definitely so, yeah. I would agree with you on that one. It has made it a little bit closer and much more enjoyable, I think, for the fans at home who are watching, and welcome to all who are watching from around the world, as back down the inside, gets it done. Gladys under now in towards P2. Tanon is now struggling to do that position, but now he's got the option now of trying to catch up to Helias. Has he got enough time? Half race distance, I think he has. 1.5 seconds is the gap. Is that doable?
It's potentially doable. It all very much depends on how the crosswinds affect Helias up front, and it depends on how determined Tunion is to continue to run in second position ahead of Gladish, because now that he's lost the position to him, he may want to try and get it back again in a very determined stance, and that will cost them even more time to Helias. But certainly Maciej Gladish finding his corner, getting himself back into second place again. And this is the highest that Maciej Gladish has run in senior OK since he came into the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team at senior level. He was obviously with them for the last couple of seasons in the junior contingency, but now he's with the team in senior. They've never had as traditionally good a run in OK as they have in OK Junior. And that's Tarvanichkul.
Is that Tarvanichkul?
That's Tarvanichkul out of the race.
It is. Oh, what a disaster.
Enzo Tarvanichkul. The race is over. Now, the only consolation for him is going to be that it's in Champions of the Future rather than the FIA European Championship, which is where his primary focus is probably going to lie. But even so, that is a worrying state of affairs for the Red Bull Junior. A mechanical problem putting Enzo Tarvanichkul out of this race.
I'm not sure what will have caused that one, but you can imagine he's absolutely devastated with it. There's nothing worse than, you know, when you're racing and then all of a sudden the car just goes pop. It's nothing done by you or anything like that, and it's just the race is over. It's such a harsh penalty, really, isn't it?
At least that gives us a bit of an indication as to why that happened. You know, we wondered why Tarvanichkul was going back down the field. Here's René Lammers up on the inside of Gladish, and he gets through. So Maciej Gladish now has to run behind René Lammers, who is very much carrying the family tradition. He races in the Racing Team Nederland colours, made famous by his father at Le Mans. And now a fantastic run from René Lammers in the Paralin, up to second place. Gladish is now going to try and hang on in front of Tunion and Poulain. But this is an interesting one for René Lammers, who now gets up as high as P2 in the Paralin.
Yes, he does. Now this will be the third driver now with an attempt of catching Jimmy Helias in the race lead. 1.7 is the gap. Out to Poulain, down the inside of Tanon. Gets it done, moves up into P4 and goes through. So Tanon in these later stages of the races is struggling now. Has latched on to the back of Poulain. So we'll just have to see how the rest of the race progresses for them. And look, Lammers has just broken away from these guys. I reckon Lammers has got the best opportunity of closing that gap.
Well, Poulain having to actually move to cover and keep the pace back. Now here's Lammers getting his bid on Tunion. And then I think we're going to get to see an opportunity for him to go for the move on Gladic as well. This is how he's worked his way from P4 to P3 to P2. It's a great run from the Dutchman so far. Very nicely handled. And so René Lammers just picking them off one by one. But he has pulled away from Gladic, so the pace on the Paralymp is pretty raw.
It's pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's looking very fast out there. The Paralymp team done a brilliant job of getting that kart primed and ready for this weekend. Like you say, one of the manufacturer teams, so they know what they're doing out there, and it's becoming pretty a ruthless competitor.
They've had a very positive start to 2023 on the whole, the Paralymp squad. Obviously, back in their native Italy, they've picked up some decent results. But here in Europe, you know, Marco Paralymp and the boys, they've definitely done their homework over the winter. They want to try and make a little bit more of an impression on the Tony Karts, Kart Republics and Birol Arts of this world that are their main competitors, their main rivals. And they're certainly starting to turn some heads and get everybody's attention, aren't they? René Lammers, this is only his first weekend in Champions of the Future at senior level. Straight in at P2 in one of his qualifying heats. That bodes well.
Does indeed bode well. Keep an eye on it, though. Time is very fastly running out. Last lap board will be out this time to your current race leader, as now Tunon is under pressure from David Volta, who just set the fastest lap of the race, and under pressure no more, as he's made that move, and he's moved up into now P5. Volta, and he tucks in. This man here, though, who, Jimmy Helias, who leads the way, is under no pressure whatsoever from René Lammers just yet. The gap is coming down, though, 1.5 seconds, but it's the final lap. It's not close enough.
You're never going to make that kind of time back unless you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Or unless the guy in front makes a mistake, I should say. But Arthur Poulain in front of Walter for 4th and 5th. Then Tunion, Coluccio, Olivieri, Kutskov and Nathan Tai. The Sodikart senior effort has not quite shown as much strength as the junior effort did last year yet. But this is the weekend
Give it
where
time.
this is the weekend where they'll be doing most of their homework. So they'll obviously be looking at the data. They'll look at where they can improve. They'll look at how they can improve tyre pressures, sprockets, engines, whatever it is they need to do to get that little bit of extra pace coming forward. They'll do their homework. Gladic now having lost ground to Poulain. He doesn't want to lose too much ground, having dropped to 3rd. He now drops to 4th. And now he's got pressure from Walter and Tunion. It's right in the latter stage of the race where the Ricky Flynn Lando Norris kart finally drops away. But Jimmy Helias, no problem at all. He takes this qualifying heat, and that will be very satisfying indeed for the Frenchman. And now he takes the lead in the senior points charge. He's actually overtaken Alex Powell now in the lead of the rankings. This is a big moment for Jimmy Helias.
3 points as well. 144 then for Helias, 141 for Powell. So that makes it quite interesting as the racing progresses. I mean, they've still got plenty more heats to go throughout today. So this is going to be an interesting one. I am curious. And again, going into tomorrow, some of these names, it's going to make the finals very, very interesting. And can Helias be a part of that final? I reckon, definitely.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Helias definitely has the confidence and the potential to keep this rolling. And again, I've seen this from a couple of teams in the past. It's just the lack of intensity that you get from a manufacturer team compared to a satellite team. The satellite team is all about talent management, wanting to win races, want to keep the speed up as high as possible. There's so much pressure to perform if you're in a manufacturer team because you've got the weight of the expectation of the whole board of everybody on the team.
Exactly, yeah.
So Jimmy Helias picking up the win that time. René Lammers and Arthur Poulain. Maciej Gladic hangs on for 4th in front of David Walter and Nacho Tunion. Then Luigi Coluccio is next up from Emanuele Olivieri, Kirill Kutskov and Nathan Tai. Keanu Blum is ahead of Marlo Bollier. Marcus Saiter in 13th in front of Adam Hideg and Maxim Orlov. Then it is Max Popov in 16th position ahead of Nicolas Rus and Jacob Rashki. Zoe Florescu running solidly in 19th in front of Emily Koivisto. Ryan Vincent makes up 5 in front of Enea Frey, Ivo Basterda, Ronnie Stefani and Leon Hietfors. The one retirement and a bit of a shock, Enzo Tarnvanitschul. That is not what you need to be doing at this point.
And with the mechanical failure as well, the Prima Racing team have done a brilliant job, but a disaster for him this time around. And, you know, never a nice thing to happen to a driver, especially one who's got that pressure on the shoulders as well.
So it's a tough day at the office so far then for Enzo Tarnvanitschul, who goes from the front row of the starting grid to retiring from the race. And this man, though, Jimmy Helias, very much in confident form. And having switched to the Ward Racing team, he looks so much more laid back. He looks so much more relaxed and chilled. He's getting into his own comfort zone, essentially, out of the front. Here's how he did it. Running very well up at the sharp end of the field. And so Tom Vanichkel is still adjusting his airbox as he goes into turn one. So I wonder if there were problems, actually, from that very first lap.
A potential of that one, but there was that moment there. And again, it's so scary when you see it from that angle because it looks so fast. Yeah, no, you could be right. There could have been a tickling issue with the kart from the word go. And it looked okay at the start, but like you say, then it just started to just eke backwards, and maybe there was just something that was starting to creep in. This was the moment where we saw Gladys start to go through, and that was the moment there, Ricky Flitt, and you can see the body language there. Disaster.
Yeah, Enzo Tomanichkul definitely not in the right position as far as he's concerned. René Lammers then charging his way forward to come up into second position. Did a terrific job. And Jimmy Helias, though, the man who takes the victory. And down in pit lane, Vida Virtanen has found him.
Jimmy, that looked like a pretty straightforward win from start to finish. It looked a bit easy. Was it easy for you?
All the time is not easy to win, but I make my best to manage the tire because we have 5 hits and I need 2 more hits, and for the tire I need to manage. But I think we can make good things this week.
Yeah, we talked about the wind earlier because it's been really windy all of the days, and you're one of the smaller drivers in this category. Do you feel the wind when you drive?
Yeah, I feel a bit, but I think it's better when you're small so the wind doesn't come on you. I think it's better to be small, so the wind is okay, I think.
All right, well, the pace looks magnificent, and we hope you keep it for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vera, and thanks, Jimmy. Very good point made there, actually. The height differentiation between Jimmy, who is one of the shorter drivers in the field, and some of the taller drivers, it does make a difference on a day like today.
It does indeed. And like you say, he was saying you can feel it, but not as much. So that's a crucial one. As like I say, the wind is having stages throughout today. It's going up, and now it's going down, and right now it's up, and there is a gale blowing at the moment. It's just very gusty. Where we are, we're kind of in the brow of I want to say mountain. It looks more of a hill, but it's very big, and it all sweeps over the top of there and just dives down. But yes, it is a very interesting one as the races progress. This is just it's a lovely circuit, but it can be windy.
Absolutely. I tell you who I really feel the most sorry for going through all of this at the moment. It's our race director, Martin Bean, who
he's fine
up there on the he's up there on the top of the starting gantry, and he's always said to me, "You feel like you're having a very nice weekend sat there in the commentary box. Come up here and see what it feels like up here on the starting gantry, and then tell me you've got a tough job." So I decided to take him up on it this morning. I went, "Okay, fair enough. I'm going to get out on the starting gantry." So I actually climbed it this morning and spent 5 minutes up on the top. In the wind, and I tell you what, 5 minutes was enough to make me feel very queasy indeed. It was very tough up there. So imagine what it must be like for Martin, who is there from 9 a.m. all the way through to 6 p.m. with only an hour's breather. That is very tough.
Pure professional.
Absolutely. So fair play to him. He certainly knows what it's like to be the lonely goat herd up the top there. So the next race we go into, OK Junior qualifying heat, B versus E. And it's Bondi and DTF on the front row of the grid. Alexander Bondarev and Kirill DTF on the front row. Felipe Sala and Arjen Kraling next up. Then Dries van Langendonk and Kian Fardin from Noah Wolf and Davide Bottaro. Sebastian Mins and Augustus Toniolo. Then Jacopo Martinese and Wojciech Woda. Guy Albag and Javier Herrera from Giacomo Troja and Kit Berlowski. Jared Clark and Sebastian Kopeng. Marius Barryberg and Tiziano Monza from Kosai Oguma and Nikita Nikishov. Klara Kowalczyk and Enzo Ruggiero from Marcus Shirkunas, Jason Bralich, Mark Brovko and Kimi Tani.
Busy old grid in this one. 28 in total for qualifying heat B and E. We are somewhat midway through the day, I would say. We have got, I think, about 5 more heats after this one before the lunch break. And then after that, we have 6 more heats before the end of the day. And of course, we'll head into Sunday's racing tomorrow, because that's how days work. It goes Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, again, as we've progressed through the day, I think the style of racing that we've seen so far this weekend has been pretty controlled, I think is the good way of putting it.
Absolutely. And you do have to be a bit controlled at this phase of the race, because the issue is you have so many opportunities to let it slip. But this weekend, essentially, the purpose of Champions of the Future for a lot of the contenders is to use this as a warm-up for the European Championship, which comes on this very circuit 2 weeks' time. The teams basically gathered together and said, we want to have an opportunity to run on these circuits, some of which we don't get to race on through the course of a season, because most of the teams are obviously based in Italy, so they'll race on the Italian circuits week in, week out. But when you go further afield into Europe, you need to have a little bit more training time. So they asked RGMMC, you know, what can we do? Can we put a championship together to kind of give us a little bit of preparation time, which is essentially what the Champions of the Future has ended up becoming. And the Euro Series in this battle, you know, 2 weeks before the actual championship, it's very similar weather conditions to what they're going to experience in the European Championship, but not necessarily identical. So you get a little flavor of it without giving away all of the data. So you do get that sort of balancing act where drivers want to figure out how to win, but they also need to figure out how to learn, how to adapt to the changing conditions. They need to unlock the secrets before they get to the European Championship. So you do get a few results here that you perhaps wouldn't necessarily get in the European Championship, which makes this weekend just as exciting. And there's a lot going on under the surface. Bondarev, DTF, Sala, Kraling, we are racing up to the first corner. Bondarev makes the launch to the first turn. Sala and Van Langendonk trying to creep through. Up through the first hairpin. Is everyone going to get through without incident? Just about. Bondarev still out in the lead from DTF and Sala. Fourth place, Van Langendonk. So DTF actually getting a really good start from the outside line and hanging on to second place in front of Filippo Sala. Not easy to get that done. You've got to give a little bit of credit to Kirill DTF for hanging on to this.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent start from the word go there for DTF. Like you say, they're staying in second place, not checking over the shoulder just yet. Salo's still there, though, in P3. One of the energy course carts, that is Van Langendonk, who is now up into P4 again. Another good start. We've seen him get good results throughout today, just consistently being in that sort of top area of the grid.
So Alexander Bondarev trying to hold on to this in front of Kirill DTF and Filippo Sala, the Ukrainian, who had a fantastic recovery after last year's incidents, battling away with wheel to wheel with Kirill DTF, but DTF is going to make it nice and early. Bondarev makes sure he shuts the door before Filippo Sala creeps up the inside line. But Kirill DTF, who has now got himself into the lead of this one, is going to have 185 points at the end of this race. So this is a big opportunity for DTF to take the lead in the rankings up this point. And I'll dive at the inside. That is Filippo Sala now getting past Bondarev. Dries Van Langendonk trying to get through as well. But Bondarev down to third position. He really needs to work with Filippo Sala now to close back up on our race leader, Kirill DTF.
Yeah, Langendonk in a prime position here to pick up any pieces that come through. Noah Wolf back there in P5 now as well. Noah Wolf struggled in the first time we saw him out earlier on today. Hopefully this time around can start gaining some positions in this one. I know he's really worked hard in these stages to come through. You know, he's a very quick driver. He was well known in the UK and really at the top of the timing tables. Here, though, in Europe, it's a different story, and back down the inside he goes and gets that move done on Van Langendonk there and does move up into P4. This is a much better performance now from Noah Wolf as he makes his way through in that number 45 up into P4.
A good run from Noah Wolf.
Oh,
unfortunately, that's Marcus Shilkunyas. So Shilkunyas has had a problem on the first couple of laps of the race as well and dropped back to the tail end of the field. So Shilkunyas is now down at the rear end. So Zitiev and Sala in front of Alexander Bondarev. Zitiev just doing his best to keep this together, but Filippo Sala on the Sodi kart looking very strong. I tell you what, the Sodi kart team, all that homework that Nathan Tai and Adam Hideg did last year in the junior category, the Sodi kart junior package is absolutely massive at the moment. Unfortunately, Nathan and Adam have both moved up to senior and they've got to do it all over again.
They do indeed, yeah, but there are some now fantastic new drivers in the Sodi team that have come through and, you know, brilliant to see them, and they are doing a sterling job here. I was in the awning earlier on this morning and just having a nice chat with them as back down the inside there goes Krelig and gets that done, moves up into P5 at the expense of Van Langendonk. But so far, fastest lap, Noah Wolf, 56.361, a surprise there.
Oh,
really?
Sala
Oh, yes.
for the lead. Sala gets into the lead there, dives in. A very late bid from Filippo Sala to get through past Kirill Ditiev. But he manages to come back at him, and DTF will not stand for this. He'll get back on the inside line. Bondarev will try and slide in as well, and that's going to open the door. Wolf is going to get through. Kraling is going to get through. So is Van Langendonk, and so too is Keaton Fardin.
Yeah, Bondarev really tried to get that move done, but unfortunately went completely sideways doing it and lost out a huge amount of time and drops way down the order. Now, though, DTF still leads, though, from Sala. Wolf now up into third place. This is going to get very, very interesting as we are now half race distance as we go nearly 3 wide in towards turn 1. That could have been very costly.
Yeah, Guy Albag having a look for the inside of Alex Bondarev as well, but hasn't quite been able to make it work. Bondarev trying to get close to Keaton Fardin, jumping up alongside and gets through. So Bondarev is back on the comeback charge again, up to 6th position, now trying to take on Dries van Langendonk. And that looks like Keaton Fardin's lost quite a few positions there, actually. He's let through Albag and Jacopo Martinez. So that's a couple of places lost. But out in front, DTF, Sala and Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf, who has been the king of British karting for the last couple of seasons in his various categories. You never really know how strong a driver you are, though, until you throw yourself into the international pool. And here he is, top 5 already.
Yeah, exactly. Doing a pretty decent job. DTF, though, holding on to the race lead only by a little margin, though. And, of course, at this stage, I think this is where it's going to start to just stay where it needs to. This was the move then earlier on. And DTF gets it done, and this was where we just started to saw Bondarev just now start to slowly fall down the order. It just started to fall back as the race progressed, didn't it?
That could be anything from the way the engine is giving him a little bit more pace to the tyre pressures to anything.
Yeah.
So many things that can change the variable. Could also be that, obviously, Bondarev being one of the slightly taller drivers, the way that the air is hitting him.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it was the main move that he tried to get through when they were battling for the lead, where he tried to dive down the inside.
Oh, that's Kraling.
It is. Kraling has come through. So Kraling is now past Wolf and is up into P3. So we just missed that off our screen. Now Krayling's turn to have a go here. But if Wolf can latch onto the back and just stay in touch with Kraling, these two will start scrapping again. That is inevitable. Sala will want to go for that race lead, crucially, when the race progresses a little bit further on. We've still got a few laps left in this race. I suspect it's going to stay how it is. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Well, let's put it this way. The way that DTF and Sala are currently separated, they are 9 points apart if it stays like this. If Sala gets ahead of DTF, he goes ahead of him by 3. So that is an absolute dead cert as far as trying to get the lead of the interim points is concerned. Sala doesn't want to fall behind DTF. He wants to accelerate ahead of him. And at the moment, he was only, going into this race, he was only 3 points back. He doesn't want to be 9 points back. He wants to be 3 ahead.
Yes. That's a good way of putting it. So, yeah, definitely is going to go for that move. There, though, a little further back. Albag doing well for the Forza Racing team. Still there in P6. 7 positions gained in this one. One of the big movers. Tiziano Monza as well in the 82. Also 7 positions gained up into P13. So a good showing there. No chopping and changing in that top section so far as Klara Kowalski with a warning flag.
That's unfortunate.
52. And that is a disaster. 5-second time penalty will go that driver's way.
Yeah, disappointing for the CRG driver, who's still trying to make an impact in her first season at OK Junior level as a competitor. But obviously, you've got to learn the hard way in this sport. Noah Wolf still trying to tuck up behind Ardian Kraling. Now, Filippo Sala, having now followed in behind Kirill DTF for a couple of laps. The next lap is when he's going to start to think, right, when can I take the opportunity? When can I get close enough to him to fling the kart up the inside and really make a push for it? And don't forget, there's still Kraling and Wolf. Those two, 3rd and 4th position, will still want to be the one that comes through to 3rd position. Down to the straight again, in through to the hairpin, and down in the braking zone. That's a good charge forward from Jacopo Martinez to get through on Dries van Langendonk. 2 laps to go. It's now or never, really, for Filippo Sala if he wants to take the lead this time.
Yeah, very true. If he's going to go for a move, it will be very, very soon in this lap. The last lap board will be out this time as they go through. And again, the gap has just, it's kind of ping-ponged a little bit here. It's gone up and down just a little bit. And right now, it's the biggest it's ever been, 0.3 of a second.
And this is the last time that Kirill DTF and Filippo Sala will race each other wheel to wheel until the superheats at least.
Yes, exactly that. So no real opportunity to learn what they do in terms of track position and overtaking spots as well. So that's going to be a crucial one. Gaps opened up even more. I think Sala's just brought it back here now. It's just going to cruise to the end.
So DTF hanging on from Sala for the moment at least. Kraling and Wolf, then Bondarev, Albag, Martinez, Van Langendonk down to 8th place now in front of Fardin and Bataro. Big lunge up the inside as Fardin tries his best to now dive in on the inside of Martinez. That was a very scrappy set of moments there for the drivers, tailing down the bottom end of the top 10. But DTF is doing his best to hang on from Sala. Sala trying to come from a long way back. No chance. Kirill DTF has well and truly taken the stranglehold of this one. And this is quite an important one psychologically for DTF. He wanted to go wheel to wheel in a battle with Sala. He didn't want to lose ground to him. He only had 3 points advantage on him. So by getting the victory over Filippo Sala, that's going to extend the gap from 3 points to 9 points. And it definitely gives a little bit more of an opportunity for Kirill DTF to move his way up the rankings. He's still not quite there in terms of Tibor Rameka's pace, but he's not far away at all. Kirill DTF, a very important victory ahead of Filippo Sala. And at least there's a nice thumbs up between the two of them. So DTF ahead of Sala and Kraling. Wolf in 4th, Bondarev 5th.
Solid race then throughout. Calm and collected, I think, is a good way of describing that one. As your winner, Kirill DTF takes the win after 10 laps of racing. The Tony Kart Racing team, a brilliant result. He'll enjoy that one. Fastest lap of the race, though, did go to 3rd place. Arjen Kraling, who did gain 1 spot from his original starting spot as well. Started this one in P4, had to fight back for the Kart Republic team. Solid result. You got to give it to Noah Wolf, though. Probably his best result this weekend.
Indeed he has. It's a very good run from Noah Wolf. 4th position. Arjen Kraling as well, though, the German talent who is brand new to the world of OKJ in Europe, right up in the top 3. So some good performances. But Kirill DTF now moves to 185 points in the interim, ahead of Filippo Sala on 176. Don't forget that Rameka's still has the perfect score from his 3 heats, 150 out of 150. So Kirill DTF wins from Filippo Sala, Arjen Kraling, Noah Wolf and Alexander Bondarev. Guy Albag in P6 in front of Kian Fardin, Jacopo Martinez, Dries van Langendonk and Davide Bottaro. Then it is Sebastian Mins in front of Augustus Toniolo, Wojciech Woda in front of Kit Balowski, and then Sebastian Kolpeng in 15th position ahead of Tiziano Monza, Jarrett Clark and Kosai Oguma. And then Enzo Ruggiero is ahead of Nikita Nikishov from Javier Herrera and Marius Barryberg, Kimitani and Jaguareta Troja ahead of Clara Kowalczyk, and then Marcos Cunias, Jason Bralich, and the last driver home was Mark Brovko. But it's worth pointing out that every single one of the drivers was able to bring it home to the finish this time. No crashes, no major problems out on the course, just everybody bringing it home neat and tidy, with DTF now taking the lead in the qualifying heats interim ahead of Sala, Ramekes and Bondarev. There is still a fair way to go. A lot still to do here on the course at Valencia, and still a lot of great races to come. But there is your victor, Kirill DTF, having had a very superb run so far this weekend. I've really seen him turn the corner since he's come into the Tony Kart Factory team. It's given him that added sense of confidence and self-value.
Yeah, it really has, and really shown good momentum all the way through this weekend. And, you know, that would be good to see coming in later on into this weekend. Can he maintain that sort of pace throughout? And that's going to be the crucial thing. But it's only the start of a season, and like you say, there's a long way to go. We've got different tracks. Yes, it could favourite this one more than others, but we just have to see. But so far, it has been so good.
It's a really strong weekend thus far because you've had so many competitors to run in a strong situation. This is where Bondarev, it's slowly started to unravel a little bit, the run for 2nd place.
Yeah.
DTF getting him for the lead, Sala going straight with him. It took him a couple of more corners to actually finish off the move, but then Noah Wolf getting in some good performances there as well with Dries van Langendonk, 2 youngsters that are really starting to establish themselves. Here's DTF on Sala. This battle was amazing. And look, Bondarev just suddenly saw, do you know what, I can get 2nd if I go for that gap, but unfortunately it just shut a bit too quickly.
Yeah, and you saw how sideways he got as well, and then everyone came through, the whole train. This was the dicey moment that we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? There was a lot of Kart Republic chassis involved in that one. But yeah, very interesting race nonetheless. But cool, calm, collected over the line. One hand on the steering wheel as well, just like chilled. Yeah, no drama there whatsoever. Take a victory.
Exactly what Kirill Dmitiev wanted out of this one. And down in pit lane, Veera Virtanen is ready to converse.
Okay, Kirill, second heat win of today. You were fifth in the qualifying yesterday. Did you change a lot during the night, or did you rethink anything since yesterday?
Yesterday we had not big problems, but we had with chassis. Today is everything fixed and we're fast.
Yeah, it sure looks like you're fast. You had a little fight with Filippo, but you managed to keep him behind, and after that you just basically controlled the pace.
Control the pace, but of course you have to make a management of the tires, because after 3 hits it's just too hard to go with the dead tires.
Yes, of course. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vera. Good to catch up with Kirill Dmitiev. Very interesting point that they have had to make a couple of adjustments from yesterday, but the big factor here is tyre management. And with this circuit being not as abrasive as I would say Zuera was last week for us on the RGMMC Tour, it's not quite as abrasive, but what it is more technical. There's a lot more of a technical challenge. It's not about high speed.
Yeah.
It's about the management of the tyres in the tough, fast-flowing sweepers, these tight chicanes, these tight hairpins and radiuses. And with the crosswinds that we've got this time, I mean, that just makes it such a minefield.
Yeah, like you say, tyres always come into play on this one. And you are right when you say this is more of a technical circuit. You are putting more pressure on the tyres for a longer period of time than what you would be at certain circuits, like you said, from Zuera last weekend. Much higher speed, much more abrasive. But because you're going faster as well around some less sharp corners, yes, it can wear just as fast. So they've got about the same sort of abrasiveness, I would say, in terms of overall, but because you're doing lower speeds here around a tighter, twistier circuit, yes, it can just have that little bit more of effect, and it can cause you to struggle just that little bit more in the latter stages of the weekend.
I can imagine as well one of the bigger factors in this particular weekend in terms of tyre management is the acceleration of these engines. Look at the fact that you've got in the OK category 30 brake horsepower approximately for the junior category, 40 for the seniors. And the minimum weight in the junior category is 140 kilos. It's gone up to 150 in the senior. So that actually puts a little bit more strain on the tyres.
Yeah, really so. And like you say, you've been seeing that with drivers accelerating out the corners. You're seeing like the back end stepping out. That's purely under throttle control. Tyre temp not up to full temperature. And that can really cause an issue. Again, a look at the rest of the Saturday schedule just coming up. The lunch break is due at the last of Heat 24, which is OK, qualifying Heat 12, which will be Group A and C. So as you can see, we've not got many heats left before that one. Then we kickstart off with Groups D and E after the lunch break with their heats of Heat 13, 14 and 15. So a lot of races that they're going to have to go through today, and it is a busy old weekend for them, isn't it?
We're definitely in Spain, aren't we? When you have a lunch break that's at 3 o'clock, it's clearly siesta moment, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I was thinking to myself, why am I so hungry? I looked at my watch and it's
You're
nearly...
in Spain, mate.
Yeah,
it's a later lunch.
Yeah, it is. It's late dinner as well. I always think, I'm usually have my dinner about 5 o'clock in the UK, and then I come here and it'll be like 5 o'clock now.
And then you get your tartan slippers on, and then you put your tobacco in your pipe, and you get yourself sorted by the fire.
You joke. I do have tartan slippers at home. I'm not joking. I really do. I got them for Christmas this year. I love them.
Amazing. Honestly, we are going to be so young when we, well, so young at heart when we finally go, aren't we? Honestly, we're going to do all the old things, but we're going to be young at heart. Nikola Kuman and Jan Pastrovsky, front row of the starting grid. Now, this is an important one for Pastrovsky. 135 points. He's only 9 off Helias's score. For Nikola Kuman, he cannot afford another bad race. He does not want to be in the lower echelons for much longer.
No, it was a technical gremlin, wasn't it, in the last one? Hopefully that's all sorted. He starts this one on pole position as qualifying heat B and E makes its way onto the circuit.
Forza Racing versus Tony Kart Factory on the front row. Prema and CRG next up. It's going to be some big names here. Nikola Kuman, pole position after his run in Group B qualifying. Jan Pastrovsky in second. Kia Nakamura Berta and Francisco Macedo, then Anatoly Kavalkin and Gilles Caranta. Thomas Stolchamanis and Lucas Samalisto, then Gabriel Gomez and Adrian Ferra. Joe Turney and Eloy Gonzalez from Mark Dubnitsky and Finn McLaughlin. Lucas Flusha and Louis Leveau, Petro Babachkova and Miguel Costa. Max Angelard and Alva Simasvara. Alexander Bogunovic and Leo Nilsson. Jakob Kamenik, Dan Da Vinci and Arda Töppänen at the back of the grid.
Again, this is going to be a pretty decent group of drivers, but like you say, it's all going to be down to Nikola Kuman. He's had He had one good race heat yesterday where he came away with that race win. Now, today, and more technical gremlins coming in, you've got to feel for him. He's got to stay on that front row. He had such a good qualifying, and it's just not gone his way, has it?
It's fascinating when you see so many drivers that are there over the course of the weekend saying, if only I'd have got Friday right, if only Friday had gone perfectly for me, I would have had such a strong weekend. Nicola Kumar has the opposite problem. Fridays are usually his best day. He comes into qualifying. He has literally no issues at all with the qualifying lap. He knows how to string it together. It's not uncommon for Nicola Kumar to be top 5 overall on a Friday in qualifying. He knows how to get Friday right, but it's the qualifying heats. He just finds it so tough to stay up at the sharp end.
Yeah, like I say, it's a long qualifying, isn't it? It's just... I think we should just do the weekend, be much quicker, just a pole shootout, there we go, and then a final. Everyone, just put them all on, 80 carts.
Yeah,
no,
but then where's the fun? Where's the fun? Where's the track time?
Yeah, no, you got the track time. And you know what? The excitement of the story as you go through the weekend, that's the exciting bit.
Yeah, that's what Formula One and the IndyCar and
that's
the Le Mans
what they
24
miss.
hours. Well, the Mans supposed to a certain degree because you've got 24 hours on the track.
Yeah.
But yeah, you miss that over the course of a race weekend. The way that the story unfolds, the way that it develops, you're basically writing several chapters through the course of a weekend. You can have a novel by the time you're done, by the time the final comes.
Granted, in F1, you've got things like free practice and things like that. That kind of tells a story, but everyone just pulls back in that. It's not a race, it's a practice session. It's not racing heats like these are.
And it's a team sport, whereas this is very much an individual sport. So you've got a lot more personalities coming to the fore. Here we go, off the turn. Green light's going to come on this time, is it? No, false start.
Yeah. Looked okay.
That's unusual for Nicola Kumar, you know, to have that sort of tenacity around the formation lap, but then for it not to be right. Do you think they're feeling the pressure over at Forza Racing?
Well, I don't think they are feeling the pressure because they've got some good goings from the other drivers as well. They've had good performances from all of their drivers so far. It's just there's just been gremlins in the system.
I mean, with Nicolo, this really bodes well because if you consider, yes, okay, he's not where he needs to be this weekend. But again, if they've got the mentality of, well, let's prepare for the European Championship in the best possible way, it's better to tick all of these negative boxes this week, and then 2 weeks' time they can come into it having collected all the data, having got everything correct together, and then they can really make a push for it. For me, Nicola Kumar has all the ingredients to be a European champion. He has that mentality, he has the right discipline, he's got the tenacity, just needs a little bit of lady luck.
Yeah, that's all it is, really, when it falls down to it. You can be as quick as you like, but, you know, if you've just got that streak of bad luck, it can all come tumbling down, and that is the main thing that you've got to deal with in racing. So let's see what he can do this time. Hopefully, it's going to be another good win.
Kumar and Bystrovsky, Nakamura Berta and Macedo, Kivalkin and Caranta, Stochamanis and Samalisto, Gomez and Ferrer in the top 10. And watch for Joe Turney. He charged forward last time from 11th to P1. What can he do this time? We'll have to watch him off the start. Are we going to go racing this time? We are! Up to the first corner. Good start from Kumar. Good start from Nakamura Berta as well. Bystrovsky trying to go the long way round. Hold it round the outside. Is he going to get into third? He just about loses ground behind Anatoly Kivalkin, who this time asserts himself into third position as they go through the chicane for the first time. A little bit of jumping. There's a spinner at the back.
Three carts off.
Three carts. One of the Birolats has gone around, I'm afraid, at the back. That looks like Alva Simasvara has had to take avoiding action at the chicane yet again. But we've got a spinner. That is the 267 that's gone around. That is Max Angelard, the Polish driver for the Birolat. And there is Alva Simasvara this time. Alva Simasvara's out of the race rather than just missing a chicane.
Yeah, that is a disaster. I think one of the carts trying to get restarted, not managing to get going, so...
Oh dear, look at the front fairing of Simasvara's car.
Yes,
no chance, game over.
Folded in on itself there, hasn't it? So, massive shame. Back here at the front, though, going again. When you see the driver's body languages after, you do feel for them, don't you? Because they're just like, oh.
Well, Nakamura Berta has fought his way up to the lead of this one while all of this has been going on. Kivalkin and Bystrovsky are in second and third from Kumar. Stochamanis now in front of Joe Turney. So yet again, Joe Turney storming his way up to the top 6. Yet again, he is giving us plenty to talk about. And Nakamura Berta out in front is hoping to just run away and hide, having again fought his way forward. Where is Nicola Kumar now? P4 in front of Stochamanis. So Kumar has again fallen back behind Kivalkin and Bystrovsky on this particular occasion. Well, what can they do? Kavalkin is running in front of his rival last year in the European Championship in junior. These two have both stepped up together, the Paralin and Tony Kart drivers, and now they're doing it in senior. This must be a fascinating bit of pressure for them both.
Yeah, indeed. Petrowski's still there, though, in P3 and is piling on the pressure on Kavalkin. Are they going to be catching on Nakamura Berta? I don't think so. The gap's 1.6 seconds now, and it's increased. And I've got to say, Kia Nakamura Berta has opened up that gap quite considerably. It was a purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and a personal best sector 3 on that last lap as well. So has really piled on the pressure. So Kavalkin there has got some work to do to try and close that 1.7 second gap, but under pressure now as Petrovski tries to look down the inside, tried to go for the move. Door closes, and now Command is going to get involved.
Are you kidding, mate? Do you really think I'm going to let you through on that particular left-hander? You're going to have to try something way smarter than that, says Anatoly Kavalkin. These two know each other's tricks of old, don't forget. They raced each other all year last year in junior, and I thought to myself at the time, Petrovski go for the move on Kavalkin. Really? Do you think he's going to give you half an inch? He's not even going to give you any of that. So amazing that these two still mixing it. Let's look at it again from the start. Now this is Kuman. Where did Nakamura Berta get his opportunity? Because he's there tucking on the inside. I think he actually did it on the exit of the first turn. Yeah, look, Kuman actually spits out sideways, and Nakamura Berta's already got him by the time they get to the chicane.
Looked like he hit a bump there through the first corner, didn't he? This is where it all went a bit petong further back, and not sure where that huge amount of damage came into effect. I think it was just running wide maybe that caused it.
So fascinating stuff, and now Petrovski has got through on Kavalkin. He has got into second place.
Nice work, gets it done. Now you'll have to see that gap, 2.3 seconds. Nakamura Berta is on fire in this one.
Absolutely, and Turney has also managed to get through on Kuman on the way through sector 2. So Joe Turney is now closing in on them as well. So this will be fascinating. Petrovski and Kavalkin have had their battles in the past as juniors last year. They've never had to deal with the oncoming threat of Joe Turney. Cue the Jaws music. This is going to get fun.
Oh, Jaws music. Terrifying, terrifying. Gomez looked like he was going for a move there on Nicolas Kuman. Moving up into P5. Not sure if that move was complete. This was the replay of the overtake.
Yeah, he managed to do on the lap the previous one. Didn't work. This time it did.
Yes, and that's worked out nicely as we cut back to them at the same part of the track. Kia Nakamura Berta, fastest lap of the race. Again, though, 55.0, the gap increasing.
Look at the gap.
Solid drive.
2.8 seconds already. This is lap 5. And Nakamura Berta's already long gone. Joe Turney's having to try and close up to these two, but the only battle he's going to be having is for second place. Look at Nakamura Berta. He's practically in Portugal.
Well, if he's in Portugal, he's at the wrong track. You need to stay in Spain. Don't go too fast.
Well, that's how far ahead he is.
He is.
That's astonishing.
In terms of the qualifying heat points at the moment, Petrovski would stay there in the lead of the points, 179. Nakamura Berta doing as much as he can, but would have 174. It would all be down to what Anatoly Kavalkin could do here. In third place, can he come back as Turney now with the fast lap of the race? Now gets through into P3. It could be Turney who helps out Nakamura Berta here in terms of the overall points. If we can get past Petrovski.
It's Louis Laveau.
Oh, that's a disaster.
Well, the Treffler racing driver having mechanical problems of his own there, and I'm afraid the team that has returned to the fold of the OK World, Treffler Racing, having a bit of a difficult one there as the Danish driver Louis Laveau, having stepped up to the senior category this year. It's not quite been the start he would have wanted.
No, indeed. Half race distance then, and it is still Nakamura Berta leading the way from Petrovski. Turney still there in third from Kavalkin, Gomez, Caranta, Stolchamanis, Kuman, Massaro, and Zamalisto rounding out the top 10. Oh, that's a heavy chunk of damage.
Yeah, that really is, isn't it? Dear mo dear, that looks like it's gone a couple of rounds with Vladimir Klitschko as that front fairing. Meanwhile, Gilles Caranta is actually the man who's in front of his teammate Thomas Stolchamanis. There's a little bit of a power play at Energy Course.
There is. I mean, Jules is quick, though, isn't he? He was a junior last year, first year senior, and he's showing what he's got. He's ruffling out the feathers.
I mean, there's been quite a plethora of decent French talent over the last few seasons of motorsport. I mean, if you look to the likes of Pierre Gasly, to Esteban Ocon, now you're looking at the likes of Gilles Caranta starting to knock on the door of that before he's even got into cars. And Gilles Caranta is definitely one for the books. He looks behind him, sees how far back Nicolo Kuman is. Kuman actually biting back on Thomas Stolchemanis, so clearly when the kart is okay and when he's in a rhythm, he does have a decent amount of pace on the Forza Expert. But Gilles Caranta trying to guide it through. Joe Turney, fastest lap, 55.0, 3/10 of a second quicker than Nakamura Berta, 2/10 quicker than Jan Petrovsky. Joe Turney's on the comeback charge.
He is indeed, and will be, well, he'll be attacking Petrovsky very, very quickly. Whether or not it will be this lap or the next, we'll find out as down the inside, Jules Caranta gets that done on Gomez. Gomez, nothing he can do. Now under pressure once again from Kuman. But again, yeah, Caranta really showing some true pace in this one. I spoke to him this morning and he said, yeah, it's going to be a good day. You know, he's happy with it. He heard what I said yesterday about the orange and the Yana, and it's just like, yeah, I know what you mean, but, you know, keep an eye on this energy core suit because it's going to be flying through the field, and he is not disappointing with that.
He's done a terrific job so far. Jumping up to the senior category is no lean achievement. Gomez just getting a tiny bit crossed up in the chicane. That might just unsettle the rhythm a little bit as he's now got pressure coming in from the move on the inside from Kuman. He just can't quite get alongside him. That's what you need out of the right-hander. You need to have just that tiny little bit of added momentum to just draw level, just roll off the power before you just dab the brake pedal. And how's the move on the inside? Gomez trying to hold it. No, you don't. Nicolo Kuman gets through. And that's very nicely handled indeed from the Italian for the Forza Racing team. Now down the back straight. And all going very well indeed for Nicolo Kuman, who now finds himself P6 behind Caranta.
Yeah, good stuff on this one. We are 9 laps of racing done. Cross the line they go, and you can see Turney now up into second place, and that is the crucial one. The points, still only 2 points separating the top 2 in the overall qualifying points. 176 for Petrovsky, 174 for Nakamura Berta. So Nakamura Berta cannot do any more than just stay in front. And 2.2 seconds, by the way, doing a fabulous job of doing that. There is Nakamura Berta. So you can just think at this point, just bringing it home, really. There's only a couple of laps left in it. You can just cruise it, really.
And this is going to be the race that puts Nakamura Berta into second in the points rankings, just 2 behind Petrovsky if it keeps going like this. So with Joe Turney having gone into second position, that is actually really precious for Petrovsky in terms of the amount of points he cannot afford to lose. That's why it was very important for him to get past Kavalkin when he did. So if it finishes like this, then Petrovsky will be on 176, Nakamura Berta will be on 174, Stolchemanis on 152, Helias still the favourite on 144 ahead of Powell on 141. So there's a lot of comeback in this one. Joe Turney, having worked his way forward, is now on 134 if he finishes second. So this is quite the turnaround in the weekend for Joe Turney. Never say die.
No, exactly that. He has been absolutely flying this weekend. Like you say, it wasn't coming together yesterday. Yesterday was, I think, a day to forget. Today, though, it has all turned around and has shown true pace today. And that gap is the only driver to really make a dent in Nakamura Berta, really, isn't it? The gap's come down to 1.9 seconds. It's not going to be enough to close it completely. I mean, we're running out of time. You race either there, across the line, starting the final lap. There is Turney just behind. It's been a solid effort. It's just not going to be enough to go for the race lead on this one. But P2 result will be amazing.
It's worth pointing out as well that at one point Nakamura Berta's lead over the second place driver was over 3 seconds. It's now 1.9.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Very impressive from Joe Turney, just continuing to turn up the dial. Nakamura Berta having to check over his shoulder. Who's coming? Oh, it's Turney. He's just about far enough back. But when he sees the timing sheet at the end and sees the kind of lap times that Joe Turney was producing, I think he's going to swallow a little bit harder than normal, because Joe Turney does have decent pace. He just didn't quite get into second place in time to really make an impact on this one. But certainly Kia Nakamura Berta asserting himself in the Prema colours. The Japanese driver who races under a British license, part of the Alpine Academy, wearing a beautiful job and a great victory for Kia Nakamura Berta ahead of Joe Turney in qualifying heat B versus E. And then it's Nakamura Berta from Turney, Petrovsky, Kavalkin, Caranta, Kuman, Gomez, Stolchemanis, Macedo, and Lucas Flusha, who fights back to P10. It looks like both Kart Republic drivers storming their way back. Joe Turney coming up to 2nd, Flusha coming up to 10th.
3 retirements in that one, unfortunately. Louis Laveau, Max Angelard, and Alvar Simazvara. Big shame for those 3, but there you can see Kia Nakamura Roberta, solid drive, and will be happy with that one. Like you say, 2nd in the overall point standing in the qualifying heats. More races coming up later today, so stay tuned for that one. Kavalkin stays there in P4 from Caranta. Good result for Caranta. He did drop back in the early stages of the race, but did come through, which was good to see for the young driver, making good steps. Nicolas Kuman, 6th place finish. Wasn't a retirement this time around. Did drop back in the order, but wasn't probably the result he was looking for again still.
Not quite where he wants to be, but, you know, when the kart does bring him home, at least he can put some points on the table, so it's a tricky one. Kia Nakamura Roberto takes the win this time from Joe Turney and Jan Pestrovsky. Anatoly Kavalkin and Jules Caranta in the top 5, then Nicolo Kuman and Gabriel Gomez. Thomas Stolchamanis ahead of Francisco Macedo and Lucas Flusha. Eloy Gonzalez ahead of Lucas Samalisto, then Adrian Ferrer ahead of the CRG of Mark Dubnitsky, and Petra Babichkova in the TEPZ Tony Kart. Then in 16th it is Miguel Costa for Parolin, having made the switch across last year. Finn McLaughlin alongside Leo Nilsson, and then Dante Vinci along with Jakub Kamenik, Alex Bogonovic and Arda Turpanen. Louis Laveau out of the race in the middle. And then of course on the very first lap we lost Max Angelard and Alva Simazvara as well. So some good battles there, but for Joe Turney and Nakamura Roberta, Kart Republic's the chassis to be on.
Looking like it is that way, isn't it? Brilliant results. It's always been that main battle, isn't it? Kart Republic versus Tony Kart, and you know, seeing them here at Valencia really showing that they have got what it takes to really take it to them this year. There though, Kia Nakamura Roberta, a brilliant result, and you know, you can't take away a drive like that. So many seconds gained, and didn't even start on the front row. Started there on the 2nd row. Crucially though, on that inside line, you watch the start of this race, went a little bit wide, came back through. That little moment there of sideways for your current man who was started on pole from Kuman, and then Berta just then drove away.
Well, this is the funny thing about Kia Nakamura Roberta. He seems to have Tony Hancock syndrome in the sense that he feels that, you know, he is not as good as everybody else knows he is. You know, he's one of those sort of drivers who gets himself into a good position, runs away from the field and goes, yeah, but I left a bit on the table there. There wasn't really, there was more I could have done. I went, no, Kian, look, you've unlocked amazing pace. You've driven away from the pack and you've absolutely romped to the victory. You need to take the credit for what you've done here. You are better than you give yourself credit for. This is the year, I think, when he's really going to start to believe what he can do. He's a fantastic young chap, and I think he's just going to continue to keep on giving these amazing results. Kia Nakamura Roberta, your race victor, down in the pit lane. Vila Virtanen has found him.
Okay, Keen, so from the start you basically waved bye-bye to everybody else.
In the start, turn 1, I think Nicolo had some contact with Jan, and I managed to slip past. From there, I just tried to tyre save as much as I can. These MG tyres deteriorate quite quickly, so just need to make sure they can go the whole distance throughout the whole of the qualifying heats.
Yeah, sorry, you looked at your tyres when you came in. How are they at the moment?
Currently, I think they're in pretty good condition, so hopefully I can keep them in that state and we'll be good to go.
All right, we hope so, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Kia Nakamura Roberta. Thanks, Vida. Good to get a little bit of a lowdown on it. And that's the thing, tyre management. Again, it becomes the most prominent factor at this point of the qualifying heats. And always good to see Vera with the whole sort of mechanic and former driver mentality going and looking at tyres. That's what's really going to count at the end of the day.
Yes, because like you say, drivers only get that 2 sets. You've got the different strategies that can go through all the way throughout this as well. We've seen drivers who like to go for the 1 set and then they like to swap out only one side of the tyres with a brand new set and then switch them back, and then you have kind of like 2 half-worn sets later on in the weekend. That's the crucial one. Karts are firing up though, they're heading out to the circuit. It's OK Junior qualifying heat D and F coming up next.
And that's going to put Kaczynski on the pole position for once, which is quite nice for him to see. Stepan Antonov is going to be on the other side of the grid. So Kaczynski and Antonov, then Nicholas Schaufler and Scott Lindblom, Vivek Kanthan and Zach Drummond, then it's Jack Iliff and Roman Kamyap, Scott Marsh and Maria Gimenanito, Matt Corby and Raul van Thalen, Matthias Orjuela and David Kozma, Luna Flusha and Alex Martinez, Ethan Lennon and Matus Reiber, Thomas Genda and Murilo de Roca, Miki Blascos and Victor Smith from Louis Cochet and Ludo Busso, Jackson Burns, Victor Rad, Luca Horton and Travis Teo. So everybody gearing up as it stands at the moment. Ditiev is on 185, Salah is on 176, but Timo Radmakers has 150 from 150. All three of his races, he has taken the win.
Exactly that. He's in fine form this weekend, is Timo Radmakers. And we'll see him later out today. So that'll be a crucial one to see. Like you say, it's so far today, again, the races, we've said they've been controlled, cool, calm, collected all the way throughout. At some stages, we've seen the red mist start to descend. Now that we're getting into the later stages of the race, do you feel like we're going to see a little bit more of that red mist?
Yeah, I think so. Desperation's going to start to creep in. You've got to take risks, and at the end of the day, if the risks are going to happen, they're going to happen here. Because you need to have a little bit of an understanding as to what you can and can't do. In the European Championship at that point, you're going to need to be a little bit more conservative through the courses of the weekend. But certainly in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, drivers, I think, will try and take a little bit more of a gamble than they would do in other circumstances. Have we got a kart stopped out on the course? I have a feeling that Raul... Oh, no, sorry. For a moment, I thought that Raul van Thalen hadn't actually got going, but he has. He's just been at the back of the queue.
Yeah, they've all broken the beam.
So Raul van Thalen now obviously having to make his way back into his original grid position, which I think he has now done already. So he was a bit late to the party, Raul van Thalen, so he's just gone 3 seconds quicker through the second sector than anybody else. Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
He just needs to get himself back into his original grid stop, which is exactly what he's done.
As long as it was before that line, he's all good.
Yeah, and he has managed to do so, so all fine and dandy. He's had a bit of a difficult day at the office so far as Raul van Thalen. So the Spanish charge, having to try and get himself back into contention. Here we go, a little bit of nudging out of the final turn onto the main straight. Are we going to go racing this time? No.
No. Good call there. I didn't think one of the queues was just in formation enough, just in the back of shot. So, yeah, probably the right call to go for on that one. So they do get that little bit of extra time to get things ready and up to temperature. But crucially, like you say, we were just talking about tyres. You don't want too many false starts because that's just an extra lap you're putting on the tyres. Granted, you're not pushing them too hard, but you're still putting wear on them, aren't you? So that can just cause absolute havoc.
So as the contenders are gearing up ready for another sharp run for it, Kaczynski and Antonov on that front row of the starting grid this time. Nicholas Schaufler, this is a very important race for him, actually, because he's had these potentials. He's had this charge forward. I thought towards the latter stage of OK last year that Nicholas Schaufler was really starting to turn some attention his way, but the Austrian has had a very tricky start to the weekend here. This is an opportunity now. Third on the starting grid. Oh, they're really slamming on the brakes as they get back into formation there.
Got to be careful with that, haven't you?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you start to hurtle into the back of the kart in front, and then your front fairing's going to go loose. You're going to nudge the bumper of the kart in front out of the back, and yeah, there's a little bit of a desperation. This is what I said from this point of the moment, weekend on. Things are going to get intense. Here we go. Up to the first turn. Kaczynski trying to shake off Schaufler as they go through turn one. A great start from Antonov. Antonov managed to cut in between the both of them to hold on to second place. 3 karts going off the road there further back, and it's all going wrong as drivers are trying to cut their way through the chicane. A little bit of contact, but they just about face the right way despite 2 or 3 karts taken to the grass, but they managed to make it work. So it's not the cleanest of race starts, but at least for Stepan Antonov, he now has a chance in behind Elliot Kaczynski. A very controlled effort from Antonov as he runs through to P2. Now he's going to try and get past the Ward Racing driver in front.
I think 2 of those cars, potentially Maria Neto and David Kozma, I think they were involved in that one through turn 1. They get back onto the track, though, crucially, all karts still running, but I suspect we will see some retirements later on after some damage limitations. Out of the final corner they go then, and it's starting to heating up at the front. Kaczynski and Antonov down the inside, gets it done through turn 1. Nicely timed and calculated, and we'll be happy with that one as they go through. Schaufler still there, though, in P3. wanting to get involved, but is under pressure from Lindblom, who's just behind as well. Antonov now struggling here to keep Kaczynski at bay. Kaczynski, who is immediately starting to fight back as these two now break away from the field behind. These two now on a charge themselves. Lindblom has got through, and bit of contact there as down the inside, Vivek Kathan on Schaufler, and then collected the back of Lindblom.
You really can see the damage that's done to the front fairing of the Paralin now as well. He just missed his braking point by a couple of meters, and poor Scott Lindblom had a proper check in the back there. So now Antonov in front of Kaczynski, and now Drummond trying his best not to get spat off the road. Now he's going to get side by side with Roman Kamyab. Kamyab going to get up the inside line, and up the inside as well is going to come the 44 of Thanthanen on the Charles Leclerc chassis. They're working their way through. That's a bit of a... Oh, airborne! Goodness me, Matt Corby going airborne as he tried to stay out of harm's way there. And the VDK driver, Matt Corby, actually had all four wheels leave the deck.
I think he's got a sore backside after that one. That would have really hurt when he hit the deck after that.
Nasty situation indeed.
Not comfortable at all.
And then you've got to land it, get back into the race.
Yeah, and then focus again.
Yeah, keep the pace going. That is not a nice position to be in. Luna Flusha picking up places as a result of all of that. She's now up to P12. Make that 11 now because she's come through past Marsh. So Luna Flusha, who is the other Mercedes F1 junior in the paddock in the junior category on the Prema car, working her way forward. So Luna Flusha making good progress. Meanwhile, Kaczynski has not given up on the victory here from Stepan Antonov. Kaczynski going for it. Second position. Lindblom somehow still in third place in front of Vivek Kanthan. And then Schaufler P5. Sixth is currently Eilif. And then Kamyab, Drummond, Thanthanen, Lennon, Flusha and Marsh.
Yeah, I think Lindblom here not been spooked by that moment there earlier on that we saw from Vivek Kanthan. And you can see that Kanthan has dropped back slightly from the rear bumper of Lindblom. So allowing him to set the fastest lap of the race. Kaczynski here still not giving up though on Antonov. Antonov is holding on to the race lead, but is still under pressure, not checking behind. I think at this moment in time, they're just working together. Now there was a check over the shoulder for Kaczynski. Kaczynski here thinking that potentially could go for a move through turn one. Let's find out. Through the final chicane they go. Back onto the start-finish straight, not looking close enough for that move this time around, but can see that he's got the clean air behind, so I suspect we could see a move this time around. Much tighter line through turn one from Kaczynski as they now negotiate their way down in towards turn three. No moves here, staying behind. This is where we now start to see the overtakes come in, because you line it up through this first corner, then you release it through the second. No, not close enough here, as Jack Eilif sets the fastest lap of the race for Powell Motorsport, doing a sterling job a little further down the order in P6. So now down the infield straight they go. Not quite close enough. I've got to say, I think Lindblom's actually starting to close in on these two, which would be a disaster for Kaczynski, because Kaczynski's in a good moment here to try and catch on and overtake Antonov. But I think Lindblom may have more pace here.
This is going to be an interesting one to see how it all flows, as the contenders still pushing hard here. Kaczynski, 5 done, 5 to go. Still trying to make the bid on Stepan Antonov. Very close to him through the first hairpin, but he's clearly waiting for his moment. He doesn't want to rush this. Stepan Antonov looking very fast indeed at certain points on the course. Antonov's done a 56.407 of a best lap, but there's still drivers going quicker in the 56.3s. Fastest lap of the race comes from Jack Eilif the last time around, as we know. But Stepan Antonov still trying to push away from Kaczynski. Lindblom is a second back nearly. Kanthan and Eilif, the Americans, doing a very strong race here at the Paralin pair. 4th and 5th position for them at the moment, ahead of this man, Nicholas Schaufler, in the number 9. So the Americans going very well.
Yes, it is. Schaufler not having the best race this time around, though. Started this one on P3. Now down the order a little bit now, P6. So struggling on that Alonso car. The DPK driver, though, doing his best out on circuit. Race progressing, though, as I say that, my words were working there as he retakes a position, moves back up into P5 at the expense of Eilif.
Yeah, Eilif didn't really have much of a candle to hold to him on that particular occasion. Had a couple of drivers kicking up the dust that time around. But Stepan Antonov still trying to get away from Kaczynski. 1/4 of a second between them at the moment, so nothing really between them at all. But Elliot Kaczynski can just sense that if he's not too careful, Stepan Antonov is going to get a little bit of momentum to fall his way. And then all of a sudden, there won't be a victory battle anymore. Trying to dive in up the inside further back. Roman Kamyab is going to wheel with Raul Thanthaden. And the Spanish driver is the one that's coming out on top at the moment. So Thanthaden ahead of Kamyab, Drummond and Luna Flusha. So Luna Flusha currently in 10th position, having worked her way forward. Where is the Prema? We'll try and look at her car in the background. There it is, having just come into shot. And now Nicolas Schaufler, having got past Eilif, now gets past Vivek Kanthan, up to 4th again.
I think my words definitely works. He seems to have found some waff now. He's on the move.
Yeah.
Here's the number 9.
Excellent stuff. The Alonso kart driver, definitely making good progress. Had the backing of BWT last year. The stickers are not there this year. And up the inside, that's a good comeback from Kanthan. Eilif is going to be there as well. Schaufler's got to cover it. Nicely done.
That was good optimism, though, by Eilif. Saw the opportunity come in there. Unfortunately, just didn't pan out. Now it's really heating up between these two now. I think there was a little bit of contact between these two as they went through. So Schaufler and Kanthan. But Kanthan now holding on to that one as they make their way down the back straight. And now Schaufler's under pressure from Eilif once again. Eilif looking into the final corner. Gets it done. Nicely timed. Both of them not losing out too much on Kanthan just up ahead as they go through. And look at the switchback there under pressure. There, Schaufler tried to go back down the inside of Eilif through turn 1. But Eilif just saying, no, 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 no. I've just gained this position. I'm not going to give it right back.
Great racing between the two of them. Schaufler committed and determined, but not able to find the move on the inside. And now Kanthan is going to be swamped here. Eilif tried to get through. Kanthan manages to retaliate. Further up, though, Stepan Antonov has just banged in the fastest lap of 56.2 from him. At exactly the right moment, he just seems to find the pace at exactly the perfect position. Schaufler now gets up the inside of Eilif, so that puts him up into 5th position, and these three continue to scrap away. Antonov, though, out in front as they are about to go into La Ultima Vuelta, the last lap of the race, and these three still dueling for 4th.
They are indeed. That gap now 4/10 for second for the race leaders. We go on to the final lap then. Kaczynski not being able to respond to Antonov. Crucially, Lindblom as well, who we thought was catching these two, has dropped off the pace just somewhat. Is another second further down the road, but nothing has been able to compare. This man here, Stepan Antonov, the Kart Republic team, has done a brilliant job. Started this one on the front row in P2. Had a great start to the race, like you say, from the outside row. He had a killer start, didn't he?
Really did. It was all decided in that moment.
It
Cutting
was.
back in to get into 2nd position and assert himself there from the start. That was all how this race was determined. And getting in between Kaczynski and Schaufler was absolutely essential for Stepan Antonov. He comes through to get the victory. So Stepan Antonov now takes the lead of the interim. 194 points for him now, ahead of Kirill Ditiev and Filippo Sala. But let's not forget that Tibor Ramikas has not had his 4th race yet, but he has to win to stay on top of the pile.
He does indeed. So keep a close eye on that one as it all progresses throughout the weekend. And if you want to get involved and you're wondering, where on earth are you seeing these points? Well, that is a great question, ladies and gents. You can head to the Champions Karting webpage and you can check the live timing out on there. Or, of course, you can head to ukart.io and you can check all the results out on there. Also, there are plenty of places to watch if you are joining us on YouTube, Facebook and motorsport.tv, I believe we are for this weekend for the Champions of the Future Round 1 here at Valencia. So far, it's been a pretty decent weekend. We are nearing, well, we've gone past the halfway mark. It's quite a late lunch break that they've got here this weekend.
It is indeed. It's Spanish siesta season, 3 p.m. lunch. So it's time for a quick bowl of tapas, and then on we go for the afternoon races. Stepan Antonov and Elliot Kaczynski from Scott Lindblom, Vivek Kanthan and Jack Eilif, the American pair. Nicolas Schaufler ahead of Raul Thanthaden, Zach Drummond and Luna Flusha. Then we have Scott Marsh in 10th position. Ethan Lennon in front of Roman Kamyab. David Kozma ahead of Matthias Orjuela and Matas Reiber. Matt Corby in 16th position despite going airborne. Thomas Gender ahead of Travis Teo, who made up 10 places in that race in the end. Louis Cochet made up 4. Luca Horton made up 7. Alex Martinez in front of Maria Nito. Then Ludovico Busso, Murillo Doroca, Jackson Burns, Mickey Blaskos, Victor Rad, and Victor Smith. And again, it's worth pointing out, all 28 drivers that came through to start the race brought it home again.
There's been a phase of that, hasn't there, recently, of drivers just making it to the end and not having any issues, which is obviously very good to see, isn't it?
And interestingly, it's more happening in the juniors than it is the seniors.
Yeah, work that one out. Work that one out.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? When the undercard is doing a slightly cleaner job than the main event. It's always a bit of a tricky one. But there is Stepan Antonov. He's having a great weekend so far.
He is indeed, isn't he? And you can see that little. There's a smile there. There's a smile there. You can see on his face. So he'll be happy with that one. Replay then of the start. This was the moment where you were saying they were all braking a little bit late, and then all the pack just started coming in very, very close. This was start. Check out Antonov on the outside line here. Switches back in and tucks in just in front of Schaufler there to gain that second place spot and maintaining it. That was the key moment, wasn't it?
It was inch perfect. And then we had these 2 or 3 karts coming off on the first lap, which obviously changed the dynamics somewhat. And yet, despite that, we did have everybody come home for the finish. Here's Antonov's move. Once again on Kaczynski. Just fairly textbook, not really doing anything untoward. But there's the big hit. Vivek Kanthan just missing his braking point by half a metre. And poor Scott Lindblom didn't know what hit him.
I can imagine the words "send it" were being said in that helmet when that happened. So just thought, oh, there's a gap, go for it. And then, yeah, unfortunately, just fractionally missed out. This moment here was very interesting. Again, 3 wide through turn 1 at quite a late stage of the race.
It's a big gamble, isn't it?
And then there's this moment here, the airborne moment. And God, you got to think, that was a rough ride there, wasn't it?
Matt Corby was lucky to keep going. There's the little bit of a love tap as Jack Iliff made his bid on the inside of Nicholas Schaufler. And their battle just kept on going, didn't it? Just on and on and on.
It really did indeed, yeah. And this was the moment where they then started to come back. And Iliff just missed out, then came back through the final corner. Like you say, the battle never ended because then it kicked off again here as the 2 teammates battled. But Kanthan just managed to pivot to the line, finishing in P4 against Jack Iliff. But there, though, your race winner, Stepan Antonov. No one could touch him in that one. He got to the front and maintained it after a fantastic start.
And now 194 points out of a possible 200. Very important indeed as Stepan Antonov continues his haul of points. And down in pit lane, Ville Virtanen has found our winner from the previous qualifying heat.
Okay, Stefan, another heat win for you this weekend and another fastest lap time. How was the race for you?
This whole race was a bit hard on the start. After start I was in P2. After I overtake the Kaczynski a lot, and after I just do a confident race.
Okay, for me you improved also quite a lot from last year, and yesterday I think you won in one of the heats. You were like 0.4 seconds faster than anybody else. What is the secret behind all this?
I just walk all days. I know this track. Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Only the information we need to know as far as Stepan Antonov is concerned there.
You don't need to know how I win.
No, keeping the cards close to the chest.
Exactly.
Thanks, Vera. Another great piece there from Stepan Antonov. 194 out of 200 possible points scored. The pressure really is on Tibor Ramakas in junior later to keep that perfect score.
It really is. But again, it can be done. It can be done. We've seen it done before. A way we can look at it, I know this driver is not in this championship and it's a completely different championship, but Ruben Moya did that last weekend, didn't he?
Indeed.
And you know it could be done here as well. Yes, there is a higher caliber of driver throughout this one, but the pressure is on. And I think the pressure is mostly on that chap there who's starting this one on pole position, Tarvanishkal, because he had that disaster earlier on. And do you think that's playing in his mind now?
To a certain degree, yes. I think, you know, you do want to really bounce back from it, but he's going to be starting from the better side of the grid from his point of view. He's got his teammate alongside him, which actually gives a little bit of added support for getting through that first corner. But it's the Thai and the Chinese driver for the Prema Racing team, Enzo Tarvanishkal and Chuyan Pu, and they will go off the front row of the grid together with a lot of pressure from behind as well. Ty, Buzar, Walter, Eichmanns. There's a lot of big names that will go to battle in this one. Tough to pick a winner. If the Sodi car gets a good start from Nathan Ty and splits the Premas, he has an opportunity, his first golden one, really, over the course of this weekend. So as they head out onto the circuit once again, Petrovsky currently leading the rankings at the moment from Nakamura Berta and Stolchamanis, but we haven't seen what Helias and Powell will do with their fourth race. Tarvanichkul and Chu on the front row of the grid there. Nathan Tai and Guillaume Bouzard next up from David Walter and Ian Eichmans, Emanuele Olivieri and Liverway Sam Budla, Kirill Kutskov and Len Nij from Malo Bollier and Mattia Konagi, Nicolas Rus and Mark Kastelic from Jeke Borashki and Andrea Dub, Emili Koivisto and Gustav Wisniewski from Marcus Scheiter and Maxon Verbruge, Enea Frey and Javier Vermendez, Ivo Besterda, Matilda Pats and Ryan Vincent to finish off the field. And I can tell you once again, there is no sign of the Forza driver, Gustav Wisniewski. He will not be continuing the weekend by the look of it.
No, that is a shame, isn't it, to not have him out there all weekend. But you do see that, you know, they'll go out in the first half, they'll do maybe some warm-ups, and then all of a sudden an issue erupts and they have to disappear, and it's never a nice feeling, is it?
No, indeed, especially for someone as motivated and as calculated as Gustav. He has had a difficult couple of years, and I was rather hoping 2023 would start in a more positive light for him, and it just hasn't gone that way this time. So, now we have an interesting dynamic to discuss. The Prema Racing pair, front row of the starting grid. For the man in third position on the starting grid, Nathan Tai, very easy and clear objective off the start.
Yep.
Split them, break up the family.
Yep. Can he do that, though? That's the question. One would suggest, yes, he can. He's on the inside line, basically. Juan Pur, if he can get a good start from that front row on the outside line, he'll be fine. But every time he has started on that outside row, it's not been into turn one, but it's been across the line where he's struggled. If he can nail that bit, I reckon he might be okay, and he might cause a little bit more trouble to Nathan Tai than Nathan Tai realises.
Yeah, it's very unusual that you get a driver from the outside row of the grid actually coming across on the pole sitter, but if Chu can just time it right on the throttle delivery, he might just be able to outdrag his own teammate and then keep himself a little bit protected going into turn one, because even though he would be unlikely, although not impossible, to lead, he can certainly tuck back in behind his teammate quite sharpish. But let's see what happens off the start. Tarvanichkul on the inside, Chu on the outside. We're racing, and it's a much better start for Chu Yanpu. But look at Tai, he's going to break through past both of them. Nathan Tai will hit the front. It's a terrific start from the Sodi kart. He leads on the way through the first couple of corners, but it's Chu that comes through to second position. Tarvanichkul has had a nightmare start.
So Nathan Tai's plan of splitting the two went out the window pretty quickly. I'll just take the lead, thank you, instead.
Very nicely done as the drivers work their way through. Eichmans is trying to hustle in the way alongside the 247 of Jakob Raschke, but Nathan Tai in the Sodi kart has hit the front. When was the last time a Sodi led a senior OK race? I am trying to remember. It's been quite a while, and Nathan Tai is now at the head.
Yes, he is indeed, as it goes down the back straight. He's under pressure, though, from Juan Pu, and Tarvanichkul was the one who didn't get the best getaway from that one. He's dropped way down in the order. There he is. He's about 7th, 8th place.
So Nathan Tai leads, Chu Yanpu in second place, then David Walter, Guillaume Bouzard, Emanuele Olivieri, Kirill Kutskov and Enzo Tarvanichkul. Liverway Sam Budla, now currently in 8th place in front of Malo Bollier and Ian Eichmans, who is trying to hang on in front of Len Nij. So as the drivers work their way through on this second lap, you can see that Chu Yanpu is trying his best to get through on Nathan Tai, but he wasn't quite close enough to dive in on the left.
No, he did look for the move, though, 100%. But yeah, like you say, couldn't cut that kart down the inside, but now he can through turn 8, gets it done. Nicely timed, and he'll be happy with that one as he goes through. Nathan Tai now is now under pressure from David Volta, who is up into P3 and is wanting to gain more positions in this one as they go through down to the back straight. Replay then at the start of the race, and timed it to perfection here.
There was a period in history when Nathan Tai in the Sodi kart was being taunted by other drivers. You're never going to win in that thing. When he started winning, he put his finger on the back of the race suit, pointed to the Sodi logo. You better eat your words. This is my time. We are charging forward. And for the first time, Sodi kart lead a lap in the OK Senior for quite some time. Maxon Verbruge's start under investigation. Tai is no longer the leader. He's now behind Chu Yanpu. But you know what? This is all those years of hard work, faith, loyalty, discipline, determination, commitment. Now the Sodi kart is a challenger up the top 5. He loses ground now to Volta and Bouzard. but they are going to be battling all the way to the flag, these four.
Yeah, the two Koski Motorsport drivers were working together there, pushed each other along through the inside there. Nothing that Nathan Ty could do. Now he's just got to latch on to the back of these drivers now as they race progresses. But Tarvanishkul, that's the biggest, that was the biggest one in this one. Started on pole position, and then just squeaked out a little bit too wide at the start of that one, and then just fell down the order. I'm not sure how Wanpuchuk, again, brilliantly timed start. Now he leads this race. I don't know how on earth he managed to get past his teammate.
That was pretty spectacular, wasn't it? I just think he was a little bit too cautious into the first corner, Enzo Tarvanishkul. He didn't see how aggressive Nathan Ty was going to be in placing his kart in exactly the right point to guide the kart through. Nathan Ty just going for the send-it culture. Here's the bit of assistance. Koski teammates working together to get through. That's Guillaume Bouzard assisting David Walter to move up into second and third places, and it's nice to have the safety in numbers for Koski Motorsport these days at the front end of the field. Usually only one or two of them can get a look in all weekend, and now it's quite nice to have Walter and Bouzard, who are actually similarly matched in pace.
I think those two teammates there probably shouted shake and bake at the same time when they did that move there as they went through. And a fray. Black and white warning flag for the 2-1-8. 5-second time penalty then will go out. That is a disaster down in P22 for the Beyond Racing team.
Yeah, I'm afraid that kind of says curtains to any chance of making progress in this one, really. When you're already down the back and you get a 5-second penalty, it's a bit like kicking you in the shins when you've already got a broken ankle.
It is.
So now we've got the two Koskis, Walter and Bouzard, and they are trying to take on Chu. Now this is where Nathan Ty and Enzo Tarvanishkul need to stay alert, because once these two get onto the tail of Chu, they're going to have the ability to work together. They're going to really knit away at this advantage that Chu has. We're only coming to the end of lap 5, and Walter looking very hungry behind the Chinese driver. Bouzard going with him in pure pace and tow. So now we're going to get to see a lead change, probably on the next lap, I would say. And this is where things can get calculated. If you're Nathan Ty and Enzo Tarvanishkul, you are pushing like stink. You want to be as close to these three as possible when it all starts to get under fray.
Yeah, and Chu's going to defend this one because this is the best position he's been in all weekend so far in these qualifying heats. So, you know, he's really going to maintain that position as much as he possibly can. But Walter and Bouzard, they know what they need to do. They've done it. They did it on Nathan Ty a few laps ago. They're just going to push each other along. These two teammates are absolutely super glued to each other as they make their way around the lap. Absolutely seamless between the two of them. Their lap times nearly identical as they've gone across the line in previous laps. So keep a close eye on them as they go through. But Chu Wanpu leading the way still is under pressure. Oh, and rule 1 has just been broken there between the two teammates. A little late on the brakes there was Guillaume Bouzard. And now Walter lets him through and says, I think that was a friendly reminder that I think I'm a little bit quicker than you. Can you let me pass? And he did.
Well, David Walter being very gracious under the situation, but he just missed his braking point a little, and that was very nearly the cardinal sin broken there by the teammates. But Guillaume Bouzard does get through. David Walter having to readjust and reset himself as a result, and look who's suddenly right behind him. Nathan Ty saw that opportunity and thought, right, those two are accidentally tripping over each other. Time to get back in the game.
Exactly that. He has latched on to the back now of David Walter. So keep a close eye on that one as this race progresses. We are half race distance. This is getting exciting. Now there was the replay there just as it came onto the screen. Yeah, just slightly misjudged the braking zone going into the final corner. And like you say, Guillaume Bouzard was just very polite there and just saying, okay, fine, you go. I'll follow you now.
Well, we're so close to the win, there's no point scrapping away.
Well,
you
no,
really feel.
Exactly. If you feel like you're faster, go for it.
Yeah, and that's good team chemistry. You have to suddenly really realise there, essentially, that, you know, let's try something else. You haven't noticed my hand signals. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a love tap. Let's see if this changes it up a bit. And to be fair, Chu Wanpu suddenly is being caught by 4 men. Make that 5 men now, because Tarvanishkul is not that far away from Nathan Ty either.
Yeah, and Tarvanishkul will want to gain as many positions as he possibly can in this one because of the bad start. You know, he started this one on pole position. He'll want to gain anything he can. He's got the time to do it, though, but to get all the way to the front, that might be a stretch. So, as they go their way into the final corner, onto the brakes this time around, no accidentally bumping into the back of your teammate, and Bouzard is now really closing in on Chu Wanpu.
Guillaume Bouzard just checking over his shoulder to see how far back David Walter is in terms of distance. Might be able to get another chance to work his way further forward. It's going to be an interesting and intriguing chance. When does he go for the bid? Right-hander might be a little early. Left-hander might be pretty perfect. He's going for it. And he gets the move into the right-hander. So into the lead goes the Luxembourger, Guillaume Bouzard.
Yeah, that was nicely timed there. I've got to say, I didn't expect to see it at that part of the track, though. That's the crucial moment. And now Volta comes through as well. Keep an eye on Nathan Tai. Tai's going to get involved. And this is now going backwards here for Juanpu. He's going to now need to defend like his life depends on it because he's under some immense pressure from Nathan Tai just behind. Then he'll see that his teammate Tarvin Ishkal is now with him as well. But what a showing here from the Koski Motorsport team. 1-2.
Yeah, they've done a great job so far. Watch for Tarvin Ishkal making his bid on Tai. Tai's going to try and get past Chu nice and early. Gets the job done. Nathan Tai into third, and it's not going to be long before Tarvin Ishkal takes on his Prema teammate for fourth position. But you really do get an interesting and exciting bid between Bouzard and Walter, don't you? The Koski pair have done a great job so far of this. Now Tarvin Ishkal again hunting down Chu. I'm baffled that Bouzard made that such light work on the inside of the Chinese driver, though, because it almost seemed like he just rolled over and surrendered.
In a way, yeah, it did. And now Tarvin Ishkal comes through on his teammate. Juanpu tries to defend it. No, doesn't quite make the move. Stays behind. So now these two will hopefully in this section start to work together. They're running out of time, but can they catch Nathan Tai?
That's got to be the prime target at the moment for Guillaume Bouzard leading the race. David Walter in second, Tai in third, Tarvin Ishkal in fourth, Chu in fifth, and now Len Naish has come up to sixth position. But Ian Eichmans is going to take his opportunity on the inside. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Ian Eichmans storms through to P6 in the World Racing Tony Kart, and that's very nicely handled by the Belgian. Ahead now of Naish, Sambudla, Olivieri, and Marlo Bollier.
It's a favourite corner, turn one, to get an overtake in because you can just squeak it down the inside when you find a nice opportunity to do so.
You've got to be so careful on the exit. That's the only difficulty.
You do.
You open the door straight away if you haven't quite tightened the radius, so you have to be quite careful on the acceleration out of the turn.
It comes back on itself as well, doesn't it? So you can easily quite run out of track and then cut over the apex, really, and then you can find yourself all flustered going into turn three.
Absolutely. It can be really unsettling, so you have to just kind of let that all play itself out. So through they come again. Bouzard, Walter, Tai, Tarvin Ishkal, and Chu. That's the top five. Into the last lap we go. And Guillaume Bouzard is in front of his teammate by 0.3 of a second. David Walter perhaps feeling the pinch of that earlier move from his teammate Guillaume Bouzard, because now he gets to run away and lead.
Exactly, as Marcus Saiter with a warning flag as well, the 207. Also at the back of the grid again, insult to injury. His race will be over with that one, as he will not be able to gain any more positions. But Guillaume Bouzard here looking pretty calm, collected. He checked over the shoulder there, though, crucially. Why do you think that?
Oh, well, I wonder if the conversation is going to be an analytical one when they come back in, or accusatory, because you've got David Walter and Guillaume Bouzard. That was a big nudge that he ended up accidentally inflicting on his teammate. Will there be a, what did you do that for? Well, or will it just be a, okay, maybe a bit better communication next time. Out of the final turn, Guillaume Bouzard, though, is going to come of age. The Luxembourger comes through to win his first race of the weekend, and how about that? That didn't look like thumbs up between them, did it?
I'm not too sure what that was.
That'll be interesting communication. I think from Guillaume, that was, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ram you out of the way.
Yes.
Whereas David Walter will be like, what are you playing at?
Well, I think there were some pleasantries there.
I think Jan Koski has got to do a little bit of soothing of tensions between these two. I don't think that's going to turn into full-blown riots between the two of them, but you just need to temper it a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I know you wanted to win, I know you wanted to get through. Just be a little careful about that in future. But Jan Koski runs a very good ship and a very decent chemistry within that particular awning, so I don't think it's going to be too hard indeed to just temper things a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they'll make their way back into the pit lane then. Hopefully we shall speak to our race winner from that one, Guillaume Bouzard, a little bit later on. But again, not long left to go until the lunch break. I think we're on to the last group before the lunch break. We are going on to groups A and C next. Juniors going first, then the senior OK category. There's a look then at your provisional classification at the end of that one. Guillaume Buzard from David Walter, Nathan Tai, Enzo Tarfadichkul, who had that recovery back. Yuan Pu from Ian Ekmans, the nice Rudleyson Budler, Emanuele Oliveri, Malo Ballet, Kirill Kutskov and Matti Kulnagi rounding out the top 12. But, Jakob Ruchaki and Nicholas Roos, Mark Kastelik and Andrea Dup rounding out the top 16. From Max Rouge, Anna Frey, Malia Cosvisto, Marcus Seta, Matilda Patz, Enzo Bestrada, Ryan Vincent and Javier Mendez. 24 karts started, 24 karts finished. Only one non-starter, but that non-starter has been a non-starter all weekend. There is a look then at the drivers in the Parc Fermé area.
What's the tone of the conversation between these two then?
It looks okay.
Yeah, it looks relatively appeasable, doesn't it? I think there's just a little bit of a... Yeah, we want to talk to you. We want to talk to you, Guillaume. You're the one that took the victory. Yeah, I think it's all right.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I think if anything had really properly happened between them, it would have been a bit different, but they got away with that one.
They did. They did.
Now let's watch Enzo Tarvadichkul again at the start here. Look at Nathan Tai, dives through at the inside. Tarvadichkul's in the middle of the road, but as a result, look, he's already lost out to Tai, and there comes Guillaume Buzard through, and it just opens the floodgates for Tarvadichkul. He loses ground to 2 or 3 more as he comes through on the far side. But Nathan Tai leads the glorious lap for Sodi Kart. That's the first time that I can remember an OK senior Sodi Kart leading a race. But certainly for Jan Pichu, he had the moves until these boys started to work their way forward. Walter and Buzard doing the team together. That was the key moment, really, when Guillaume Buzard got the hurry up to David Walter. I'm quicker, let me through, which is exactly what Walter did.
Yep.
So that's how they were able to get into first and second places. So maybe that was tactical after all.
It could have been. You know, maybe just thought it wasn't malicious in any way. Maybe it was just a mistake, but he thought, you know what, I think you are quicker. I'll just let you go. Then the moves started to come in thick and fast to get to the race lead. That then happened. And then the checker flag came out. And now these were the hand gestures. It was like a sorry about that.
Interesting.
It's a thumbs up.
But it was a hand up in the air as well from Guillaume Buzard. Well, maybe Vida Virtanen can draw some light on this particular subject, because down there in pit lane, she has found Guillaume Buzard.
Okay, Guillaume, that was a really nice heat victory, and you had a little bit bad luck yesterday, so this must feel really good for you.
Yeah, so today was a very great heat, a great comeback. So a great team sheet with my teammate. At the beginning, I was a bit faster. He let me by, and then we managed the 1-2 together.
Yeah, I saw that you were behind David, and he showed you to go in front, and you caught the guy in front of you. That looked really, really nice. Do you talk about these team situations in the tent with your teammates?
Of course, there's a lot of confidence between me and David. I'm very proud to be in this team. In Koski, we are like a family, so yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So it looks like the tension isn't that high then at Koski Motorsport. Thanks, Guillaume. Thanks, Vida. Guillaume Buzard, he took the microphone off Vida Virtanen.
He did. Give it back.
He's stealing everything. Stealing the win, stealing the microphone.
Hands at your side.
He's going to steal my bottle of water if I don't keep that in with it.
Hands in pockets. Don't touch anything. Told that as a lot as a child.
No, Guillaume Buzard, perfectly fine, mate. No worries. I'm sure Vera didn't mind too much. Guillaume Buzard taking a brilliant victory. The Luxembourger really storming his way forward then for the Koski Motorsport team. And David Walter in second. Nathan Tai third from Tarvadichkul and Chu Yan Pu. Right, Tibor Ramaker's back at the front. And this is the race where we essentially find out how likely it is going to be for the Belgian to make it 5 out of 5. This is his 4th qualifying heat of the weekend. And after this pair of races for juniors and seniors in groups A versus C, after these 2 races, everybody will have done 4 races over the course of the weekend. And that brings us one step closer to finding out who's going to be the interim leader. So for Tibor Ramakers, this is a very important race.
Yes, it is, because like I say, he's got maximum points so far, hasn't he? So that will be the crucial one. And where is he in terms of the points? So he's 6th in the points, obviously, because he's done one less heat than some others out there.
Yeah.
This one we'll see with whether or not he can get to 200 points and then go straight back to the top again. He starts on pole, so he's in a good stead to do that. But Salim Hanna has been having some fabulous races this weekend. Another driver to keep a very close eye on. The engines fire up, and they make their way out on track.
So it really is now or never as far as Tibor Ramakas is concerned to finish off the job in the top 4 races of his weekend. But he lines up alongside Salim Hanna. Luis Werrell and Alphonse Mittinen are next from Noah Montero and Alpak Soy. Christian Costoya and Tame Saleh. Then Alfie Slater and Sebastian Lettimaki. Boris Leisen and Kilian Josseren from Sandro Perez and Joel Pocchiola. Hugo Marti and Mies Huben from Jensen Burnett and Ifem Duronov, Gabriel Kunikan and Luis Castellini, then Alex Chartier and Jindro Pezel, Shun Zhaoyu and Oliver Kinmark from Gerasim Skulanov and Lev Krutulov from Melo Peldes, Jensen Burns and Henry Domain. A very tough race this one, and it's going to be intriguing to see how the battle continues to play out here. I think Kilian Josseren is not taking up the start. I have a feeling he's had some difficulties. There's quite a few drivers.
There's quite a few, yeah.
They were late out. They were late out onto the grid, so quite a few drivers ending up being quite a long way behind the rest of the pack.
But Kilian Jossen, like you're saying, has not crossed any beams yet. So the 73 Birolart Racing driver has, I don't think, left the pit lane.
And it wouldn't be the first time either. So fascinating stuff. Not necessarily for the right reasons, though, either. So difficult situation for him to find himself in at this point of proceedings. But the competitors are gearing up, ready for another exciting showcase. Great to hear some of the comments that have come through from people. Sofia Kotala has been watching along. Great to see my old mechanic, Vera Virtanen, representing the show today. She's actually told us that she's hoping for a racing comeback this year, considering that she raced in the European and World Championships last year at the age of 46. That is fair play from Sofia Kotala. I would love to see her do it again.
That would be good to see, wouldn't it? So we'll see. It could happen.
Yeah, I think she's on the way to it. I mean, she's hoping that the only thing really stopping her at the moment is her frozen shoulder.
Well, it's getting into summer. Hopefully that thaws out. And then you'll be fine. You'll crack on.
Yeah, I'm sure, because that's how you thaw a frozen shoulder.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Wait for the summer and it thaws out.
Okay, no medical degrees going your way then.
No, I failed college. Can you imagine?
Shall we crack on? Tibor Ramakas and Salim Hanna on the front row of the grid. Then Luis Werrell and Alphonse Mittinen. And then Noah Montero, Alpak Soy, Christian Costoya and Tame Saleh from Alfie Slater and Sebastian Lettimaki. And we are not racing this time. A false start.
Yeah, pretty untidy that start, wasn't it? There?
Yeah, it was. Maybe Tibor Ramakas just getting a little bit nervous at the front. He's won 3 out of 3. Maybe the pressure's bubbling over just a tiny bit.
Wants that perfect weekend. It's understandable. But like you say, he's calm, collected driver. I reckon he's got this under control. I think it was more the back of the pack that was playing havoc there. But we'll see. Another lap then goes. And again, crucially, another lap that they use tyres.
Yes, indeed. So obviously things are already starting to look pretty intense as things continue to progress. But we're certainly in a very exciting run of things at the moment. And all of the contenders are just trying to gear up and give us an interesting run of the draw. But certainly in the junior competition, we've had several competitors work their way further forward. But obviously, it's been an interesting and intriguing one in the build-up to this one. Tibor Ramakas hoping that this is where he's really going to find his feet and push his way further forward. So many interesting battles to come through. Still no official word yet as to why Gustav Wisniewski and Kilian Josseren are not currently out racing. I wonder if they've picked up some difficulties or damage or something has come through and they can't get out again. We'll have to try and pick up that story later over the break. Are we racing this time? Yes, we are. Tibor Ramakas in front of Werrell and Montero. Round the far side, that is Hanna and Mittinen, both trying to get through and get alongside Werrell. Hanna's got through in a second. Mittenen's got through into 4th place. So an excellent start. And up and over, top of the curbs. Several drivers trying to work their way through with the S's in the hope that they're not going to get spat out of the course. And everybody trying to keep it together. Tibor Ramakas has the advantage, but Hanna has worked his way back in a second in front of Werrell, and Alfons Mittinen has held on in front of Montero.
Salim Hanna with fantastic kart control through turn 1. If you watch a replay back, which we will later on, just look at the hand movement through, controlling the kart through the corner and maintaining it.
Now Montero gets the run, and so too does Christian Costoya on Alfons Mittinen. So Mittinen dropping back into 6th position once again. A very feisty first couple of corners for Mittinen, but then it all starts to unravel a little bit. But watch Werrell. He's getting a little bit frustrated, sat behind Salim Hanna already as the gap has opened up to 0.6 of a second. Do you realise how much time we've already lost to Tibor Ramikas? We need to stop him from getting the absolute perfect weekend. Werrell has tried 3 times to take it off him and has not yet been able to, but he's still come away with a decent score.
Werrell knows this strategy, though, from his racing in the UK of working with a teammate or another driver to try and close a gap. He knows how to do this as well. So hopefully Salim Hanna and Lewis Werrell will do that, because like you say, your current race leader is just disappearing. Here's the start. Now look at Salim Hanna on the outside row here in the number 88. Look at the hand movement here as it goes in. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Controlling that car as much as possible to maintain that outside line. Remember, it's slippery out there. The marbles are out there. The dust is out there. It's not a favourable place to be, but holds on to it. It was a brilliant start.
Yeah, his throttle application was absolutely on point through the second half of that opening hairpin. Drivers getting a little bit too close together, but fortunately they all managed to keep pointing in the right direction, and every driver that started has remained it. There is Werrell, 2nd place. He got the run of the first hairpin and has got through on Salim Hanna. Now it's up to Werrell to close back up on Ramikas once more.
Yeah, now hopefully he can do that, and if Salim Hanna can close up as well alongside Werrell, hopefully those two can close that gap. It's 0.6 of a second. We'll keep an eye on it as the race progresses. It's very early on in the race. No, Montero, though, still there in P4. There's Costoya. Oh, and
no, teammates.
Oh, no, that's a disaster.
That is Slater and Jensen Burnett. Alfie Slater and Jensen Burnett. The cardinal sin is committed. Whatever you do, don't take out your teammate. And unfortunately, the 2 Lando Norris chassis are on top of each other. Jensen Burnett doesn't know what on earth went wrong. And Joel Pocula has an investigation flag going on that could relate back to the start. I wonder if we caught that one, but Alfons Mittinen and Tame Soleil have ended up dropping right down to the back of the grid as well. So I think there's more to this incident with the 2 Ricky Flynn karts than meets the eye.
I'm not sure what part of the track that's on. I think it was out of turn 7.
We'll have a double check of it. Yes, it was. It was at the hairpin.
Oh, dear, and there's another cut off.
Yeah, that is Tame Soleil. So Tame Soleil has dropped back. So Tame Soleil, I'm afraid, is out of the race as well. So that's several karts involved in that one then, unfortunately. And I think Alfons Mittinen ended up down at the back of the field as well as a result of all of that. So that's really hampered Mittinen. But who was the cause of that incident? I wonder if we've been able to pick it up. It's a very tricky one to try and unravel. But we'll have a look and see if anything has come of that. So Tibor Ramikas in front of Werrell, then Hanna, Montero. And as a result of the incident further back, we've now got Costoya ahead of Aksoy, Marti, Perez, Kunikan and Duranov.
Field very spread out. It's not spread out here, though, as down the inside.
That is Pazel and Skulinov.
It is.
At the expense of Gabriel Kunikan. So the Brazilian dropping back 2 places. And then behind them, you've got Leisen, Letemaki, Pachiola, Chartier and Sun, all having an interesting run of it as they continue on. Very unfortunate to see the 2 Ricky Flynn karts there on top of each other, and Tame Soleil involved in that as well. I'm not sure where Tame Soleil's kart is.
I think that's turn 1.
It might be a turn 1 in Tame Soleil, so I wonder if it's... Oh, well, there is another...
Well, actually, no, there's a kart off in the infield. I think that's actually through turn 9.
Yes, it is. So
yeah.
It's up at turn 9, so it's a little further round. So I wonder if the incident started initially and then it's just continued on with the chain reaction. Werrell, a little bit loose and ragged out of the final chicane. Just about picks it up. But this is perfect for Salim Hanna and Noel Montero. He's going to get him on against the ropes here.
Yeah, Salim Hanna looking very much on the pace here. But Noel Montero is still latching on to the back, so that's going to be a crucial one. And crucially, fastest lap of the race as well on that last one for your driver in 4th place. So is latching onto the back of Salim Hanna. And Hanna now is going to be, well, thinking, what do I need to do now? Because I still need to attack, but now I'm going to need to defend at the same time. Which one's going to be more important, I think, at this point? I think the best thing he could probably do is probably let Montero go past, if it's able to, latch onto the back as well.
You're absolutely right, because Noah Montero is fractionally taller than Salim Hanna as well. So the way they'll cut through the air, Montero will actually cut through it a little bit more sufficiently, sat behind Lewis Werrell. So there might be a good chance here. Hanna knows that Montero is there. He almost tried to let him through.
I thought he was then for a second.
He looked behind him, saw where Montero was, and thought, you know what, maybe you should go through. Maybe you should just let me be the one at the back of this queue. And it almost looked as if he was opening the door to invite him through. And look, he doesn't give him any resistance at all. Lets Montero go through. I think that was intentional to let him go.
I think it was indeed. That investigation came to a warning for Joel Pokalap, and he sees that 5-second time penalty being added to him, which is a disaster. But yeah, no, definitely with that one, I think, yeah, he may have just got it done. They have got it done now, so let's hopefully see what he can do this time around. Like you can see, yeah, two very tall drivers now punching a hole through the air. Hopefully, Salim Hanna can latch onto that one. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. This is where the test will come through.
Ramakas is just storming away up front. No issues at all for him at this point.
And you think, you know, he's not used his tyres. He started at the front. He's just had to chill.
Yeah, they've really got good pace in the VDK kart, haven't they? The Kart Republic chassis, it does seem to be the best all-rounder of the chassis out there at the moment. And certainly, Tibor Ramakas not having to overexert himself too much. He can look after the tyres from his current position. There he is in the Setilar colours of the VDK racing team. So a very good run so far from Tibor Ramakas, and he's just hoping to keep this together. Werrell, Montero and Hanna, much less straightforward in the battle for second, third and fourth. Noah Montero trying to close up on Lewis Werrell. And that is a problem for Boris Leeson. Boris Leeson has gone off, I'm afraid, in the Koski, and that is on the approach to the chicane at turns 2 and 3. So Boris Leeson, I'm afraid, the Polish driver, is now out of this one. Very disappointing. And he joins Sun Zhao Yu on the sidelines as well. The Chinese driver has ended up out of the race as well.
Yeah, that is a shame. They are dropping like flies in this one, aren't they? That is now, how many retirements is that? That's about 5.
It takes us to 6 if you count Kilian Jossarin, who didn't start the race. So, yeah, 5 in the race itself. But, yeah, a bit of a tricky one.
And off, it's the number 7 that's gone round.
Yep, straight in front of us. That's Alfons Mittinen. Yeah. Alfons Mittinen, who was at the front end of the field and has now dropped it right down to the back in the chicane at the front end of the field initially, but has managed to get the kart started again. That's rare for a junior.
That's impressive.
Alfons Mittinen has actually managed to push start the kart and rejoin. You don't tend to see many juniors capable of being able to do that.
He's very committed to get that kart going again, and he has done successfully. Not sure how that happened, but it looked just like a spin in the background here. I didn't see any dust kick up. It might have just been a lockup.
So the final lap begins, and Lewis Werrell and Noah Montero are left 2 seconds adrift of Tibor Ramakas in the hope that they can duel over second place. It really is starting to look like a bit of a head-scratcher for everyone in the junior field. How do we beat this boy?
Yeah, that's a great question, because he's just been absolutely solid all weekend. Right now, he is leading in the points, 200 points, and he is clear by 6 points from the rest of the field. This, though, here, Werrell now is under increasing pressure from Noah Montero. Montero in the background looking maybe for second place. There's no one able to match this man's pace here. Tibor Ramakas, who exits the final corner. Battling still for second place in the background, though, as the checker flag goes out. Who's going to take second?
It's going to be time, and it is Werrell just.
Oh, just.
Do you know what? Hanna nearly took it from them. Look at that. 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. They were almost 3 wide of the line, Werrell, Montoya, and Hanna. So that could have been very interesting.
That could have been.
I wonder if our rear-facing camera may have picked that up on the line, actually.
We'll find out. I mean, we could ask the question.
I think we just did.
I think we just did, yes.
Tibor Ramakas, though, this is invincible pace from Tibor Ramakas. 4 races, 4 wins, and this is looking pretty exemplary from his point of view. He's just absolutely monstering out in front now. 4 race wins. He's 6 points ahead of Stepan Antonov, who is definitely going to be the thorn in his side. But now, of course, we're going to have to figure out what will happen when Stepan Antonov and Tibor Ramakas meet on the same bit of racetrack. They've both got exemplary pace and their heat is coming up. Groups A versus F is going to be the last race of the day for the juniors for those two. So they're going to meet for the first time. How good is that race going to be?
That's going to be one to watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for that one. Here's a look then at provisional classifications.
Thibaut Ramekers from Luis Werrell and Noah Montero in the top three. Salim Hanna just missing out on that top three spot. Christian Castoya and Alpac Soy from Hugo Marti and Sandro Perez. Jindro Basil fighting all the way to P9. And Gabriel Kunikan in P10. 13 and 9 places made up respectively. Gerasim Skudanov up to 11th from 25th on the grid. Efim Duranov in 12th in front of Sebastian Lettimaki. Joel Pokela and Jensen Burns, who makes up 13 places all the way to 15th. Oliver Kinmark in front of Alexander Chartier, then Luis Castellini in front of Merlo Peldes. Henry Domain ahead of Mies Huben, then Lev Krutelov and Alphonse Mittelen, who managed to recover after an earlier spin. Boris Liesen, Sun Xiaoyu, Tame Soleil, and Alfie Slater and Jensen Burnett all retiring from the race in rather difficult circumstances. Kilian Josseren for Biralat unable to take up the start. But Thibaut Ramekers has had 4 wins out of 4. His toughest challenge, aka the battle between him and Stepan Antonov, is still to come. But so far, he looks pretty chilled.
It is indeed, yeah. There he is, coming in, pushing his car, no drama. Yep, just won 4 out of 4. No worries.
That'll do, won't it?
Yeah. That's what I was imagining he was saying. Under
Yeah,
that
so
helmet.
relaxed, so relaxed. I wonder what's for lunch now.
Yeah.
And Thibaut Ramekers has obviously got a little bit of prep time now ahead of the final heat, but that is going to be the first time he'll go up against Stepan Antonov. So it is going to be a bit of a tricky one. Luis Werrell fighting his quarter to keep in front of Montero and Hanna to the line. But yeah, Thibaut has it all pretty much under wraps at the moment. But is he going to win the ultimate battle between himself and Stepan Antonov in the final heat of the day? He looks pretty relaxed, but the VDK driver has quite a bit to do.
I think he was looking around going, where's my interviewer?
Am I allowed to do it again? Well, we'll talk to many people over the course of the... There's my mechanic. There we go. We'll get that all sorted. Salim Hanna just looking a little bit exhausted there after trying to fight his way back into second place. It was a tough break for Salim Hanna, that one.
It was, yeah, tricky one. Here's a look then at the replays of that race.
Watch Hanna again off the start. This is what you picked up on, DJ. Look, he just keeps it so strong and so present. That's proper upper body strength going to work there.
Yeah, and core strength as well, I think, is an important one, because you've got to keep your body upright. Then it all started to go a bit pitong here, didn't it? Up and over the curb, a little further back in the order.
And we didn't get to see, unfortunately, what really cooked up between Jensen Burnett and Alfie Slater. We only really saw the aftermath. Here's Werrell getting his bid on Salim Hanna. That really started the ball rolling. And then it all just got a little bit intense from there. But great racing so far. So now down in the pit lane, Vida Virtanen has, I believe, Luis Werrell.
Okay, Luis, some tight racing with Salim and Noah.
Yeah, it was Thibaut just pulled away really quickly. He's so quick this week. I overtook Salim on the main straight on the second lap, and then just kept second from the end.
You looked your pace has been really good this year already and looking really strong, but how are we going to beat Mr. Ramekers at the end of this weekend?
I think we need to overtake him as soon as possible, and then I don't know, I think you just overtake him as soon as possible and try your best.
All right, thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
There you go. Luis Werrell almost lost for words there with Vida Virtanen, but a very poignant point. If you're going to get under Thibaut Ramekers' skin, you've got to pass him, and you've got to pass him early.
Yeah, I think that's easier said than done, because he's always started on that inside row because he's on pole position. That's going to be a challenge, because as soon as he can break away at the start and everyone else scraps, let's say he's gone and you can't catch him, that's going to be the tricky one out there. So, yeah, will it happen? We'll have to see. You'll find that out later on today. That's going to be an interesting one. Last heat of the day will be that one that we see those two do battle. So very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah,
Group A and F.
Ramekers and Antonov sharing the front row of the starting grid. And we know how good Antonov has been, because he's been on the outside of the front row of the grid all weekend long, being in the F group. So if anyone could take him on, it's going to be Antonov, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Right, one race to go before our siesta, the lunch break.
I'm very much looking forward to a siesta, actually. It's been a long first half of the day, hasn't it?
You've done a cracking job so far, mate.
I say, my mouth has gone all numb, I think. It's like that medicine I took earlier has really kicked in quite well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll get that one on the NHS sorted soon.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Jimmy Helias now takes up his residency on the front row of the grid with Alex Powell. Now, this is an important one as well because these two are technically the leading two drivers on aggregate over the OK category. 144 points to 141. So this is an interesting one. Both of them have taken at least 2 victories over the course of their day so far. I think it's 2 wins and a second for Jimmy Helias, and it's 2 wins and a third for Alex Powell. So there is nothing really to choose between these two men, and they've really got to put on a bit of a spectacle here to figure out who is going to get the draw, who will beat the other, because whoever does is going to have bragging rights going into the lunch break.
They very much will have that bragging rights indeed, and it's going to be a very interesting race. And again, it's picking its moments here, the wind. It really kicked up once again.
Yeah,
I thought
it's picked up big time.
I thought the building nearly fell over then. I felt it somewhat move here in the commentary box, which was slightly disconcerting, seeing as we're on a second floor.
Well, unfortunately, we've still got a few karts out on the circuit being recovered because obviously we lost both of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport teammates, Alfie Slater and Jensen Burnett, to an incident. And now we've got Tame Soleil, the Sauber Academy driver, needing to be picked up. That's a punishing one because Tame Soleil was definitely a contender for the victory this weekend for me. And to have him fall off the road, that really hampers the Germans' chances. It's not done yet, but certainly for Tame Soleil, that's a cruel twist of fate at the latter stages of the afternoon. And obviously going into his lunch break, there's going to be some somber and long faces in the Sauber Academy awning.
Yeah, possibly so. Wouldn't want to be in there when they see them.
No. But, yeah, Jensen Burnett and Alfie Slater, I mean, I have a feeling there's more to that than meets the eye, you know. We suddenly saw Tame Soleil and Alfons Mittinen dropping out. I wonder if that was actually a 4-kart incident that ended up tailing off.
Maybe. It's a shame that we missed it because we just don't know. Everything that we say about is obviously pure speculation. We just do not know what happened there. But yeah, it is a strange one because those two drivers know that crucial rule of never hitting your teammate. And yeah, it just happened.
You get chain reactions all over the place in this sport, don't you?
You
so
do.
we'll have to figure out on that one. Behind the front row men, Helias and Powell, Arthur Poulain. I am pleasantly surprised by how well he has come into this weekend as a new boy for Tony Kart and acquitted himself very amicably indeed. Arthur Poulain genuinely looks to me like he could be a contender.
Yeah, I really think he could be. I mean, he's got a great starting position. He's 3rd place. He's on the inside row. He's right behind Jimmy Helias. That is the best place, I would think, to start. And we've seen it work already because what did we see a few races ago? Nathan Tye do exactly what we thought it couldn't be done.
So Jimmy Helias and Alex Powell will go off the front row of the grid for the OK qualifying heat for Groups A versus C. Behind Helias and Powell, Arthur Poulain and Thomas Strauven. Nasha Tunion and Sebastiano Pavan, Maciej Gladys and Aaron Garcia, Renny Lammers and Martin Molnar from Keanu Blum and Teresa Babichkova, Luigi Coluccio and Vasilios Michalaidis, Adam Hadeg and Chi Newman from Maxim Orlov and Joel Bergström, Zoe Florescu and Simone Bianco, Max Popov and Gazi Motlakar, then Ronnie Stefani and Petter Agiv from Leon Hedfjords and Zhang Shimo. 12 laps of the course once again, and this is the last race before our pause in proceedings. But for Jimmy Helias versus Alex Powell, this is make or break, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because Powell, very quick driver, maintained the last race that we saw him in relatively well, but did drop down into P3. So that's the crucial one that we're seeing on this one. Can he maintain that position and maybe even get a heat win in this one? That one will be the interesting one because Jimmy Helias is one driver that is going to be a tough nut to crack.
I've got a message for you, Anthony, from Sofia Kotala. She can't wait for the summer for her shoulder to melt.
Oh, perfect. Well, you're welcome.
So she's clearly read the same medical report you have?
Yes, yeah. There we go. We went to the same medical school as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Was that the medical school of Hard Knocks? Or?
No, it was on the internet. It cost £15 and I got a certificate for it.
Ah, right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jimmy Helias and Alex Powell very much going to be battling away for the win in this one. And to give you an idea, you know, these are the two leaders in the interim up to the end of Heat 3. So at the end of Heat 4, they'll still be battling for that top spot. But with Helias on 144 and Powell on 141, if Powell beats Helias, he takes the lead by 3. If Helias beats Powell, he takes the lead by 9. So it's quite important.
I'm also failed maths in medical school. So, yeah, it's, you know, I'll leave the points to you. I'll leave the points to you. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
I didn't do bad in maths in GCSE. Quit it in A-level. There is a reason for that.
Yeah.
I'm a numbers man, but I'm not a number... Fascinating stuff, yes.
Yes.
Terribly sorry.
Voices in our head. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Jimmy Elias and Alex Powell going to battle then to decide if someone's going to leave this race with a 3-point lead or a 9-point lead, and if it's going to be Alex Powell or Jimmy Elias. Elias has the advantage on the front row on the inside line, but Powell will never give up. Are we going to go racing this time? We are, and it's a good start from Elias. He's going to have Arthur Poulain going with him. A bit of a sluggish one from Powell. He's going to have to slot in behind Nacho Tunion as they work their way through the hairpin for the first time, and Alex Powell is already going to try and slot back in behind Gladish. So Magic Gladish making a perfect start up to 4th position initially. Powell now gets to move up the inside to get him back. So Powell is into P4, Gladish back down to P5, but there's still a long way to go in this one. And watch out, because René Lammers is going to be charging his way through forward as well.
Yes, indeed. So relatively cool start there for the entire grid as it's still side by side for the race lead. And Malobala gets that move done.
And so does Powell. So Poulain gets the lead from Elias, but now Elias coming straight back at him. Powell, having got through into 3rd position past Tunion, now has a run at Arthur Poulain, and Poulain knows that Alex Powell is going to be charging forward. Alex Powell with a very fast Prema Car Republic underneath him. He's going to be pushing hard as they come up to the first corner. Expect the move into turn 2 from Alex Powell. He's going to be charging forward. Here he goes. No hesitation, no waiting around. P2, job done, and Tunion's going with him.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in that one through turn 1. Well timed and good calculated early on in the race as well, so they've got plenty of time to they'll latch back onto your race leader, who has got a little bit of breathing space. Well, I say a little bit of breathing space. He's got no breathing space whatsoever because Alex Powell is all over the back of Jimmy Elias as they go through.
Poulain gets back in on Tunion, so that's a very critical overtaking manoeuvre as Strauven passes his teammate, Magic Gladish. So the Ricky Flynn boys decide to go to battle, and this time they don't hit each other as they did in the junior race before. Tunion back in on Arthur Poulain, comes back into 3rd position. So Tunion and Poulain having a great race.
Great race, but it's not what they want to be doing. They're losing pace on the drivers in front. They've got to stop doing that, and they've got to work together. Find out who's going to lead you, and now push and close that gap, because now some of the Ricky Flynn carts getting involved. Is that Magic Gladish who's coming through, or Thomas Strauven?
It's Strauven first of all.
Right.
But now Gladish is going to get through as well with some assistance from Sebastiano Pavan.
Oh, goodness me. They've got to stop scrapping like this. They've got to close these gaps up. They've got to work together to try and maintain with those two. And now there's Powell. Powell takes the lead of the race. And that was nicely positioned at a part of the track that's not usually done for overtakes. And I think that's what's caught Jimmy Elias out.
That was early as lap 3. And Powell has not only caught out Jimmy Elias, he has caught him going away. Look at that. Into the lead of the race goes Alex Powell. And that looks to me as though Alex Powell is suddenly going to move up to a 191 score compared to Elias on a 190. Oh, can't do the math. No, I'll do it in a minute.
There you go.
188 it is. There you go. I got it there in the end.
You got there in the end. There you go. Do you reckon these drivers are doing maths like that while racing?
Probably not until tomorrow, I would think. But certainly Powell and Elias, 191 and 188 is the difference between them. Here comes the big lunge up the inside from the Leclerc by Lennox of Garcia. Garcia dives in on the inside of Keanu Blum, and that puts him up another position. Meanwhile, Magic Gladish has had to see Sebastiano Pavan sweep past him. So Pavan, the Italian on the Tony kart, up to 5th position. Gladish is in P6, but hoping to keep out to Poulain. And Poulain absolutely savages the move on the inside of Gladish.
Yeah, sent it right down the inside there through turn 7. It was, well, it was a move that I don't think anyone was expecting, but certainly made it known. And now Garcia all over the back here of Teresa Babichkova. And Teresa thinking, what am I going to do here? Because I've got to try and gain some more positions here. We've not spoken a lot about Teresa this so far today. She was up in the order yesterday, up into P5 with her best position, but had a mechanical issue and fell down the order. And today has just been a calm day. Now going for the move here on the inside of Magic Gladish and moves up into P7 now.
Oh, no, Gladish comes back.
Oh, well defended there from Gladish.
Well, it's a very unusual stance that the TEPZ racing team have taken in terms of setup and strategy, because if you look, anybody that uses a Tony kart of any kind, as up the inside comes Garcia to take on Babichkova, any driver that uses a Tony Kart tends to use the Tony Kart Nassau panel, the hot dog bun with the groove up the middle. However, the TEPZ racing team, and certainly Teresa Babachkova, have gone a completely different way. They've got the air hole Nassau panel that channels air through the hole and up through the top of the Nassau. So they've actually gone for a different style and a different pedigree. You can look at it as they come through on the main straight. You've got the air hole on Teresa Babachkova's kart compared to the hot dog bun that you see on any of the OTK group karts. So they are actually mixing it up in terms of tactics and strategy there. But Powell is your leader, and he's 1.4 clear of Jimmy Helias. That will give him so much confidence into tomorrow as Teresa Babachkova finds the move on the inside of Aaron Garcia. That was a paper-thin gap and manages to stuck the kart up the inside and cement it.
Yeah, that was pretty nicely done there from Teresa. You didn't think the gap was on there, but it was, and managed to find just enough space. And credit to Garcia as well, who managed to maintain that outside line as well to keep it so close under the racing. Brilliant run there. Here, though, Alex Powell leads the way, and that gap is now 1.4 seconds over Jimmy Helias. Nothing can touch Powell in this one.
That issue this morning, that was just a blip as far as Alex Powell is concerned. I may not win every single race, but you know what? I'm definitely going to win this one, and that's going to put him back into the lead of the interim. 3 points clear of Jimmy Helias. Let's have a look at that move from Babachkova on Garcia. Look.
It was late, wasn't it?
It was late. There was a slight bit of paint traded. But as you say, fair credit to Garcia. He didn't drift onto the marbles. He kept the kart nice and present. He gave Babachkova the space he had to. That was very well read from both drivers. Babachkova to make the move happen, Garcia to make sure he didn't open the door again.
Coluccio also was trying to get involved as well. Just thought, oh, that looks interesting. Maybe I can just peek my nose in here as well.
So Alex Powell, 1.9 clear now of Jimmy Helias, just disappearing into the distance. Tunion in third, up the inside. There's the bid from Sebastiano Pavan, and he gets through on Thomas Strauven, that is, for P4. Arthur Poulain is behind in sixth position. Babachkova in front of Gladic. So now they are continuing their charge forward. But Sebastiano Pavan really wants to get into the top three. His next target, Nacho Tunion in the Alonso car.
Yes, indeed. Next on the pecking order, indeed. Half race distance complete. And Nacho Tunion is looking good in that Alonso kart. The DPK, through they go in towards turn number 3, and no dramas whatsoever for these drivers for the time being. But they're going to have to try and sort this out. I mean, Sebastiano Pavan, he's got the pace here. I think if he can get past Tunion, he'll be okay. He can maybe catch up to Jimmy Helias, but that's going to be a tall order. Did you think that could be done?
It's going to be tight, but here's the move to make it happen.
There's the move,
so,
and he didn't lose time.
No, he didn't lose any time at all there. So Pavan able to make the charge forward, but he's going to have to make up about 1.7 on Jimmy Helias, I think. So that's a tall order, but Strauven's going to get the move on the inside of Tunion as well. Tunion having to concede, so the Belgian gets through. So Powell is now 2.6 clear of Jimmy Helias. Well, that answers the question, who's got the pace over each other? I mean, the first time they meet, it's clearly Powell.
I mean, the fastest laps, let's put it into context. The fastest lap, Alex Powell is faster by half a second or so.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is his season. As far as he's concerned, he's had so many near misses. The way he came into Franciacorta and won last year in the European Championship final and still had the title snatched away from him at the last moment by his now teammate, interestingly enough, his teammate at Prema, Kia Nakamura Berta. This is a fired up and motivated Jamaican. He looks behind him. They are a long way back. No need to check over your shoulder again now, Alex. You've got this battle. You've got this gap well and truly monstered. This is a man who's determined. 2023 is my year as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think it would be a well-deserved year also as he goes through. And that gap ever just increasing, 2.8 seconds that time around. The battle here, though, Sebastiano Pavan has not been able to put a real dent in Jimmy Helias' lead. I mean, yes, okay, he has closed up a little bit, but it's not going to be enough with the time that they've got remaining. Thomas Strauven, though, has now got past Nacho Tunion. And you can see that move has been done. Arthur Poulain, though, is on the recovery drive. Of course, he is down 3 positions where he currently started. So he started this one in P3. He's in P6 at the moment. Potentially could be going for the move as well, because you could just see think there he is, just behind. He's not far behind.
No, indeed. There's only about 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second in it. And Poulain actually has assistance as well from the TEPZ driver, Teresa Babičková from the Czech Republic. As Alex Powell goes through, on to lap number 11 now. So Strauven hanging on in front of Tugnon, Poulain and Babičková. Aaron Garcia on the Charles Leclerc chassis having a reasonable race as well in 8th place from Coluccio and Gladic. René Lammers, where's his pace gone?
He was quicker. Do you reckon he's used the tyres?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, how hard do you push the tyres? Do you push them to a certain extent and then coming into this one when the temperature has got hotter?
That's key as well, actually.
Of course it is.
The air temperature this morning, ladies and gentlemen, to put it into context, was 17 degrees. We are 10 degrees hotter now. It is 26, 27 degrees out there. The track temperature's gone up. It's gone through the roof. Air temperature's gone up. Everything is much hotter now.
Poulain desperately trying to fend off from Teresa Babičková now. So Babičková wants to make her way through to make up an overtaking move on Arthur Poulain. They come onto the back straight, and Teresa Babičková getting quite hungry now for the overtaking manoeuvre. Sebastiana Pavan having got through into 3rd position, but Babičková seeking the chance on Arthur Poulain, can't get through. Garcia has now passed Nacho Tugnon, and here comes Coluccio. Luigi Coluccio, the captain of the Tony Kart ship, trying to work his way forward. It's been a tough weekend for him so far, but he has still got plenty of opportunities if he can get the move here. But here is Teresa Babičková trying to get past Arthur Poulain while Alex Powell checks out in front. The Jamaican has absolutely no issues to lead this one by example. Babičková has a look at Poulain, who protects nicely in the left-hander. Not going to get any cheap overtakes today, I'm afraid, Teresa. You're really going to have to work for it. But here is the Jamaican, Alex Powell. There was going to be a bit of a test coming into this one. You've got to try and make your ground on Jimmy Elias, see if he can get back into the lead of the title fight again. And having made the bid, made the move, he has just disappeared. And the Mercedes F1 Junior from Jamaica is having an amazing run. Alex Powell brings Prema the flag. What a run, what a run.
Solid performance. You cannot take that one away from him. And like you say, one of the favourites going into this weekend, certainly showing why he is one of those favourites, winning by 2.4 seconds. The Jamaican driver Alex Powell of the Prema Racing team then wins after 12 laps of racing. And keep an eye on this driver in the near future as well, one that is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
So great performance then from Alex Powell in the Prema. And Jimmy Elias, 2nd position. The Ward Racing driver is vanquished only for the 2nd time this weekend. And that puts him on a score of 188. 2 wins and 2 seconds, whereas Alex Powell has 3 wins and a 3rd. So that puts him back into the lead by just 3 points over the Frenchman. Jan Piotrowski currently 3rd in the rankings. And then Kian Nakamura-Berta on the 174. David Walter on 159. Arthur Poulain on 157. Thomas Stolchemanis on 152. And Sebastiana Pavan on 147. This is all provisional, of course. You can keep up to date with everything that transpires on the website for Champions, championskarting.com, and also on ucart.io. There is Alex Powell's victory for the time being. Jimmy Elias and Sebastiana Pavan from Thomas Strauven and Teresa Babičková fighting through to 5th in the end, ahead of Arthur Poulain. Aaron Garcia, Luigi Coluccio, Nacho Tugnon, and Maciej Gladic finishing off in the top 10. René Lammers is 11th in front of Joel Bergström, then Vasilios Michailidis ahead of Gazi Motlakar. Keanu Blum coming home in 15th position after a tough race at the office. Adam Heidegg and Max Popov from Zoe Florescu ahead of Simone Biancu and Chi Newman. Then Shimo Zhang, Martin Molnar, Ronnie Stefani, Leon Hedfors and Petr Agiv. There was only one retirement in the end, and that was on the very last lap. That was Maxim Orlov. I can just see him up at the hairpin on the far side of the course. So I'm afraid Maxim Orlov dropping out of the race on the very last lap, and that really does hamper his progress. Still quite a long way to go then here in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. There is one qualifying heat to go for everybody, one super heat tomorrow morning for all of the drivers that managed to progress that far, and there will only be 72 of those. And then, of course, the final at lunchtime tomorrow. So Alex Powell coming through for the victory. Here's how he did it. A brilliant run down to the first corner. But it wasn't for Alex Powell initially, was it?
No, dropped back to about P4, wasn't it? So again, the outside line just not being favourable. 4 wide further back. I've got to say, everyone managed to make it through as well. So that was nice to see. This is where Powell then got to get back into P3. And then from there, it was just a slow race of just pipping at everyone all the way throughout. Up into P3. Then Jimmy Hilias getting the move because Boulain was coming through, and of course that allowed again Powell to come back into the fray. Powell now going down the inside of Arthur Boulain, going into P2, and this is where again the battle starts to heat up behind, because again Tunon also coming through as well, just managed to make sure that they could split the group up there. And then Powell, a few laps later on, caught up to the back of Jimmy Hilias, and the Prema Racing driver squeezing past the Ward Racing driver in the latter stages of that race. And then it all kicked off behind, didn't it?
Certainly did. It was great to see Teresa Babichkova working her craft and making some good moves there. It's been quite a long time since she started to make those bids a couple of seasons ago now, when the TEPZ Racing team first hit prominence in late 2019, early 2020. And all of that hard work from the coach, the former world champion Danny Curl, really starting to pay off now for all three of the Babichkova sisters. It's not just Teresa who has lightning speed, but Aliska, of course, picked up an X30 Euro podium a couple of seasons ago. And now Petra Babichkova is definitely running at the sharp end of the field, firing on all cylinders as well. So it's a fantastic team of drivers, and then it's not going to be too long till their younger brother, Denny Babicek, starts to work his way forward, I'm sure, into the OK Junior world, probably towards next year. Alex Powell looks back over his shoulder. That's how to win. That's how to dominate. Crush the opposition and leave them wanting more. So we take our pause in proceedings. We only have 6 races to go this afternoon. We'll be back on the wire in just under an hour from now so that we can continue the battle. And then it is going to be the last race of the day for every single driver that will come out onto the circuit. And that's when we'll find out who's going to be the interim leader going into the Super Heats tomorrow. Join us this afternoon as the battle here in Valencia continues. Here we go then, folks. Welcome back to the action at the Catadromo Lucas Guerrero here in Chiva in Valencia. The 6 races that will determine who will start at the front end of the field for tomorrow's Champions of the Future Euro Series Superheats. And this takes us to the final 6 races of Saturday. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me, Anthony Jordan. Down in pit lane, we have Vera Virtanen. And we are going to have a very interesting 6 races. If you've just joined us, we have a very interesting Titanic grudge match in the OK category between Jimmy Elias, the man who topped pole position in qualifying yesterday, and the Jamaican sensation himself, Alex Powell of the Prema Racing team. They are separated by just 3 points going into their final heats, whereas the 2 kings of the junior category, Thibaut Ramakas, who has not lost the race yet, and Anton Stepanov, who is only 6 points behind him, get to go together on the front row of their starting grid. DJ, that is going to be mega.
That is going to be one heck of a race, and that is the last race that we're going to see today. So you've got 5 races to watch before then, but don't worry, because they'll be just as exciting, I promise. Oh, I say I promise on that one. That's a staple there. Drivers don't let me down now.
Well done.
Make sure they are all exciting races.
Yep,
I'm sure they
well
will be.
done. You've just promised now, and if it's going to be disappointing, it's on you.
Yeah.
So moving into
story of my life.
The final 6 races of the day. We are starting once again with the OK Junior. The difference in the weather conditions compared to this morning couldn't be more different. The wind is still fast and strong, but we started the day at 17 degrees Celsius. It is now 26 degrees Celsius, so we've got the fast speed, but now we've got the heat added to it. And more than one team has been looking at the kart's tyres with panicked faces. They are really starting to worry about whether these tyres will go the distance. And I can tell you that more than one mechanic has put the fresh set of tyres under the trolley just in case somebody decides to go for the fresh set, because then they all will. It could be panic stations ahead of the last race.
Yeah, exactly, because today was a very long day, but tomorrow is also a long day. You've got your warm-ups, obviously you can use any tyres for those, but then you've got your super heats. There are 4 super heats tomorrow, obviously 1 for each group, and then of course the all-important final. Do you want to save those tyres for tomorrow, or do you use them now to try and gain more position so you can start well tomorrow? That's the question, really, isn't it? And it all looms down, really, to what these drivers do. I mean, the strategy has been key in terms of tyres. Like you say, when they do it, you've got the choice of doing the switcheroo on the sides. Do you go for the 2 fresh ones on one side and leave the others, wear them down, then switch them over again? Or do you do a whole new set, use them, and then go back to the older ones? It's like, what do you do? It's like everyone's on a different strategy, but like you say, everyone's looking at the tyres and they're going, oh no, we may have messed up here.
Yeah, and the thing is, you've got to keep those tyres going, not just for the qualifying session, but then all through the 5 qualifying heats and through the superheat tomorrow before you can even think about putting that fresh set on.
Yeah.
So that makes this a real knife edge in terms of tactics, especially now as the circuit has suddenly got hotter. Everybody felt like they knew what they were going to do in terms of getting the tyre pressures right. But over the course of the day, with the wind being as strong and intense as it has been, it's kind of given people a false sense of security. They feel they know what they've been able to do. This morning, the temperature didn't rise. So they've essentially said, right, well, then we know exactly what's going to happen over the course of the day. It's going to be overcast. It's going to be windy. We'll just have to cope with it. But now that the temperature has risen in the latter part of the afternoon, this has caught quite a few teams out. And there's going to be a few that are going to be scratching their head and worrying about, you know, can we actually get these tyres to go the distance?
That is the biggest question, really, isn't it? Because like I say, this track, it is coarse, but it's not the most coarse tarmac out there. There are much worse tracks for their tarmac. But like we were saying earlier, it's technical, it's twisty, it's demanding, it puts a lot of stress on the tyres, and that becomes the factor. And throughout today and yesterday as well, we've seen some pretty interesting races. We've seen spins as well. That's never going to help your tyres either, is it? You know, we've seen lots. So I think definitely it's going to be interesting, but we're kickstarting again. It's OK Junior. It's qualifying heat D and E. It's going to be good.
10 laps on the board, and it's going to be the Swedish driver, Elliot Kaczynski, who once again puts the kart on pole position. Alongside him is Kirill Ditiev, who has been pretty exemplary throughout. Then Nicholas Schaufler and Arjen Kraling, Vivek Kanthan and Kian Fardin from Jack Iliff and Davide Bertaro, Scott Marsh and Augustus Toniolo, Matt Corby and Wojciech Woda, Matthias Orjuela and Javier Herrera from Luna Flusha and Kit Belowski, Ethan Lennon, Sebastian Kaupeng, Thomas Genda and Tiziano Monza, Miki Blaskos and Nikita Nikishov, Louis Cochet and Enzo Ruggiero, Jackson Burns, Jason Bralich, Luca Horton and Kimi Tani. And the reminder for everybody, that this is the last race that any of these groups will do for the rest of the day. All 6 of these races are the last chance to get into those super heats. In the junior category, there are 87 drivers bidding for 72 places. There are going to be 15 very miserable drivers at the end of these races.
Yes, there is indeed. We'll keep an eye on that one as it progresses for the rest of the day. Like you say, just 6 more races to go. But this man here as well, Elliot Kaczynski, has been a force to be reckoned with in this one as well. You know, where is he in the points? Currently 8th in the points, of course, going out for this session now will change that. But like I say, he's had a good run on here. He's one of the favourites going into the weekend as well. Solid performance. But again, the questions looms over the tyres because he has been involved in battles as well, hasn't he?
So,
not had it plain sailing.
No, he hasn't, and that's going to be the key factor coming into this one. Have the Ward Racing mechanics done a better job than their rival counterparts in trying to keep these tyres afloat? And this is where, now that we've got 26 degrees Celsius air temperature, the track temperature is going to be in the high to low 30s, 40s mark, I think, by now. This is where, all of a sudden, all of those good tactics and strategies can suddenly plummet. This is the pinnacle point where the tyres could literally just drop. They call it the cliff when it goes over the top of the edge of what the kart can actually manage. This could be it. We could be reaching that cliff point right now. And so the drivers have got to be very focused. Kaczynski and DTF just bringing the karts together on the final bend. The Ward Racing alongside the Tony Kart factory outfit on the far side. Schaufler in the Alonso kart, 3rd position. 4th for Arjen Kraling in the Kart Republic. Is it going to be a green start straight away? Yes, it is. Off we go. Good start from the inside line. Up to the first corner. The first 2 tucking in nicely. Schaufler trying to keep it in, but round the outside, Kittel DTF has held on, and there's been contact. 4 karts going off. Luna Flusher is one of them, and it looks like Kit Belowski is in the mix there as well. Very unfortunate for the British driver, Kit Belowski. We've got 3 karts total, I think, involved in that one. One of the Koskis has gone as well. That's Wojciech Woda, and it looks as though we've also lost Kimi Tani. There is Wojciech Woda walking away from his car. Very disappointed indeed, the pole. But out in front, Kaczynski is still trying to hold the measure of it with DTF, having climbed to 2nd initially, maybe to 3rd now because Nicholas Schaufler has come through. Hang on a minute. Where is Kittel DTF? He was in the top 3.
He's still there in 2nd, I believe.
Is that him in 2nd position? No, that's Nicholas Schaufler. So where is Kittel DTF? What's happened to him? He doesn't appear to be in the top 4. Oh, there is the 92 pulled off. That is Matt Corby. So Matt Corby in the VDK. DTF is down in P5 now behind Vivek Panthan and Jack Iliff.
There's another kart going slowly.
That's Luna Flusher. She's managed to get back on the road again.
That's something at least.
But I'm not entirely sure if that rear bumper is actually broken or not, so that could be a real difficulty. But certainly for Kaczynski, Schaufler, Panthan, Iliff, DTF, Kraling, Marsh, Petado, Toniolo and Lennon. It's going to be a very interesting race from here on in, as up the inside, Jack Iliff gets past Vivek Panthan, but DTF does not.
Yeah, it's like a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on with these 2 teammates, chopping and changing, probably for the next, 9 laps. Let's hopefully they find a nice clear piece of track and get some good racing in. So Kaczynski leads the way then at the end, or halfway through lap 2, by 0.8 of a second. Jack Iliff still there as Luna Flusher still trying to get going. That cut's still going incredibly slow. I don't know if it was another stall or what happened out there.
I think she's got a bent axle, you know. I'm not entirely sure that kart's going to be continuing around any further.
Yeah, it does look a bit wobbly at the rear, doesn't it?
Up the inside, that's Iliff going for 2nd place now. So Iliff into 2nd and Panthan into 3rd. So they've both got past Schaufler.
Yep. Nice stuff there. Can confirm Luna Flusher has just pulled off the side of the circuit as well, so that's not gone well. Here's a look at the start.
Now you can see Kit Belowski in the middle of your picture. So as they come into shot, I think we're about to see what happens to Belowski. He goes the long way round and goes deep. Oh, airborne. Goodness me, that's Wojciech Woda. I think he banged wheels there with Flusher initially, and Belowski just got tangled in. But Wojciech Woda, very lucky that he didn't flip it, because that was airborne at a very strange angle. And this is what happened to DTF. There you go, Schaufler gets through and forces DTF wide. There go the Paralins through as well. There's not really a lot that Kittel DTF can do about that one, but that's the worst timing in history for DTF, who now has to fight back on the inside of Schaufler, gets through into 4th place.
Yeah, that was a nice little overtake there through turn 1. So, as this race progresses, again, you're starting to see chopping and changing. You're starting to see desperation coming in from drivers. They're going for those moves early on in the race as soon as they possibly can. as it goes through. Schaufler again looking to the inside of DTF, but this time not managing to get it done. Stays behind as DTF is on the charge now towards Jack Iliff. Jack Iliff just ahead. You can see here, battling with his teammate, Canthin. And both of them are trying their best to close the gap up to Kaczynski, but that gap has increased now. It's about still 9/10 of a second, so Kaczynski is just maintaining that gap nicely here as these two, I think, well, I would say they're working together, but I think one of them is just trying to go that little bit faster than the other, and I think it's Iliff who wants to go faster, and now it is, yeah, because down the inside he goes, and he goes for second place. So now, hopefully, Iliff can now lead both himself and his teammate Canthin to the race lead. We'll have to see, plenty of time to find out.
These two American teammates for Paralin have been absolutely mighty in this last race. Jack Iliff and Vivek Canthin really doing a stunning job here to run in front of the likes of Ditiev, Schaufler, Kraling, Marsh, Bataro. We've seen them there or thereabouts, but never have... Oh, hang on, that's a retirement.
That's the 14.
That's Kimi Tani. So Tani, I'm afraid, is gone as well.
Yeah.
It's been a miserable race meeting, really, for Kimi Tani, and I'm not entirely sure how many points he's going to have scored, but I have a feeling he's really going to struggle to make the 72 that get through to the superheats.
That is a horrible feeling, isn't it? And I think now you're getting to the back end of Saturday, I think drivers are starting to realise now that their chances of getting through are starting to slip away.
So now this is all going to be about, can Kirill Ditiev get back on terms with the two Paralins in front of him? Jack Iliff in second, Vivek Canthin in third. The two Americans up in front of Kirill Ditiev. Still making a good race of it at the moment. Out in front, Kaczynski is only 7/10 clear. Jack Iliff sets the fastest lap of the race, the American. So doing a fair job. Look at Ditiev. He's really getting frustrated behind Vivek Canthin, knocking on the door. Get out of the way.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he is a quick driver, is DTF. Like you say, he put it... It was a very good qualifying that he had yesterday, and all the way throughout today, he's been at the top. He is a driver that you don't want to really be on the wrong side of when it comes to racing. If he goes for the move, trust me, he's going to go for it. And here, at the moment, he is just struggling to find that gap. So, as the race goes on, you can see DTF all over the back now of Canthin, and now you can see he's starting to back him up into the rest of the field now, side by side, as Canthin tries to go defensive there and holds on to it. Ditiev failing to get the move done.
That was so close. Ditiev tried to commit, but Canthin was just squeezing. No chance of getting through. Now he's going to make his bid up into the middle sector. Is this going to be the opportunity? No, again. Vivek Canthin holding fast here. No chance for Kirill Ditiev to get the line up the inside line. Schaufler in fifth position, and Arjen Kraelen, the German driver, just closing in behind. Scott Marsh is not a million miles away either on the Sodi. So there's still quite a few drivers lining up here behind Kirill Ditiev. Come on, man, if you can't get through, move over, let one of us have a go. But Vivek Canthin is being absolutely audacious and very adamant here indeed that Kirill Ditiev is not going to go through. And this is the worst timing, really, for Kirill Ditiev to have this kind of hammer blow. He is still going to take the provisional lead of the rankings down in fourth position, but that's a big amount of points to sacrifice. Here he goes. Now surely he's going to get his chance. Enough, Vivek. I'm going through. Third place.
Yeah.
Tough. Deal with it.
He was being the best teammate there to Jack Iliff, wasn't he? But unfortunately for him, Ditiev gets through as Jack Iliff again, fastest lap of the race. The gap for the race lead is down to 0.3 of a second. That could be interesting as Schaufler now tries to make his way past Canthin, but failing to do so at this time being.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance here that Jack Iliff may end up actually going for the lead, and there is Schaufler getting the move now on Vivek Canthin. But if Jack Iliff goes for the lead and gets it from Kaczynski, he's going to be the first American to win an OK Junior Heat, probably for about 2 or 3 years. I think it's been since the last time we would have had it would have been probably James Zagotzi in his Tony Kart days in the juniors. So through comes the number 9 of Nicholas Schaufler, Scott Marsh, trying to battle away here with Bataro and Kraling, trying to get through on the inside line. And still a very determined Vivek Canthin trying to come through. Vivek Canthin making the bids on Nicholas Schaufler. No chance to get through there at the moment. Schaufler is holding fast in the Alonso car. No opportunities to make the overtaking move on this particular occasion, but Scott Marsh is going to find the way through on Canthin instead. And as a result of the pendulum swing, Kraling is going to get through on Davide Bataro.
Well, this is certainly interesting stuff. I mean, Scott Marsh here is on a charge at the moment. The young driver has had a tough time this weekend. but a result like this would look good on the cards and potentially get him through. I think it would get him through. He's been up the sharp end, but he has had some tricky moments. I think he's in the mid-pack. He could be in the danger zone, actually, could Scott Marsh be. It's not been the best of weekends, so keep an eye on him, but this will certainly give him a confidence boost as the weekend progresses. Back onto the start-finish line, checks over his shoulder, goes defensive in towards turn 1. Holds on to that one slightly at the entrance, but loses it on the exit, and 2 go through. So Scott Marsh losing out to both Canthan and Kraling. And Bataro also trying to get involved as well as DTF now. Fastest lap of the race, 56.3.
He's desperately trying to close up on Jack Iliff on the very last lap, isn't he? He's running out of time to do it. But Elliot Kaczynski is just hoping that Jack Iliff doesn't get close enough to challenge for a move into the final chicane, because we are definitely at the biting point for these tyres now. Kaczynski out of the hairpin, onto the back straight. It isn't over till the fat lady sings, and she hasn't even warmed up the vocal cords yet. They've got to get down to the braking zone first. Here comes the opportunity into the S's through the right, left, right. That should be fine and dandy for Kaczynski. He hangs on, and the Swede will take the checkered flag. Kaczynski gets it from Jack Iliff and Kirill Dtiev. Dtiev recovers in 3rd position as a result of that. His points tally is now 226 out of a possible 250. Looking good, but Dtiev definitely not wanting to drop the victory today.
No, definitely not. So that makes for interesting reading in terms of points, because now DTF leads 226 from Kaczynski's 208. Of course, Ramek, as we'll see out later, he's got his maximum points. Can he make it 250? That is the question.
I think we've had an incident on the final lap between Louis Cochet and Jackson Burns.
They have not crossed the line, I will confirm. And yes, I can see cuts off.
Oh dear. That was on the exit of the hairpin, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
So Cochet in the Treffler Racing Sodi and Jackson Burns in the Shamik Europe Paralin. Unfortunately, both of them dropping off the race. There we go. There's Bolovsky's kart being escorted away. So that's a grand total of 7 karts retiring from that one. That just shows you how intense the last race of the day always is at this level, as drivers make desperation moves. They have to try and get in as late as they can. Elliot Kaczynski takes it from Jack Iliff and Kirill Dtiev, then Nicholas Schaufler and Vivek Canthan. Scott Marsh is in P6 from Arjen Kraling and Ethan Lennon, then Davide Bataro and Miki Blaskos, who worked all the way to 10th in the end. 11th place for Nikita Nikishov, 11 places gained. Then Augustus Toniolo and Tiziano Monza, Sebastian Kopeng and Matthias Orjuela of Colombia. Then Kian Fardin in 16th position, dropping all the way from P6 to P16. Enzo Ruggiero and Tamas Genda from Luca Horton, Javier Herrera of Mexico, and Jason Bradic of the Netherlands. Unfortunately, 7 retirements in all. Louis Cochet, Jackson Burns, Kimi Tani, Luna Flusha, Matt Corby, Wojciech Woda, and Kit Bolovsky. What a rough race that was.
Very rough race. A lot of retirements in that one, and I suspect it might be a long recovery, as it's, well, let's say a long recovery. That's the first time we've seen 2 recovery vehicles out on track so far this weekend. I think they've had to pull out the big guns.
Yes, indeed. But Elliot Kaczynski looks pretty chilled and relaxed about things. Did a good job yesterday to take a heat win. He's now going to get to do the same again. Let's look back over the highlights. The start was where it all really kicked off. I want to see this again because Wojciech Woda, we need to watch the 19 who comes into shot now. How did that happen? Did he get the slide from somebody? Now somebody went into the side of Luna to her right.
Yeah.
Speared Luna into the left, which is where Wojciech Woda was. So that's how the chain reaction started.
Yeah, just the concertina effect, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One into another, and then another into, well, the last person who takes it, really, isn't it?
How irritating is it that the drivers that are out of the race are all the innocent victims?
Yeah, yeah. It's
motorsport.
It is. It is a little bit cutthroat there. There was another one as DTF tried to go down the inside. He smacked the inside curb through the exit of turn 7.
The American pair did such a great job in the initial phase, didn't they? I mean, they've managed, I think they must have saved tyres a little earlier on in the day because Jack Iliff and Vivek Canthan both managing to get top 5. Iliff, I mean, was only about a lap away from really challenging Kaczynski.
Yeah, no, very true. And then it all started to break away a little bit as Iliff got past and then went on the hunt for your race leader for Elliot Kaczynski. This is where DTF got through as well on Vivek Canthan, and Then it all started to go a bit strange then, didn't it? Because now the rest of the pack came through and Vivek just started to fall off the wagon. And again, looked after the tyres really at the initial start of the race, but then they did start to drop off, I think, maybe at the end, because then, like I say, the rest of the field came through. He did fight back as best as he could, but it just wasn't meant to be. And then Scott Marsh came through, and then the 49 as well of Davide Bottaro also trying to get through. But again, at the end of that one, managing to squeeze it back through, but he did finish in P5. So despite the fact that he went down, he came back.
Yeah, they managed to get as much out of it as humanly possible. We've got Kit Kibbe and Wojciech on the back of the recovery vehicle. Vera Virtanen is down in pit lane. I think she may have found Elliot Kaczynski, our race winner.
All right, Elliot, your second heat win this weekend. How was the race for you?
I mean, it was good. We had a great pace the whole race, and I made a gap in the start, and we made it until the end.
Yeah, Jack was really catching you 10 by 10. Were you aware of that, or were you controlling it, or just giving it your all?
Yeah, I gave it my all, and I looked behind me on the straight, and I saw he was pretty fast, and he catch me like 1/10 a lap. So I was pretty nervous until the end, but I made it, and I pushed my hardest, so I made it.
All right, congratulations on the heat win.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Vera, and thanks, Elliot. Good to hear from Elliot Kaczynski, who has finished off his day with a fabulous victory. He ends his tally on 208, so he's only dropped 42 points from the entire day out of the 250 that were available. The recovery crew have gone to work massively. Kit, Kimi and Wojciech have managed to come back again. Sounds like a Eastern European rock band somehow, doesn't it?
It does in a little way, yeah. I mean, I don't know what sort of rock bands you listen to, but mine only start
Scandalous
with...
from DJ. My musical taste is exemplary.
Is it?
I heard your radio choice on the car on the way in. What was that, Bikini FM we were listening to?
Well, I don't have a choice in terms of what radio stations are available
in Spain. Oh, you absolutely have a choice to skip the ones that are rubbish, though.
No.
You left that station on way too long.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Oh, dear. Just wait till I'm driving. I'll get the better choices. Okay, senior race coming up, qualifying heat D versus E. And back into the draft of things, now we come for the seniors. And again, very similar situations in terms of the tyre life, perhaps magnified even more, though, because, of course, these guys are on the MG Prime tyre as opposed to the Vega options. And that's obviously going to be a very interesting situation for all of the contenders this time, because what you have to take into account is that these karts have 10 brake horsepower more than their junior counterparts, obviously still limited on the engine limiter, but at the same time, more horsepower means more wheel spin, and more wheel spin means more tyre degradation.
Exactly that. You know, it really falls down to that, and we talk about the wind all the way throughout today. Good work with the graphics department. They've decided to up it to 12. I still feel that's a little...
Is that it?
I still feel like that's a little low.
12 kilometres an hour? When did they last stand in it?
No, exactly. They're tucked away in their brand new media centre, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They're living the life. The air conditioning. Can you believe it?
I think they may be getting their weather information from the Brothers Grimm, because it's a bit of a fairy tale if they think it's 12 kilometres an hour.
No, it's
112 kilometres an hour, if you ask me.
If you check the clothing of Martin Bean,
always check.
It's 26 degrees.
Yes.
And the man looks like he's dressed for -7.
Yeah, to be fair to Martin Bean, he's just scaled the top of the gantry in the middle of Spain, and he looks like he's about to make a run at Everest, to be honest.
He does.
He's really trying to wrap up warm there, Martin Bean.
And that shows how windy it is, because...
To be fair to him, it is terrifying up there on the gantry. I couldn't last longer than 5 minutes this morning. So the fact that Martin Bean has been up there since the late Middle Ages, I think it's very impressive that he's, you know, he hasn't even needed to change trousers once.
He's a man of steel, that man. Man of steel. Next race, though, that you can see lined up. Enzo Tarvinichko, again, good start to the weekend, but then it's dropped off a little bit nearing the end. Is that tyres, or is that something else?
You've got to give him a little bit of grace, because obviously this is his first weekend outside of Italy in OK as a senior, junior world champion last year. It's a big step up when you've got so many competitors to go up against. Yes, he is racing a lot of the drivers that he raced last year, but at the same time, it's 10 horsepower more to deal with. It's 10 kilograms more minimum weight, so you obviously have to focus on the lead ballast that obviously comes with its own challenges. And the wheel spin being higher means tyre degradation is going to be higher. Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Jan Pestrovsky on the front row of the grid from Nathan Ty and Francisco Macedo. Then David Walter and Gilles Caranta, Emanuele Olivieri and Lucas Samalisto, Kirill Kutskov and Adrien Ferrer, Malo Bollier and Eloy Gonzalez from Nicolas Roos and Finn McLaughlin, Jakob Rashki and Louis Leveau, Emili Koivisto and Miguel Costa from Marcus Seita and Alva Simasvara, Enea Frey and Leo Nilsson from Ivo Basterda, Dante Vinci and Ryan Vincent taking up his place at the back of the grid. The American driver unfortunately getting excluded from qualifying. Finn McLaughlin late to the party again. That's the second time today that he has struggled to get out onto the circuit in the first place. He's really struggling to adapt to the OK category compared to his X30 prowess, isn't he?
Well, yeah, well, he's X30 through and through in the UK and out here in Europe as well. So, you know, this is a new venture for him. I think this is his first time in OK as well. So I don't know if he's got the full experience of it. You know, it's a completely different kettle of fish, isn't it, compared to an Miami. But, like I say, practice makes perfect, and I think he's doing an absolutely fantastic job for the practice that he's had.
So for those who are trying to figure out what is the difference between the OK category and the lower levels, at layman's terms, well, the engines are limited in terms of their top speed for safety reasons. So obviously, they don't quite get to the same sort of top speeds as your X30s or your Rotaxes or whatever. But what really counts here is that they've got more horsepower. So there's actually 30 brake horsepower, which can in the junior category, and 40 brake horsepower in the senior, which can be as up to anywhere between 15 and 20 horsepower more than the senior categories in their counterparts. So that's a massive amount of acceleration more.
To put it into context, a Peugeot 107 from 2010 has got around 67 brake horsepower.
I really hope you know where you're going with this.
Well, I'm just saying they're powerful motors. Power per ton. These are rapid. The only reason I was very specific about a Peugeot 107
is because you own one.
It's because I own one, so I know why the horsepower.
Well,
is like
your
that.
check's in the post, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'd like a more expensive, more powerful car, please. Thank you very much.
More expensive, more powerful Peugeot.
Yes.
Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Jan Pestrovsky have sent us on a formation lap again.
They did that because they knew that we weren't ready.
Yeah, we weren't ready, so they've sent us round again. Ah, dear, really has got to that time of the afternoon. Sorry, Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Jan Pestrovsky on the front row of the starting grid. Nathan Ty and Francisco Macedo on the second. David Walter and Gilles Caranta on the third row. Now, neither of the main protagonists at the front end, Alex Powell and Jimmy Helias, come into this one, but Jan Pestrovsky does, and he's currently on 176 in terms of points. Further back, David Walter is on 159, and he's in the mix of this one, starting from P5. So it's a big opportunity for the Koski driver from Denmark to try and work his way slightly higher in terms of the points tally, but it's a tricky one. And certainly Enzo Tarvanitschkel, as you mentioned, from pole position, he's got to turn a decent result around this time.
He has, yeah. It's been an up and down weekend. Like you say, he was here for the Winter Cup in Valencia a few weeks ago, and that weekend didn't go to plan either. So, you know, I don't know if it's this track or something, but let's find out. Hopefully, he gets a better result this time around.
So out of the final turn. The Prema on the inside, the Tony Kart on the outside. Wait for it. Now we go racing, and Enzo Tarvanitschkel gets a good start. Nathan Ty right in there behind, hoping to try and go round the outside. Jan Pestrovsky could take this all the way round the outside. Hasn't quite been able to overhaul Tarvanitschkel. Gave it a good go, though.
He gave it a very good go. 3 wide in the background as they're all chopping and changing.
Oh, and the spin goes around there. It's one of the Paralins facing the wrong way. That is Ivo Basterda. So Ivo Basterda, the pole, has gone around, I'm afraid.
Louis Leveau also went off the track, but is now back on.
A bit of a headache then on the first lap as Ivo Basterda desperately trying to get... No, I'm afraid in OK, you really got to push start it if you're going to go racing again. But I think Basterda has seen the writing on the wall. He's not going to fight it. 4th position, that is Walter, getting his way through on Francisco Macedo, by the way, further around the course. So Walter is on the move, up to 4th position, the Dane, and setting off after Nathan Ty in 3rd.
Yes, indeed. It was a good start from Nathan Ty. Like I say, he had a good result earlier on as well. He even led for some of it as well. We said led for a lap. But eyes on this one as across the line they go. Pestrovsky leads the way then from Tarvanitschkel. Much better start for Tarvanitschkel in this one. Still there in 2nd place, hunting down your race leader. The gap's only 0.2 of a second as they cross the line, so the race is still very much on side by side as they go through turn number 3. And very, very close, just in the mid-pack sort of area there as down the inside.
It's Kutskov.
It is indeed, and a brilliant move gets past David Volta for the Koshki Motorsport team. Moves up into P4 now, as back down the inside that goes Francisco Macedo on Kutskov.
Kutskov trying to hold this right round the outside. He almost pulled off the Peter Solberg move round the outside there. That could have been quite spectacular, but yeah, we haven't really seen much of Kirill Kutskov over the weekend so far. He's just got himself into a nice quiet position. He was with Birilat last year in junior. He's made the switch to DPK in senior this year. Let's have another look at the start. Now watch Petrovsky on the far side of your picture. He's going to go the long way round Tarvanichkul. He actually pulls ahead briefly.
Yeah, he was.
That's how good a start he managed to get. So he tucks back in, waits for another opportunity, and then he took it further round the course. So a nice opportunity there from Jan Petrovsky, who clearly wants to get into a good position. Just watching this come through. And there's Ivo Basterda. Had to slam on the brakes. Kart spins around. No, not much you can do about that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, unfortunately, no clutch to stop it from stalling. It just stalls. So, bit of a shame on that one. So, 3 laps in, or on lap 3. Breakaway for the top 3 as well. They are clear by about 2 seconds from the rest of the field. So, Petrovsky, Tarvanichkul, and Nathan Tai, 1, 2, 3, they're looking pretty calm at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. Kutskov having forced his way into 4th position past Macedo, and now we've got Samalisto, Gonzalez, and Walter. Now, this is a replay of the move from Macedo on the inside of Kutskov and then running wide on the exit. It's so easy to make the overtaking move stick, but then you've got to shut the door. You have to keep that inside radius free from your combatants.
Yes, indeed. Tarvanichkul, though, now with the fastest lap of the race, has latched on to the back of your race leader. So Petrovsky is under pressure here as they go down the back straight in towards turn number 9. And no going for the move this time around. We keep an eye on the battle further back. Oh, and there's been a collision, actually. Several karts involved. There's 4 karts involved.
That's a Tony Kart factory team and 2 of the wards.
Yeah. Oh,
so
no.
That looks to me like we have lost Alvasimas Vara, Marcus Saiter, and Jakob Rashki, I think involved
Leo
in that
Nilsson
one.
as well.
Oh, is Leo Nilsson the one involved? Yes, it is Nilsson. So it's not Simas Vara, it's actually Leo Nilsson, Marcus Saiter, and Jakob Rashki. So 3 drivers involved in that one, and they're all out of it, I'm afraid. Neither of them have been able to get started again. And Tarvanichkul back in front. Tarvanichkul's made the bid on Petrovsky. So he's managed to get through. The Red Bull youngster for the Prema Racing team, the Thailand driver who won last year's Junior World title, has come through to steal back the lead in his first weekend outside of Italy in 2023 as a senior. Battling away, trying to hold the line now. He wants to really back Petrovsky into tie. These 3 were battling together in junior last year, and they're back at the front this time in senior.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to see, isn't it? On the back straight they go, and I don't think that Tarvanichkul's going to back him, Petrovsky into Nathan Tai. If Tai's going to go for the move, he's going to do it under his own accord, but they've got to be careful because Kutskov is looming in the background there, ready to pick up any pieces that these 3 may leave.
Here comes Petrovsky on the inside, gets the lead back again. Nathan Tai's right there for the kill in 3rd.
Yeah, through turn 1, it was well executed, and Petrovsky will be happy with that one. Tarvanichkul, though, he's got to fight back something fierce here through turn 6 they go, and into the hairpin of 7, and Nathan Tai goes down the inside of Tarvanichkul. Well, there you go, he moves up into 2nd place, and I don't think he was even ready for that one either. So now, that allows Petrovsky to then break away just somewhat a little bit more.
Stormer from Nathan Tai, that came out of the blink of an eye. He found the opportunity and has got into 2nd place. Now Enzo Tarvanichkul is effectively going to have to work with Nathan to get back on terms with Jan Petrovsky, and that is a retirement. So that is Jakob Rashki having got back on the kart and recovered it back to the pits in the end. So Petrovsky still leading Tai and Tarvanichkul. They go over the line one more time. 6 done, 6 to go. Tarvanichkul won't want to sit behind Nathan Tai for too long unless he decides, you know what, we need to tally in behind each other and go after Jan Petrovsky. But Sodikart have been working so hard these last 3 years to try and get an OK senior win. It's one of the only things they haven't been able to achieve so far in the last 2 or 3 years. They were just waiting for Nathan Tai and Adam Hideg to head up to the world of senior. Now they've got a chance, and Nathan Tai is literally within spitting distance now of Jan Petrovsky up front.
Yes, he is indeed. Keep a very close eye on this one, because Nathan Tai, on this second half of the day, is looking quite strong here, isn't he?
Onto the back straight. Nathan Tai very much breathing the exhaust fumes now of Jan Pestrovsky. The Sodi kart really seems to be coming into its own. It always seems to work well in high temperatures. And as the air temperature has climbed massively, Nathan Tai's got a real run on Jan Pestrovsky. Surely he can't make the bid into turn one. He's a little too far back. I thought it might have been a little bit too presumptuous. Comes off of the first hairpin, up to the chicane. Left, right. Don't use any curb at all. That unsettles the kart. Up to the hairpin for the right. Watch him in the left. I think this is where Nathan Tai could make the bid. Here he goes. Not going to happen. Jan Pestrovsky saw it coming a mile off.
Yeah, he did. He tried to pull the same move he pulled on Tarvanichkul a few laps ago, and this time it didn't work out. Lost a little bit of time because of that as well. Did set the fastest lap on the last lap, though. That's why we saw him so close to the back of Pestrovsky's kart. But now, I reckon it could be into turn one this time, you know, because he'll have the slipstream going down the back straight here. He won't go for the move into the final corner. It's too risky with this little laps left to go. You either do it on the last lap as a last-ditch effort, but you don't do it on this sort of section here. Into the start-finish straight they go, into the slipstream. Is he going to pull out at turn one? But crucially there, Pestrovsky went defensive. He turned in a little bit earlier than he used to.
Yeah, he wanted to hold the middle of the road. There's also a great battle going on behind these three. You've got Walter, Kutskov, Macedo, and Samalisto having a terrific run as the four of them having a great squabble for position. Nathan Tai tries again that move on the inside line. Pestrovsky is not going to give away a cheap overtake today. He just pulls the kart to the middle of the road. Nathan can't go left, can't go right. He has to sit behind him, wait for another opportunity when he's vulnerable. But I tell you what, Jan Pestrovsky is looking ice cool in the lead of this one. He is being as impressive in the defense as he was on the offense.
I think Nathan Tai is just biding his time here on this one. I think he's letting Pestrovsky feel like, oh, he's not actually going for a move, he's just staying behind me. And then as soon as he starts to think that he's doing that, Nathan Tai will attack. This is the battle a little further back in the field. David Walters actually got past all of these guys and is breaking away from them, and he's actually catching up to the trio in front, and wide gets Kirill Kutskov there as Samalisto gets through, and Macedo as well.
Kutskov dives back in, takes the place away from Samalisto, and now Kutskov is going to have a little bit of help from Francisco Macedo in the CRG, trying to break through, but they've all been caught by Emanuele Olivieri on the Formula K, and so Olivieri has now come up to 7th in the mix here. Eloy Gonzalez and Gilles Caranta are in the mix as well. This is a great battle as they battle away for 5th place.
I know, they've all concertinaed up, haven't they? There's so much going on in that group. It's hard to keep on track because it's just a
and then Tai's in the lead. Tai's in the lead. He's got past Pestrovsky. We missed it, unfortunately. We were so busy following the midfielders, but Nathan Tai has hit the front. And yet again, a Sodi kart leads a lap in OK Senior in 2023. But here comes Pestrovsky, back for more. Back on the inside, retakes the lead.
Yeah, this is good stuff. I don't think Nathan Tai is over yet. I reckon he's going to go for the move once more. But he's just got to make sure that he protects that inside line into turn one if he does gain the lead once again in this one. Through in towards turn 6, round now in towards turn 7. Can't make the move this time around. We're not sure where he made the move last time around, but I reckon it was into these next ones of turns 9 and 10. The next two hairpins. Can he do it?
Pestrovsky is so canny in defense. He knows exactly where Nathan's going to pitch the kart in, and he pulls the kart just a few inches further into that line. He knows that Nathan Tai is going to go for it on these slow apexes, so he just makes sure that the kart is wide enough that there's no chance whatsoever for the Sodi kart to get the opportunity. Down in the braking zone, right, left, right, onto the main straight. Final lap begins of qualifying Heat D versus E. Last chance, and Jan Pestrovsky knows that Nathan Tai is going to be all on him like a ton of bricks. Enzo Tarvanichkul, you need to stay hungry here in 3rd place. These two could end up having some fisticuffs if things go wrong. Into the chicane, Pestrovsky tries to keep it nice and proud from Tai. 2nd place, again, Nathan Tai seizes an opportunity. Is this going to be it? No, Pestrovsky is going to hold it to the line again. They come through the long sweeping lefts. The 2nd, then through the 3rd, on the short stretch up to the braking zone, and again Jan Pestrovsky just checking over his shoulder. You're not going to get through there, sunshine. Nathan Tai tries again through the right. Now he's going to rotate it through the next right apex. Comes through onto the back straight again. Nathan Tai has the opportunity, but can he get there in the slipstream, or has he left it too late? Pestrovsky feels he's got the opportunity. He doesn't need to defend for my money. I think Pestrovsky's going to have this into the final chicane. Nathan Tai will try and out-sprint him of the final turn, but it's going to be too late. Pestrovsky will hang on for it. Sodi kart have to wait for an OK Senior Heat win. Nathan Tai in 2nd place though from Tarvanichkul, Walter and Kirill Kutskov. Great end to the day for the drivers in Groups D and E.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid race there. I think my money was well put on saying that these races were going to be exciting, so I think my promise still stands so far, 2 out of 6, and I think we're all good. But what a result that is for Piotrowski. He'll be happy with that one. What a result for Nathan Tye. Like I say, he led a race earlier on, but then he dropped back into the field, but now he's able to hold on to a P2. It's looking much, much better. I reckon we could see something interesting going into tomorrow with Sodi.
Yeah, I think they've left their best till last, really, here. So there could be a few more tricks up the sleeve of the French team. But Piotrowski in front of Nathan Tye and Enzo Tarvanichkul from Walter, Kutskov, Macedo, Caranta, McLaughlin, who came up 6 places in the end, Eloy Gonzalez and Luca Samalisto. Some great work. And I have a feeling that a very relieved Jan Piotrowski is going to be talking to Vida Virtanen very soon indeed. How tough does it get when you've got Tye and Tarvanichkul breathing down your trumpet? Jan Piotrowski in the lead from Nathan Tye and Enzo Tarvanichkul right to the end. David Walter in front of Kirill Kutskov and Francisco Macedo. Jules Caranta and Finn McLaughlin from Eloy Gonzalez and Lucas Samalisto. 11th place for Emanuele Olivieri. Alva Simasvara in P12 in front of Adrien Ferrer and Malo Bollier. The final potential point rounded out there by Nicolas Roos, the South African. Then Miguel Costa of Brazil. Ryan Vincent, the American, came up 8 places in the end in the energy course. A good run from him. Emili Koivisto in 18th place in front of the Australian Dante Vinci. And then Enea Frey is behind Louis Leveau. And then the retirements, Jakob Rashki, Marcus Sater, Leo Nilsson. And on the very first lap, we also lost Ivo Besterda from Poland in the Paralin.
Well, another 4 retirements in that race. You can tell it's getting near the end of Saturday, can't you?
Yeah, they're taking risks.
They are.
Taking risks, taking chances, and trying to go for any gap that becomes possible, even if it suddenly shuts in on them. But there is Jan Piotrowski, the Polish driver for Tony Kart. He's really acquitted himself well in the senior competition, hasn't he? He's come up from junior very well. He just missed out on the European Championship last year, but he's certainly come into it this year, eyes wide open.
Certainly so. Here's a look back at some of the highlights from that race. And like we were saying, Piotrowski around the outside here nearly got the race lead on the first corner. That would have been impressive, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's almost, you know, race suicide to go around the outside
Yeah.
of turn 1, to be honest, because you're starting to mess around in the dust and the marbles. But somehow he was able to hold it. And then once he managed to find the position on Tarvanichkul, he ended up fighting on. I have to say, I'll put my hand on my heart and say I wasn't entirely sure if Nathan Tye and Sodi Kart were ready to take the challenge to Piotrowski and Tony Kart at this stage, but they've clearly looked after the tyres well. They've been learning heat after heat, and it isn't going to be long until Nathan Tye uncorks the bottle and the wins just keep on coming.
That would be good, wouldn't it? You know, see him back on that top spot. He was junior champion last time. Can he do it again in the senior? I think we're ready, though, down in the pit lane, Jake.
Indeed we are. So Vida Virtanen, I believe, has found our race winner, the last race of his day, Jan Piotrowski of Poland.
Okay, Jan, congratulations. You joined the double winners of the heats this weekend.
Thank you. Don't know what to say now.
It was a battle with Nathan. He got up to you and passed you once, and then you controlled it again. How did it feel?
No, the race felt pretty good. I have everything under my control. Once just, yeah, obviously Nathan passed me, so I passed him back, and also Enzo passed me on the beginning of the race, so passed him back. So everything was under control.
Yeah, the Tony Kart team looks really, really fast this weekend in the OK Senior. How is the vibe in the team?
The vibe is pretty easy. Not like we're not pushing too much, we're not stressed, but as you can see, we are quite fast.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vida Virtanen, and also to our race winner, Jan Piotrowski, getting things done in a very neat position. And yes, I would say the vibe in Tony Kart is pretty hot at the moment, considering everybody has come through with relative speed and pace. Right, this is the junior heat that we've been waiting for. Tibor Ramakers and Stepan Antonov. There's only 6 points between them at this point. Tibor Ramakers having taken every single race win so far this weekend. 200 points out of 200. Stepan Antonov is just 6 points back on 194 for 3 wins in a second. Whoever beats the other essentially gets bragging rights. Tibor Ramakers and Stepan Antonov from Lewis Werrell and Scott Lindblom. Noah Montero and Zach Drummond, Christian Castoya and Roman Kamyab, Alfie Slater and Marianito from Boris Leeson and Raul Thanthalan, Sandro Perez and David Cosma, Hugo Marti and Alex Martinez, Jensen Burnett and Matthias Reiber, Gabriel Koenikan and Morella Doroca, Alexander Chartier and Victor Smith from Sun Xiaoyu and Ludo Busso, Yerasim Sulanov and Victor Rad from Medel Beldes, Travis Teo and Henry Domain. Now, this is an interesting one because it's usually, traditionally, at this point in the weekend, when if something is going to go wrong for Thibaut Ramackers, it's going to be now.
Yeah, that is actually a good point that you bring up. I mean, you can't say that, though, because, you know, he's had such a good weekend and you can't put all that pressure on him now. Luckily, he's on the other side of the circuit, so he can't even hear the PA.
But you know what? I am really impressed with the way he's turned it on in 2023.
Yeah, you're right. He has switched on here, and so far, we've seen him racing last week. Brilliant.
Yeah.
This week, brilliant. So again, I reckon 2023 is going to be a very good year for Thibaut Ramackers.
Well, last year was a very character-building season for the young Belgian. He had to represent his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It was very tough for him because he was one of the smallest and the youngest of the drivers in the Academy Trophy. So he really had to get his skates on and try and work his way up the ladder. He is one of the more diminutive drivers in OK Junior as well. So while it really helps him in terms of qualifying, in race situations, if you are a bit more on the diminutive side, the upper body strength, that core strength that you need in the upper part of your chest to be able to hold the wheel, hold it in the middle of those battles, try and wrestle your way through the pack, it can sometimes bounce back on you. But he certainly seems to have gained a little bit of authority this year.
Yeah, it's definitely a line of maturity has grown in him, and I would say, yeah, that's going to be a crucial one going into these next couple of seasons for him. Like I say, really showing what a true driver he really can be. So, you know, we'll have to see, though, at the end of this race, can he make it a perfect line of heats?
Well, Stepan Antonov, the man starting alongside him, is only 6 points back after 3 wins and a second. This is going to be a really intriguing situation now. Can he make it work? Stepan Antonov has to try and overhaul Thibaut Ramackers, and it's not going to be easy at all. The drivers will come through here, and now it's all going to be about whether Thibaut has the cool, the composure, the calm to deal with Stepan Antonov. Let's find out now. Up to the start, Antonov cuts right across, tucks in behind Lewis Werrell, and he's going to drop a couple of places at the very least. Oh. Now, slide, and there's problems, carnage. In through the first corner, 3 or 4 carts coming a cropper there. And that appears to be one of the Tony carts. That's Marianito. Boris Leesen's in there. So is Sandro Perez.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very bad indeed. And the 20 has got out the cart. That's Boris Leesen. He's already out of the cart, so that's okay as far as he's concerned. At least he's not hurt. But on the far side, Thibaut in front of Lewis. Now, where is Stepan Antonov? 4th. So he's only dropped a couple of places. Desperately trying to get going again. That is Sandro Perez.
I think he's... No, I don't think he has done it. Plus, the axle's bent as well. You can see it when he was pushing it. So that's going no further.
Poor Sandro. He really wanted to do so well after winning the final last week in Thuero in the X30 Euro. It's not going to go this way in the OK Juniors this week. Now, down the straight, Thibaut out in front from Lewis Werrell. Then Antonov now ahead of Noah Montero. A brilliant run. And then so too continues on the way. Costoya, Drummond, Lindblom, Slater, Kamyab, Thuntharan. And as they run through, it's going to be a battle between the teammates again. This time, Slater gets through on Kamyab. Kamyab loses a little bit of ground as a result of that. Neither driver prepared to give best to the other. That almost got messy. And they just about run their way through. And Thibaut Ramackers in front of Lewis Werrell is looking good for 5 out of 5. But if you're Stepan Antonov, you ain't done yet.
Oh, very much no. That driver looking very, very strong. Antonov, you can see there in P3. Doing a pretty sterling job, but like you say, Lewis Werrell is a tough cookie to crack. You've got to be very careful of where you want to get that position taken, but they are losing time, so if he does want to do it, Ramackers is already a second up the road. What on earth has he had for breakfast today? He is on 4.
Yeah, absolutely perfection at the moment from Thibaut Ramackers. However, Stepan Antonov has had moments where he's been lightning quick as well. If he can get into second place, then he can start to close in. I mean, the tyre management from Thibaut has just been exceptional out front. He hasn't had to go wheel to wheel with anybody, so he can just essentially put off 4 Saturday drives in the countryside and then go for a 5th one. But there's still a lot to do from Stepan Antonov's point of view. This is only lap 3. He's got Lewis Werrell just in front of him, up to the hairpin. Now let's have a replay of the start. Now let's see what happened in the middle of the gaggle, because there was obviously a couple of drivers getting spat out to the scenery, and it was in the middle of the pack as well. And let's see what happens. Bang, there it is. 2 wheels interlock. And I'm afraid it's the 20, the Koski of it's Mari and Nito and the Koski of Boris Leisen. 2 drivers end up tagging wheels. Sandor Perez just swept up in it.
And look, you can see there the axle, the wheel just not spinning completely straight and true.
And that is Antonov getting back on terms with Noah Montero. That's how he got himself into 3rd position. That was halfway round the opening lap as well. So Stepan Antonov, 1.3 is the deficit to Tibor Ramakas. He needs to get past Werrell quick.
He does, and I think he's heard your call, and he goes for it there. Antonov now back into P2, squeezes past Lewis Werrell, and now is on the hunt, but that gap is 1.2 seconds. That is a long gap to fill. And at this moment in time, I don't think he's going to have the pace here, is Antonov. I reckon Ramakas could end this one with maximum points so far.
Certainly looking that way, isn't it? 1.4 seconds, but now that Stepan Antonov has been released into 2nd place, he's going to be going for the command Unleash Schnell. He's going to be going very, very fast indeed to try and get that one done. Down the main straight, trying to charge after Tibor Ramakas. Lewis Werrell riding behind him. Montero up on the inside. That's Lindblom getting the run on Zach Drummond. Good run from the Scot, but a better run from the Swede on this occasion. Kostoya, Slater, Thantharden, David Kozma, Roman Kamyab and Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. As they run through into the S's. This is going to be a hard charge as Scott Lindblom, the Swede, is still running very strong here. But still, Stepan Antonov in 2nd place, but he's not able to break Werrell or Montero. The Brit and the Portuguese are still all over the back of him.
Yeah, they really are. This is shaping up to be something special here. Half race distance, though, that we are at. And again, it's still looking interesting. But crucially, there are some purple sectors coming in on this lap. Lewis Werrell, fastest sector 1. And Scott Lindblom, fastest sector 2 as well. So there's some pace being found. Are we seeing drivers changing some tyres? Because we haven't got big movers like you would usually see. The biggest mover out there, Henry Domain, 9 positions gained up into P20 in the number 35. So that's the biggest mover so far. So I don't think the tyre strategy has been changed up that much, though.
No, I don't think so. The lap times are still in the low 56s. If they'd have gone for fresh tyres, we'd have been looking at low 55s, high 54s. So they're still just trying to make the tyres go as long as they possibly can. As Scott Lindblom now gets the move on Noah Montero. That's enough to put the Swedish driver into 4th position. But Stepan Antonov, I thought he had a bit more pace than this, but apparently not. He doesn't quite have what it takes to close in on Tibor Ramakas. How on earth have the VDK team put that car together? Because that is an absolute freight train.
It is. It's been unstoppable all weekend.
He's riding the rails all the way around.
He is. He's literally been solid. But like you say, he's not had to battle anyone, has he? So he's just been driving around, doing what he's needed to do. The starts have been seamless. He has been fortunate enough to be able to start on the inside row on each race as well. So he's not had that trouble of trying to squeeze in or anything like that and dropping down to 3rd or anything. It's just been at the front, deal with it, consistency, and maintain everything. And he's done it. Fastest lap, Scott Lindblom. Now, again, Lindblom there in P4, looking very, very quick. There you can see him just going through. He's latching onto the back of Werrell and Antonov. But yeah, like you say, Antonov has just got nothing in the tank left to try and close up because he's had to battle to get to 2nd place.
That's it. You've got to be very careful. You've got to let these tyres go the whole distance. And out in front, Tibor Ramakas of Belgium is very much our own Leonardo DiCaprio, isn't he?
Yeah.
Catch me if you can.
Yeah,
He's absolutely storming away. No chance for anyone to get anywhere near him. And the Belgian is just romping clear. Antonov is 1.5 seconds back. Lewis Werrell in 3rd, Lindblom in 4th from Noah Montero and Zach Drummond. And then Slater, Kostoya, Kozma, Thantharden, Kamyab, Burnett, Marty, Kunikan and Doroka.
Yes, indeed. There is not much time left in this race. A few laps to go as they sort themselves out. But like I say, trio, and now there goes Lindblom on Lewis Werrell and moves up into P3. I don't think Werrell was ready for that one. And now Lindblom, I suspect, will get the move done on Antonov very quickly afterwards. Not going to be this lap. May have to wait till next lap. But Lindblom is on a charge here.
Well, now this is all going to be about going back to the drawing board tonight, ready for the finals tomorrow, because in the super heats, Stepan Antonov and Scott Lindblom are going to have to try and find some sort of pace advantage to get back on terms with Tibor Ramakas. But of course, the way things are currently going, Tibor Ramekers is actually going to have his own run, and there goes the move from Lindblom. This is not in the script at all for Stepan Antonov. This is going to drop him a further 3 points, and that is definitely not what he was hoping for. So it's going to be a headache, and Stepan Antonov gets him back again. They duel for second place now. Antonov is well aware of the fact that he's not going to get the win this time, so he's got to scrap away with Lindblom and Werrell to go for second position. That's all he can get.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he did the move pretty well, but then I think he just left that door open. He didn't think that maybe I need to defend for this next half a lap or so, just to make sure that it's definitely covered. But left the door open there, just allowed Antonov to come back through. So last lap board will be out this time. And at the moment, Timo Ramekers clear by 1.7 seconds.
Lindblom's going to make the bid into the first corner. That'll do. P2. Excellent run. Well timed from Scott Lindblom. Stepan Antonov will be desperately trying to get back into second position. He lost it for a couple of corners last time, but here he comes again. Lindblom is going to try and keep the Tony Kart as wide as a Buick, holding on to it as they run through, trying to keep it together. In through the left. Keep it running, rotate the kart through these next two left-handers. The kart just continues to accelerate, open, 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 then up towards the hairpin in the left. Werrell is trying to find the line to get through. Antonov gets back through on Lindblom. So Antonov in a second position. Watch for Werrell, 3 wide, as Werrell tries to get them both in one breath. Antonov finally manages to seal it in second place, but Werrell very nearly had them both in a 3 wide run. That was a great challenge from Werrell, but out in front, Tibor Ramekers rolls it on. Bit of a run wide from Lindblom, clips the tyres. It's Ramekers from Antonov and Lewis Werrell as Lindblom drops behind Montero. What a tough break for the Swede. As high as second, crosses the line in 5th, but Ramekers, domination. Thy name is Timo.
Wow. What can you say about Timo Ramekers in this one? Maximum points in the first round of the Champions of the Future in 2023. He goes into tomorrow starting on pole. No one can beat his score. He has maxed it out.
Right, Timo, put your English teacher on danger money, because you are going to get so many interviews over the course of this year. You are going to have to learn how to be grateful in another language.
Yeah.
That is absolutely incredible. Timo Ramekers has just stormed the crows here tonight. What a fantastic run here in Valencia. And he goes through, having been fastest in time qualifying, and all 5 heats he has come through for the win. I am very pleasantly surprised that he has been able to hold it for all 5 of his qualifying heats. And Timo goes into tomorrow as the clear victor in OK Junior, the only driver all weekend with the perfect score. Timo Ramekers, 5 from 5 from Stepan Antonov and Lewis Werrell. Noah Montero in 4th from Scott Lindblom. Alfie Slater, Christian Costoya, Zach Drummond, David Kozma, and Raul Thantharan. In front of Roman Kamyab, Hugo Marti, and Gabriel Kunekan. Model Doroka and Jensen Burnett in 15th from Canada. Then it is Gerazim Skudanov and Alex Martinez from Matta Schreiber, Henry Domain, Travis Teo, Alexander Chartier, Sun Zhao Yu, Ludo Busso, Victor Smith, Victor Rad, and Merrill Peldez. The 3 retirements were all on the opening lap. Marianito, Boris Leisen, and Sandro Perez. So a very tough race indeed for all of the competitors, unless your name is Timo. It was a bit of a dance in the park otherwise.
Very much so. Again, solid performance all weekend so far. I mean, he's probably got the best tyres, the most maintained, and there you go. In the pit lane again, just...
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, just like, no, just another drive. Not concerned.
No, what an amazing run. He's just keeping the lid on his emotions here. He doesn't need to focus too hard on this. This is only really going to start to sink in tomorrow when he crosses the line at the end of the final to take the victory. He's just keeping it all in position at the moment. He never really shows a massive amount of emotion, does Timo, unless things are going wrong.
Yeah.
When things are going well, he just keeps it nice and reserved. But look at this off the start. Now he gets a little bit of a nudge from Werrell. Werrell knows you've got to pass him now. You've got to pass him now, like 4 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And it's already too late. And then the 3 karts spit out to the scenery. Marianito, Boris Leisen, and Sandro Perez, all again victims of circumstance. But this is where things really started to bounce back for Stepan Antonov. But again, as you said, he's very fast when he's on his own, but he has to fight his way through, and then you overcook the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the only downfall that he's had over that. Nothing to do with his own skill or anything like that, but like I say, he's just had to try and fight to get back into that position. And unfortunately, that's what left it from where it is. So, you know, again, going into tomorrow, maybe that's going to make it a little bit more interesting into the final, because, like I say, if those two go against each other, first and second at some point in the final, with fresh tyres, what could happen?
Yeah, and there's going to be absolutely no punches pulled.
No.
That's going to be the thing.
Oh,
Stepan
no.
Antonov will not hold back, and the Kart Republic team have all made it very clear. You know, this kid is lightning quick. The driver that gets hung out to dry there on the final lap, unfortunately, is Scott Lindblom, who actually ended up rubbing the tyres, banging his steering wheel in frustration after that heat. Could have been as high as second, ended up in P5. So Ville Virtanen is actually down there to have a word with Scott Lindblom, who unfortunately ended up dropping all the way to 5th in the end.
Scott Lindblom, the fastest man on the track in this heat. The end was a little bit bittersweet for you.
Yeah, like, it was very nice to get the fastest lap, and the car felt amazing. Everything felt amazing. Just missed a little bit there in the final corner.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky, but the speed looked really good, and the fighting was, you really put your elbows out and showed them.
Yeah, it was really good fighting with all of the drivers around. Just wasn't really enough in the end, but for me it was actually kind of good.
All right, but congratulations still on the fastest lap, and we hope we have a better luck next one.
Yeah, thank you.
And the next one, of course, gets to be tomorrow. Thank you very much, Ville Virtanen. Thank you as well to Scott Lindblom, having been so candid after such a frustrating situation. I don't know many other drivers that would be so composed after such a defeat in the final bend of an OK Junior Heat.
No, you'd have needed the bleeper censor for if you were interviewing me after that one. If I was if I was Scott Lindblom, but
Good to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. But, you know, still, again, it just shows the professionalism of some of these junior drivers. They are absolutely fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah, and do you know what? Lindblom has actually really impressed me the last 18 months. He came through as a complete nobody last year, really started to fight his quarter, showcased a little bit of talent, showcased a lot of intensity towards the second half of the year. No wonder Tony Kart have taken him on for this season, as he really does seem to have that fire and the tenacity. And when you consider that, you know, it hasn't been that long since Noah Millell has come into the Tony Kart factory team, won the World Championship 2 years ago on home turf in Kristianstad. They do seem to like their super Swedes in the Tony Kart factory team. You've got to go back as well to Johnny Mistievich back in '96 when he won their first title at that particular part of the run-through in the Tony Kart operation. So they really do have an affinity with Swedish drivers in general, but it's certainly been a fabulous transition to the team for Scott Lindblom, even in his first weekend at Champions of the Future. That boy's got some stones.
Definitely so. And again, we'll see them out a little bit later in the weekend. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a fan of the races you've seen so far, you'll see them out again tomorrow. Don't worry. Make sure you tune in for that one. We're halfway through the second half of the day. 3 more races to go. We're going to finally determine who is going to be starting on pole in the OK category. This is going to be an interesting one because, there's not many points in it, is there?
No, indeed. It's literally just a 3-point draw between Alex Powell and Jimmy Helias. And Jimmy Helias is the one that will start on pole position for this one. We're going to have to wait to see what happens in Alex Powell's heat before we can determine exactly who's going to be on the overall pole position. Tyre choice is going to be an interesting one. Coming into this one, I'd love to get an idea as to what the tyres are actually going to do this time. Looking down the pit lane, though, as I look at Chu Yan Pu alongside Jimmy Helias on the grid, looks like he's gone for the old set there. So they're trying desperately to keep those fresh tyres back as long as possible. Quite a few of the drivers there obviously trying to be quite conservative with tyre choice. Looking at Jimmy Helias's, goodness me, that's a worn set of tyres. He's really going to struggle from the front of the grid there to keep those alive for the entirety of these 12 laps.
Yes, you know, he's won a lot of the races that we've had out there, but he has also had to fight to win those races.
Yeah.
So again, he has used those tyres. But again, you don't want all the drivers to go for the same strategy, which is use all these tyres all the way through the day and then everyone have brand new tyres for the race tomorrow, because then there will be no challenge. It will be the same conditions effectively of what you've had today. Everyone's in the same boat. Let's find out, though, if anyone has put those new tyres on, as the next heat is on its way out.
For the groups A versus F in the OK category then, Jimmy Elias and Chuyan Pu will go together on the front row of the starting grid, the Frenchman and the Chinese driver. Then it's Arthur Poulain and Guillaume Bouzard, Nacho Tunion and Ian Eichmans, Maciej Gladic and Liverway Sam Butler, René Lammers and Len Nige. From Kiana Blum, Mattia Kolnagi, Luigi Coluccio, and alongside him, Mark Kastelic, then Adam Hideg and Andrea Dube, Maxim Orlov, Gustav Wisniewski, Zoe Florescu, Maxime Verbruge, Max Popov, Javier Evermendez, Ronnie Stevani, and then Matilda Pats and Leon Hietfors. 25 drivers, although I have a guess it's going to be 24, because obviously we haven't seen anything of Gustav Wisniewski since timed qualifying yesterday. And indeed, no, he is not out on the circuit. So 24 drivers. The temperature has gone up again, 27 degrees Celsius. It's trying to get to 30 before the day's out.
Well, it said it was going to be 30 degrees today, so the weather never lies, apparently.
Are you joking?
Yeah, I guess I'm joking.
Which country do you come from again? Oh, yes, that's right, the UK.
No, exactly. The wind's still picking up, though.
Michael Fish says it's going to be fine for the weekend.
Yeah. No.
Short memory. But mind you, to be fair, you were probably in your pram when that newscast was taken out. Anyway, Jimmy Elias and Chuyan Pu, front row of the grid for this one. Arthur Poulain and Guillaume Bouzard. I think you've got to keep an eye on Bouzard for this one. Fourth position, the Luxembourger in the Koski. He's got a real chance to do something special from that position, and he's already taken a victory in the race just before. If he makes it a second one, then that's really going to wipe the smile off Jimmy Elias' face.
Well, yeah, definitely so. I mean, all of these drivers at the front have been at the front at some point this weekend. They've all been battling for that top spot. It's just always fallen into the hands of one or another driver. So it's just a case of not how, but when is it going to happen for some of these drivers? Because it will happen. You know, Chuyan Pu, earlier on, he was leading, and he was leading convincingly for quite a long time of the race, and then it just dropped off at the end. I reckon if he can get another good start this time around, he's got a chance.
So Arthur Poulain in third position. Bouzard, Tunion, Eichmans, Maciej Gladic, and Liverway Sam Butler. Watch for the pair on the fifth row as well, René Lammers and Len Nige. They've had their moments over the course of today, but they need to finish strong. Chuyan Pu really needs a strong result, having had a good start earlier on in the day, and then it's all sort of come apart. It's very unfortunate for him. He's been on the wrong side of the starting grid all weekend long, on the outside line rather than the inside. Let's see how it fares, though. Are we going to get a good start this time? No, we're not.
Got sleeping. The second line was way further back than the first that time around. I don't think that was the main cause. I think it was a little further back was the cause. But yeah, Elias and Chuyan Pu were not side by side there at all.
No, indeed.
Going across the start-finish line.
Well, it just adds to the tension of it all, doesn't it? Because Jimmy Elias, you know, there's so much pressure on you to perform and to get it right. And obviously before the start of races earlier on today, Martin Bean would have come over to them and told them how to get the starts done. But that just adds to the pressure. That just adds to the, well, okay, I'm just going to make sure I don't get this wrong. And then, you know, you start pushing people into those corners. You start pushing on their buttons a little bit. That's where the mistakes can creep in. That's where you can get those errors to come out.
I mean, if you think about it, how many race starts do you reckon these drivers have done over their career?
You've got to be thinking about 80, 85 up to this point, haven't you?
Well,
at least.
Well, like you think every single race they've done will have been a rolling start, and then all of the ones that have been false starts and everything like that. So yeah, quite a few. You would think they would not need a reminder from a race director of how to do.
Well, no, but, you know, you just got to keep these guys very well aware of what's happening out of the final turn.
Much better.
That's more like it. Here we go. And Chuyan Pu was actually a couple of millimetres in front of Jimmy Elias initially, but Elias gets the support from round the outside. Chu's trying to keep it round the outside. He's going to lose ground to two. So Arthur Poulain and Nacho Tunion are going to get through. And as they head into the chicane, will everybody make it through? They know this is their last chance. A couple of drivers over the curbs, but they're all still pointing in the same direction, which is the main thing. And still Poulain under some intensity from Tunion. Up to fourth position again has come Chuyan Pu after a difficult start. But out in front, Jimmy Elias leading by example. He's got to win this one and hope that Alex Powell doesn't win his if he wants to take the lead of the interim. But certainly it is as you expected from Jimmy Elias. Arthur Poulain, though, climbing all over the back of him as here comes Maciej Gladic up the inside of Chuyan Pu. Masterful. He kept himself in there, elbows out, strong and proud.
Yeah, Gladic really pushing that kart strong at the early stages of this race. Good to see. But Jimmy Elias now still with that race lead. Arthur Poulain on the charge, and now fighting back comes Chuyan Pu as he tries to go through, but down the inside comes Guillaume Bouzard. And I think he gets the move done. Or was that Lammers?
That is Lammers that's moved forward, you're right.
Yeah.
So Lammers is now up at the P6. Now Buzar's going to get his run. They're trying to go around the outside of Chu Yanpu, who was a little bit sluggish. And now Buzar and Lammers have actually swapped places twice in as many corners. They are getting frustrated by the Prema in front of them. So this is a tough one for Lammers and Buzar. Lammers now making his mid on the inside of Chu. No worries, through and no problem at all. But Buzar has to wait, and now he's got pressure from behind as Ian Eichmans draws level and gets alongside. Sorry, Guillaume, wait your turn.
Exactly that. This is what we saw from René Lammers earlier on. Had real pace earlier on, didn't he? Pushing it through. Do you reckon he's done the half and half on the tyre strategy? I reckon he has.
There's a potential for it. He's certainly got something better than before. As Nacho Tunion now finds himself behind Arthur Poulain. And Poulain is trying to seek an opportunity onto the back of Jimmy Helias. They would have been teammates this year had Jimmy not defected from the factory outfit to go on to Ward Racing, the team based in Scandinavia. Yet again, those two different types of race team. The factory team, which is very much win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and the satellite operations, which is all about winning. They couldn't care about product, they care about the racing.
We've got to cart it off into the entrance of turn 7.
Now, that looks to me like it could be one of the CRGs off the road. It is indeed. It's Mattia Colnaghi. So Mattia Colnaghi, I'm afraid, has gone off the road in the middle sector. And that's very much game over for the Italian. What a shame.
Yeah, big shame for that one. And he's trying to get it restarted, though. Go on, give it a good push.
Good luck.
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
I'm afraid it's such a physical exercise. Here comes Tunion on the inside of Poulain. And Nacho Tunion on home soil manages to get him into second place now, past Arthur Poulain. So it's a really exciting run. Maciej Gladic is fourth place, the Polish driver in front of René Lammers and Chu Yanpu, then Guillaume Buzar, Ludovic Sambudla, and Ian Eichmans. There's another kart in trouble, is there? Or is that the same one?
That's the same one.
It is the same one. I thought, okay, so problems there on the far side. Arthur Poulain trying to close up again on Nacho Tunion. Trying to work his way through the left and then through the right. Trying again, hoping to make these opportunities come their way. But Poulain really doesn't want to sit behind Nacho Tunion for much longer. Stationary green flags then at the point where we lost Mattia Colnaghi's kart, so they've managed to clear it. Onto the main straight again. Helias, Tunion, Poulain, Gladic, Lammers, Chu, Buzar, Sambudla, Eichmans and Coluccio is your top 10. Looks as though Buzar is going to try again here on Chu. Chu's going to hold it. Meanwhile, up to the inside line, that's Hideg on Blum. So Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, tries to go right through on the inside of Keanu Blum, and Len Nyes was trying to find enough space to get through as well. Keanu Blum parks the bus on the inside of the apex through the chicane. No chance to get through there on the inside, but there's an opportunity further back as Popov went for Orlov, and I didn't see how that one quite finished up. Oh, Maxim Verbruch has got a warning flag.
That's suboptimal, isn't it? Yeah, you don't want that one at the end of the day, because an added 5-second time penalty will see you dropping well down the order. Yeah, half race distance now completed, and like you say, Elias leading the way, 0.7 of a second. I think, don't know, now that he's managed to break free, I'm looking at the sector times, and it's again, they are matching. Sometimes it's faster in the second, sometimes it's faster in the third. So again, I reckon the gap's just going to stay in a bit of a limbo mode there between the two of them. I don't think they're going to close up, which is a shame. But it's all kicking off at the back here, though, as again, down the inside, I think Hideg just keeping Blum at bay. So as they get themselves through into that mid-pack section, again, it's still intense battles all the way throughout, because again, the top 75 go through?
72.
72 go through. But yeah, there is lots to happen in this still.
And there's going to be 8 drivers at the end of the OK category that are not going any further in the weekend. You do not want to be one of those 8, or you are going to be sat frustrated.
Oh, yes.
Waiting hours and hours and hours for a flight that you just want to come nice and early. Meanwhile, the battle up front, Jimmy Helias still keeping that 0.7 of a second distance between himself and Nacho Tunion. 6 done, 6 to go. Maciej Gladic going well in 4th place ahead of Lammers and Buzar. Chu Yanpu is steady in front of Coluccio. Sam Budler and Ian Eichmans fairly close together. This is much better from Nacho Tunion. He's really settled into a rhythm this time. It's nowhere near as inconsistent as it has been. So some really strong efforts so far. Some good battles all the way through. We've seen some really exciting charges as the competitors are making good work of things. Jimmy Helias in front of Nacho Tunion, Artur Poulain, then Gladic, Lammers, Bouzard, Chu, Coluccio, Sam Budler, Eichmann, Sideg, Blum, Verbruge, Orlov and Nijs. And as they continue on, Poulain is getting closer to Tunion. He really doesn't want to sit behind him any longer.
No, he got past earlier, didn't he? But now he's just thinking, how did I let you pass earlier? I'm matching your pace, if anything. I'm a little bit quicker than you as well. So I think, yeah, like you say, I think he's going to try and get back past her as soon as he can. But he's lost all time to really close up the other gap. This is a replay of what happened earlier on, one of the overtakes, and that was the, unfortunately, recovering Mattia Kulnagi, who unfortunately tried to get it restarted, couldn't do so. There was the original change of Dunon getting past Poulain. And now, I suspect we're going to be seeing a very similar overtake, but on Poulain on Tunani.
Yeah, he's got 5 laps to do it, but if I'm Poulain, I'm going to get through as early as possible because Tunion is going to try and back you into a corner. There you go! Opens up the taps. Lovely from Artur Poulain. That'll do nicely in a second place. Nacho Tunion is not going to want to take that lying down. And just to add insult to injury, Artur Poulain gives a patronising signal to Nacho Tunion. Come on, man, come and work with me. Let's go and get the leader. Are you kidding? We're already a second back. We're not going to make this up. Nacho Tunion is going to try his best to get back on terms with Artur Poulain right at the death.
Yeah, looking at the points between these two as well. Dunon at the moment 7th in the point standings on 178, matched with Nathan Tai. Artur Poulain 201. He's 3rd in the point standings at the moment.
And he's not really going to finish in the top 3 because there are still a fair couple of drivers who are going to be coming up in the later race. So Artur Poulain really trying to maximise his position as much as possible. But in 4 laps to try and gain a second on Jimmy Helias, it's a tall order. And to be fair, Jimmy is now, he's not the fastest driver out there. That is Nacho Tunion, but he doesn't need to be the fastest driver out there. He needs to be the most consistent and smooth driver out there at this point of the day. You just got to consolidate each sector. Keep it within the 14 fours, 24 fours, 16 fives. Just got to keep banging in those relatively strong sectors. Just try and keep it as within your grasp as possible. You don't want to overcook the tyres, but you don't want to overstretch them either.
No, exactly. It's just, there is a fine line of just dancing on them and just stepping on their feet. So yeah, you don't want to do that one. Not much time left in this race though, and the new fastest lap of the race goes out to Artur Poulain. 55.232. Now he's got that clear air, is now starting to close that gap because it is less than 0.8 of a second. Has he got the pace to try and close that? The last lap that Poulain did, like you say, was the fastest, and he took a huge chunk out of him on that last lap.
It's 0.3. That's 1/3 of the gap deficit that he had. Now, if he can do it again on this lap, and he does look like he's getting there. Sector 1, fractionally quicker. Sector 2, a fair way quicker. So all of a sudden, the pendulum is swinging back in the favour of Artur Poulain as he crosses the line. 2 to go, 16.6 and 16.6. The gap comes down to 0.6 of a second now between Helias and Poulain. That is achievable in the draft. Meanwhile, René Lammers is trying to take on Maciej Gladic.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's dropped back into the clutches there, a little further back into the field. There you can see Gladic. Lammers has latched onto the back of him now, not through 7. No, thinks against it, stays behind. Now he's going to go into the slipstream here at the background. These two have been, well, they've been top and tail for most of the day. Like you say, they've met each other out in previous ones. And, you know, these guys, very, very quick in their own right out on track. But Lammers has just had moments where he's had spring momentum. Then he drops back. And the same has been with Gladic as well. You've seen him, spring momentum has forced his way up to the front. But then has had moments where it's just fizzled out and gone down. And again, is that just tyre management that we see from the two of them?
So Helias was a couple of hundredths quicker the last time round in Sector 1, but 0.2 down in Sector 2, comparable in Sector 3. The last lap begins. Artur Poulain is only 0.4 back. He's got to try and find something magic in this last lap, even by his standards, to get back on terms with Jimmy Helias. Helias just has to drive his line. He doesn't need to lose too much focus here. Just get the kart stopped at the apron. Work it through the curbs, get back on the throttle, application nice and delicate, don't overdrive it, forget what's going on behind you. You cannot spend too long looking over your shoulder, Jimmy. You've got to just go for it and gung-ho. Artur Poulain is catching you, but do not start looking over that shoulder. That's where vulnerability and weakness creeps in. That's where you realise that Artur is all over the back of you. Don't defend into the final chicane. You don't need to, Jimmy. turn in, right, left, right, perfect, textbook, little bit of a wobble, but that's fine. Jimmy Elias gets the job done in front of Arthur Poulain and Nacho Tunion. Formidablement brave, lovely job from Jimmy Elias. He needed to maximize that victory right at the end there. He's managed to do that, and that's absolutely bang on. Jimmy Elias goes to the top of the qualifying heats for the moment on 238 points. He gets a congratulations from Arthur Poulain. Good sportsmanship there. But now the pressure's on Alex Powell. You've got to win to take the lead.
Yes, indeed. Well, Jimmy Elias then, at the end of his qualifying heats, sees himself with 238 points. That's a cut coming to a stop at the end of the race. The 257 of Len Nice.
Oh dear. Yeah, where's that? That's at the end of turn 1, isn't it?
No, I don't think that is at the end of turn 1.
You've got the window open right there. It is turn 1.
It is turn 1. It is.
Nice. It's just gone onto the runoff area at the far side.
Is that a flat tyre?
Do you know, I think it might be. Has Len Nice got a flat tyre there? Yeah, look at that. There's a massive cut in the middle of that tyre. And that just shows you how far along the gauntlet they are running those tyres. I've never seen that in karting before. It's a massive, great cut. It almost looks like a half groove in the middle of the tyre there at the back. So Jimmy Elias takes the win. Arthur Poulain in second from Nacho Tunion, then Maciej Gladish and René Lammers. Guillaume Bouzard and Luigi Coluccio, Livaway Sambudla and Keanu Blum, Ian Eichmans and Adam Hideg. Chuyan Pu and Maxence Verbruge in front of Max Orlov and Andrea Dupe. And then it is Max Popov in 16th, Xavier Evra Mendes in 17th. Len Nice plummeted all the way to 18th before he pulled up after the flag. Ronnie Stefani and Leon Hedfors. And then finally we had some retirements. Zoe Florescu and Matilda Pats, unfortunately, the two ladies, along with Mark Kastelich and Mattia Kolnagi. So some big problems there and a very frustrating end to the day. But yeah, looking at the conditions of Len Nice tyres, that just shows you how hard these teams and drivers are pushing it.
Yeah, now, again, you don't want to run off wide or anything like that because the curbs here can be quite harsh. There's some of those rumble curbs as well. That can cause a lot of damage to a tyre. If you really think about it, just clipping one of the big curbs in the wrong angle, that can cause some damage as well. But that tyre, like you said, had a huge gouge out of it, didn't it? It looked like someone had taken like a Stanley knife and just run it across the middle of it.
Yeah, I think that's what they call a Schwarzenegger special, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's really quite tough, that tyre. Let's have a look back over the highlights. And you can see right at the start, Chuyan Pu had problems trying to keep this together. And then he eventually dropped all the way back to 12th position. That noise you might be hearing in the background is, in fact, the wind. That's how ferocious it is. It is absolutely pelting the sides of the main race control building here on the main start-finish straight, and it does kind of make the entire place feel like it's about to collapse around us. If we suddenly disappear...
If we suddenly go quiet...
You'll know why.
Yeah.
We really hope it's not going to be quite that dramatic. But, yeah, Chuyan Pu, again, that's what the deficit of starting on the wrong side of the grid is. He just tumbles from second place, this time all the way to 12th. It's a bit of a punishing position to be in.
Yeah, it's not the best place, is it? I mean, starting on that outside row is tough. He made it work on one race. Unfortunately, he's not managed to replicate that on the rest of them. And yeah, like you say, he has struggled all weekend. That was an interesting part of the race, wasn't it? The 2-1-4, Maximilian Popov. He gained 5 positions at the end of that one. He was battling away fiercely. Ended that race P16 in the middle of a kind of lull. He had no one close in front or behind. So yeah, tough old race, that one. Tough old race.
A very important race to win. And Jimmy Elias taking the victory in front of Arthur Poulain and Nacho Tunion. A good end to the day for Maciej Gladish, the Ricky Flynn driver from Poland, finally getting the top 5 finish he's been working for all weekend and richly deserves. René Lammers up 4 places to P5. What about the other big movers in that one? Coluccio up to 7th place, and up 7 places was Maxence Verbruge. Let's cross over to Vera Virtanen with reaction from that last heat.
All right, Jimmy, another heat win, and now you're starting in the, I think, on the pole for the super heat tomorrow. Possibly, I'm not 100% sure, but I assume so. So how is the feeling?
I feel okay, but the race is not win. We need to work more to win the final, because I think we start pole tomorrow, Profonal A, but for me it will be difficult, but I think I can win, probably, I hope.
Yeah, but I think you must feel pretty confident. You've been exceptionally good the whole day.
Yeah, all day was very nice. I make first, but I think 4 hit first. No, only 1 second, but I think was very nice.
All right, good luck, Jimmy, for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, Jimmy Helias has done the good work there. Thanks very much indeed to Vera Virtanen for that one. But it's Alexander Bondarev and Salim Hanna on the front row of the grid of the last OK Junior heat of the day. Filippo Sala and Alfons Mittinen. Then it is Dries van Langendonk and Alp Aksoy, Noah Wolf and Tame Soleil, Sebastian Mins and Sebastian Lettemaki, Jacopo Martinese and Kilian Josseren from Guy Albag and Joel Pokela, Jagrat Troja and Mies Huben from Jarrett Clark and Efim Derunov, Marius Barryberg and Luis Castellini, Kosai Aguma and Jindro Pezel, Klara Kowalczyk and Oliver Kinmark, Marcus Shilkunias and Lev Krutolov, and then Mark Brovko and Jensen Burns at the very back end of the field. Tibor Ramakas is already confirmed as our victor in the qualifying heats stage of proceedings. Of course, they still have the super heat tomorrow, and it's not 50 points for the win in the super heats, it's 75. So he's going to want to try and get that tally up from 250 to 325. If he does so, then he'll score 30 championship points in the Euro Series, as opposed to these points that they score in the qualifying heats do not add to the Euro Series points standings. That only comes after the super heats. So the points that they score in the qualifying heats become null and void once they get to the end of the super heats, and then it becomes about championship points. By the way, if any of this made any sense to you, I'm clearly not telling it right.
Essentially, the points that they're earning now just determine where they're going to start.
Correct.
For the super heats tomorrow.
As well as then the final tomorrow once you add the super heats to it.
Yes, which makes the question of why it needed to change.
Oh, well, I tell you what, you sit in that boardroom meeting at Paris and see if you can get a word in edgeways, and then we'll find out.
I would just like to throw the argument in of, you know, what was wrong with scoring 0 for a win. It was so much easier.
Are you saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Exactly.
Because I'm with you all the way.
Exactly. It wasn't broke.
I got used to that system. It was a good system.
So did I.
Yeah.
And then I suddenly started seeing points, because now we're looking at points of like 238, 226. It means maths is involved.
Yeah, when has maths ever been fun?
No, exactly.
Anyway, up to the front end, Alexander Bondarev and Salim Hanna from Filippo Sala and Alfons Mittinen. Van Langendonk, Aksoy, Wolf, Soleil, they're going round again.
Yeah, again, wasn't online. Had a disembodied voice in my head telling me to stop arguing with management.
Well, to be fair, it's an FIA call, isn't it? Because obviously we run through FIA rules.
It is, yes.
So through they come. Bondarev and Salim Hanna, front row of the starting grid. Kart Republic versus Ricky Flynn. Filippo Sala and Alfons Mittinen. Sodikart versus Diamond Racing. And then Dries van Langendonk and Alp Aksoy. Now, who is going to be needing to make a really big charge forward this time? Well, we've had DNFs for Tame Soleil. We had a bit of a headache yesterday for Noah Wolf as well. Trying to see who really needs a good charge forward. I tell you who we could see a really good charge forward from. Jindro Pezel. He's had a couple of decent moves, having started at the tail end of the field after a nightmare in qualifying yesterday. But in all of the races, he's made a fairly decent charge forward.
Yeah, no, I will agree with that one. Again, it's been the same for a lot of drivers, though, that have had that sort of charge forward all the way throughout the day. But, like I say, we always talk about it. It always falls down to the tyres, though, isn't it? You know, the drivers that you think that you haven't seen in the early stages, they've been at the back, they've been maintaining their tyres, and then have a heat where they just shot forward because they think that's the one that they're going to get it in.
And once again, Kilian Josseren doesn't take the start. Here we go. Up to the start for Bondarev. He's going to try and lead this in front of Sala. Sala runs through in second position. He gets the good start. So too does Dries van Langendonk. Down to fourth goes Salim Hanna. Up to the chicane. Is everybody going to get through? A few determined drivers going for a move or two here. They've all made it through this time. Excellent stuff through the right. Excellent stuff through the left. And up to second. Up to the lead, sorry, now has come Filippo Sala. He's got through on Alexander Bondarev. And in third position, Dries van Langendonk is trying to make his bid. But it's Italy in front of Ukraine. And in third, Belgium.
Yeah, Sala now leading this one, again doing a sterling job. He's always struggled to get to the front of this one. He's made good places to get into second or anything like that. Now leading, so he's looking comfortable at the front there as he goes down the back straight. He's got the close company, though, of Bondarev just behind. Is it Bondarev? Yeah,
it is Bondarev, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got to keep a close eye on that one as they go through. So back out of the final corner they go, across the line. It is Sala, Bondarev, Van Langendonk, then Wolf, Hanna, Mittinen, Aksoy and Martinez. Well, this is interesting. And it's just keep an eye on Sala, really, because, like I say, he's held the front of this one, and he's done a pretty good job of holding the front, but it's not for much longer, because Bondarev, down the inside, takes the race lead.
Saw the opportunity, took it. Alexander Bondarev storming back through to the lead, very nicely handled. Meanwhile, further back, you've got Aksoy trying to make the big. Sala gets back into the lead. Yeah. Bondarev was leading for about 4 corners. Now Bondarev gets back in on Sala. They are swapping positions. Dries van Langendonk comes in to help. Don't worry, Bondi, I've got you covered. He tights in on the inside, helps him to get into the lead of the race. And then in the background, we've got one of the Forzas drifting wide. I think that was Guy Albag. But now Bondarev leads Sala and Dries van Langendonk. 4th place, Salim Hanna, and Alphonse Mittinen is the one that leads the charge behind from Noah Wolf. Alpaxoy, here comes Bondarev, and up the inside again comes Sala. Now Dries van Langendonk's trying to help Filippo Sala come through. Brilliant. Sala and Bondarev have switched the lead 4 times in the last lap.
This is pretty epic stuff all the way throughout. This is what we like to see from Junior OK Racing. Like you say, they've got to be careful. There's off.
Two carts in the chicane.
There is.
That is one of the Ricky Flynn carts, I'm afraid. The 91 has gone.
Gami.
That is Kosai Oguma, the Japanese driver. And who's gone with him? That's Lev Krutulov.
Yeah. Well, those 2 drivers there. Well, one of them has got out. One of them is trying to restart it. Is it a fail? It is a fail. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard for a junior to push start their own kart because you've got to have the upper body strength that you don't really get until you head into the OK senior category. So unfortunately for Kosai Aguma and Lev Krutulov, they're both out of the race on this occasion. So onto the main straight again. Sala leading. Van Langendonk now second in front of Bondarev. He's hoping, Bondarev, that he gets a little bit of assistance there from Salim Hanna into the first corner. He was like, come on, man, where were you? We can get past him here. He was frustrated when he looked over his shoulder. We're supposed to be able to get past the energy course. Where were you when I needed you?
Well, like I say, maybe he doesn't want to give him all the help he needs in the world. I think maybe he's holding back. He's got his own time to look after.
Another one gone.
Oh, dear. That, 29, that's Jarrett Clark. Oh, he was thrusted into the Sodi team only a couple of months ago. He did a test session here not long ago, and this was the second time he'd seen the circuit there, the 91. That is...
Kosai Aguma's car.
Yeah, Aguma, he was the one who tried to restart it.
We're getting very close to the Queen Greatest Hits album, aren't we? Another one's But the Dust.
Yeah.
So Filippo Sala, Dries van Langendonk, and Alexander Bondarev onto the home straight again. Salim Hanna. Now we go again. And it's a warning flag going out to the 77 Lev Krutulov. So the one who retired has obviously been given the blame for that one as far as the officials are concerned. As Jacopo Martinese gets through on Alphonse Mittinen as they battle away for P6. Meanwhile, Dries van Langendonk still trying to get close to Filippo Sala. And Sala very much keeping the mantle flowing on the inside. Dries van Langendonk thought he had a nose at the inside there of the Italian. Hasn't quite been able to get close enough. So Filippo Sala still holding on to this as Jacopo Martinese gets the fastest lap of the race the last time by. And now he's having to defend from Alphonse Mittinen, which gives Tame Soleil the chance to creep through. So the German makes the bid. And now here comes the Forza in behind. That is Sebastian Mins. Sebastian Mins has had a very busy time of it of late. Continues on his charge on the far side. And as they come down to the braking zone for the S's at the end of the lap, it is Filippo Sala from Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev with Salim Hanna just keeping a watching brief. Then Wolf, Martinese, Soleil, Mittinen, Mins, Huben. And it's going to be nearly 3 wide as, goodness me, Martinez suddenly had to stab on the brakes in the hope that Tame Soleil wasn't going to bang wheels with him.
Well, it was good driving from both of them, but Tame Soleil just, squeezed it down the inside there through turn 1, so he can be happy with that one. He had the momentum. He set the fastest lap on the last one, so he thought, I'm going to maintain this and use it to my effect, and send it down the inside at turn 1. So the Sauber Academy driver doing a good job on that, and there it is.
Watch the brakes from Martinez. He tries to jump across. Now watch the back end.
Oh, yeah. You see how it twitched there.
He was a lucky boy then, I tell you. That could have been a very nasty spin.
Lucky it didn't snap back, yeah, like you say, and just spit him off into the runoff area. Very, very lucky. But here, though, Filippo Sala, well, were you expecting this?
This isn't done yet, is it?
It's not.
Bondarev closing up on Van Langendonk. Here he goes, diving into the inside. Van Langendonk trying to keep it all the way around the outside. But Bondarev has it done. Second place. The Ukrainian continues on his way. Up in a second position. Alexander Bondarev, having gained a massive amount of support after his horrendous crash at Zuera last year in the European Championships that left him out for half a season. His recovery and his return has been monstrous, and it's so indicative of a man with a lion heart, an absolute fire in his belly. He wants to get back to the front, and he has worked so hard to do it. You never really notice how hard the adversity is for these drivers until you actually go see it. I was lucky enough to be allowed to go visit him in Barcelona last year. There was so much determination, so much ambition in his eyes. You knew that he was going to stop at nothing to get back on the track. Not only has he done that, he's stepped up to the plate in 2023 with Kart Republic. He's going for the lead. Sala is not going to make it easy for him. And Jacopo Martinez further back is going wheel to wheel with Noah Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf just giving that position up there, not fighting it too strongly. Back here, though, at the front, as Bondarev, like you say, has latched onto the back of Sala, and Sala is defending it well, but now he's leaving himself a little bit vulnerable here. Held the tighter line through 7 and then held it round 8 as well, as they then exit out onto the infield straight now. This is where we've seen a lot of the moves. Big look over the shoulder for Sala, and down the inside goes Bondarev, gets it done. Sala fights back, though, as he switches to the outside. Can he get the switch back here? Yes, he can. Fights back, and now he's back into the race lead. Keep an eye on Van Langendonk, though. He's there in 3rd place and could pick up the pieces here as they head back down the back straight now into the final corner. Are we going to see a dive from Bondarev into the braking zone? No, not this time. Sala still leads as they exit onto the start-finish straight once more.
And we've got 2 more laps of this now. Sala trying desperately to keep Bondarev at bay. Bondarev tries to come the long way round 3. Van Langendonk trying to drive around the outside of both of them. Filippo Sala protecting like crazy as the Sony Kart driver hangs on. But the man behind is a determined cookie. Alexander Bondarev will not allow Filippo Sala a moment's respite for the remainder of this qualifying heat. He wants to win one before we shut up shop. And this is the last OK Junior race of the day. Is this going to be the chance from Bondarev? Decides to wait this time. Through the right. Can he go for it this time? Up the inside! Beautiful from Bondarev, but he drifts out wide. Sala's going to get him straight back again. They swap positions again. And this is a brilliant battle between the 3 of them. Dries Van Langendonk getting hungrier by the second in 3rd. Now down to the hairpin. Are they going to get the run in through the S's? No. Bondarev is going to tag in as we go into the final lap. Here we go.
This is good stuff. It was a complete carbon copy of what they saw on the last lap, and again, hugging the inside line through turn 1. This could go wrong for Sala now, but it doesn't. It stays there in the race lead. He's all good. Van Langendonk still there in 3rd, though, but watch out behind because they're starting to close in. Salim Hanna in there as well as Martinez. So it's all starting to close in, looking to the inside.
There it goes! Bondarev's going to go wheel to wheel with Sala as they jump through.
It
isn't enough. No, he hasn't been able to make it. Bondarev trying every trick in the book. Filippo Sala keeping that kart on the apex everywhere he can. Bondarev will try again. Sala will protect like crazy again. Bondarev is going for it. Dries Van Langendonk right underneath him. A little bit of respite between him and Salim Hanna in 4th, with Tame Soleil trying to creep up into 4th position himself. Here comes Bondarev. Come on, man. Get on with it. Dries Van Langendonk going round the far side, trying to tuck in. Big protection from Sala. Bondarev's going to get alongside. Van Langendonk will have it to the line. Who got there? Bondarev by 13 thousandths of a second. The name's Bondarev. Alex Bondarev, licensed to thrill.
Wow.
Woo!
You couldn't call it across the line there, could you? Absolutely nail-biting stuff. Triple wide across the start-finish line. The top 3 separated by less than 0.06 of a second across the line. Absolutely nothing between them. Brilliant.
Showstopper, grandstand finale from Alexander Bondarev, the hero of the hour. Never give up, never say die. Let it be your watchword. Alex Bondarev fights tooth and nail for every inch of this circuit and makes it his own. You're not going to get beaten by anybody like you're going to get beaten by Alex Bondarev. He takes it to the line. Magic, magic racing to end the day in OK Junior in qualifying Heat B versus C. That's why we go racing at this level. That's the entertainment we deserve. Alexander Bondarev, Filippo Sala and Dries Van Langendonk, not even a 1/10 of a second between them. Salim Hanna 4th from Tame Soleil, Jacopo Martinez and Alfons Mittinen, Noah Wolf from Sebastian Mins and Alpak Soy, Mies Huben 11th from Marius Barryberg, Joel Pohjola and Jagrata Troja from Jendra Pazel. 16th place for Oliver Kinmark, Sebastian Letimaki in 17th in front of Efim Darunov, then Marcus Sherkunyas in front of Luis Castellini, Jensen Burns, Klara Kowalczyk and Mark Brovko. The retirements, sadly we lost Guy Albag, Jared Clark, Kosai Oguma and Lev Krutelov, and then Kilian Jossarin did not make the start. We end the qualifying heats provisionally. Tibor Ramakas on 250, perfect score.
Yeah.
Stepan Antonov 238, Ditiev 226, Sala 220, Werrell 217, Salim Hanna 211, Kaczynski 208, and Bondarev creeps into the top 8 on 195.
And I think that's why Sala was so furious to defend that position. I think he wanted that inside row in third place on that spot, because now he's got that interesting sort of characteristic that he's got now. But I suspect how it will work tomorrow, because there'll be two groups, won't they? So I think effectively, if he's P4, he will start on the front row on the outside row.
Yes, he'll start on the outside of the front row,
Yes.
but he'll be alongside Antonov rather than Ramakas. So that could be very interesting in terms of the battle across the line. So a very intriguing situation and setup there. My goodness, what a race. Absolutely to the death. Absolutely phenomenal. So it's been absolutely phenomenal. I'm getting some pictures coming through from a couple of spies down there in the holding area. Apparently some drivers are going new on the left side and some are going new on the right, depending on how they get their balance together on the final race of the day. So fascinating stuff. Look at the way they were swapping positions every lap.
This was brilliant to watch, wasn't it? Absolutely tooth and nail all the way throughout. There was Jarrett Clark. Disaster for him. Like I say, worked so hard to get here.
But this is the kind of battle that Valencia can give you.
Yes.
It has got a mix of everything, this place.
Yeah.
Bondarev and Sala swapping positions lap after lap, apex after apex. Watch this from Sala. This is beautifully timed.
Yeah.
He knew that Bondarev was going to swing out wide, had the measure to get back through on the inside line. And this is Bondarev. I think this is the last lap maneuver. Dives in, but he's got it way too wide.
Yeah.
Holds it back out again. Sala comes back through. Not a lot you can do about that one. But it was the way that Bondarev just hustles. He hustles all the way, dives back in. Again, look, trips out wide. But it's the way he pitched Filippo Sala to go deep in the chicane. That's how he managed to get this race won. He knew that if he just pushed Sala over the limit at this corner. Look, he's defending, he's covering. Wait, blip of throttle, wait, blip of throttle. Now you launch for it on the throttle. And that's exactly how he got there. Absolutely magnificent. Timed to perfection. Bondarev, winner.
Yeah, you can just see there, Filippo Sala just trying to push it forward, but brilliant stuff between those two.
Well, let's find out how he felt about it. Alexander Bondarev is down in pit lane with Vera Virtanen.
Bondi, wow, what a race that was to the finish line. That shows you, like Jake said, you never give up.
Yeah, it was a hard race. Like, I was saving the tires a bit at the start because I knew I had the pace at the end. So I was just trying to stay with the front group, try to pull away from Hanna as much as I could. And then I had more pace than the others at the end of the race. So I first overtook Van Langenok, and then Sal started defending with 3 laps to go. So I was just trying to find a way to overtake him, but he always, until the last 2 laps, he was always overtaking me on the outside of the corner. So yeah, but then I got a nice exit out of the final corner and got him to the line.
Yeah, like we saw on the replay, 1300ths of a second. That was really close. How do you feel for tomorrow?
I feel like we have a good chance tomorrow because we have the speed. Of course, hopefully I'll start toward the front, so I can get a good start and get a good race tomorrow.
All right, congratulations on this and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I tell you what, Bondi definitely knows how to set up a showdown right at the very end of the day, doesn't he? Thank you to Vera Virtanen for her work today down in pit lane. She'll be back tomorrow for more from the Superheats and the finals. And Alexander Bondarev comes home with a fabulous final win in OK Junior to put him into the top 8. Stunning stuff. Right, tyre strategy, fascinating stuff. My spies tell me.
Go on.
Parolin, Tony Carr,
Yep.
CRG and KR have all gone right side for the new tyres.
Okay.
Energy and Charles Leclerc have gone left, so too have Forza.
Okay, so that's the 2 fresher tyres on one side.
Yeah, very interesting as everybody's going for mixed strategies. This is all based on what the teams feel the data is telling them, what the drivers feel is going to be most comfortable. It's going to be a fascinating mixture. And we've got Nicolo Kuman and Alex Powell on the front row of the grid. Two powerhouses. Powell needs to win this one to win the outright run to the superheat. He has to win this one. If he's second, then I think Jimmy Helias gets it on countback from qualifying.
We'll have to see.
Yes.
We'll have to see what the math says.
Yes, indeed. Right, Nicolo Kuman versus Alex Powell on the front row of the grid. Kia Nakamura, Berta and Thomas Stralvin, then Anatoly Kivalkin and Sebastiano Pavan, Thomas Stochamanis and Alan Garcia, Gabriel Gomez and Martin Molnar from Joe Turney and Teresa Babachkova, Mark Dubnitsky and Vasilios Michelaidis. Then it is a great battle further back from Lukas Flusha and Chi Newman. Then we have Petra Babachkova and Joel Bergström, Max Angelad and Simone Bianco, Olex Bogunovic and Gazi Motlakar from Jakub Kamenik, Petr Agiv, Arda Tuppanen and Zhang Shimo. So, Nicolo Kuman or Alex Powell? Or is this going to be a Kia Nakamura Berta free-for-all?
Whoa, that is a question, isn't it? And I suspect it's going to be answered very soon. But again, Kuman has won a race. He has won a qualifying heat so far this weekend. Yes, okay, it's not gone all his way. Alex Powell, he's won a heat. He's won a race, but he's also dropped back in these races as well. Kia Nakamura Berta, he's won a race, but he's also dropped back in the order. It's all going to be down to what can happen, really, in this way. It's just who's looked after their tyres the most, basically.
Well, also, you've got a very interesting dynamic here because if you remember last year in the European Championship, Nakamura was gifted a position over Evan Gilter, and that enabled him to win the European title with Alex Powell in front of him. Now, Powell has to win this race to win this stage of the qualifying heats.
Yes.
If Nakamura Berta wins, he goes 2 points behind Piotrowski in the standings.
Yes.
To basically resurrect his weekend. So, we've got that interesting dynamic between the two F1 juniors again. This time now teammates at the Prema Racing squad, a brand new karting squad for 2023. Is Lightning going to strike twice in 9 months? Could be interesting, couldn't it?
I say nothing. I say nothing.
Well, you say nothing yet.
Yet, but I say nothing.
Time it right. Nicolo Kuman, Alex Powell, Kia Nakamura Berta and Thomas Stralvin. The last race of the day here at Chiva. The last race of the day. This is going to be a fascinating one. Nicolo Kuman, Alex Powell, Kia Nakamura Berta, Thomas Stralvin, Gavelkin, Pavan, Stochamanis, Garcia, Gomez and Molnar. Joe Turney just outside the top 10 as well. Remember when he charged back from P11 to P1? Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Here we go. Alex Powell trying to out-drag Nicolo Kuman to the first corner. He's going to have to tuck in behind Kia Nakamura Berta, or is he? Is he going to go the long way round and try and beat him? Oh, the two Premas have gone around the outside of Kuman. Nakamura Berta hits the front. Powell goes second. It's an absolute dogfight further back as everybody tries to charge through.
Oh,
and there's three carts that have gone.
Yeah.
3 carts have dropped back. Now that looked to me like Babachkova and Bergström, and then Jakub Kamenik. Kamenik has finally got going again, but down to the back. But what a stormer from the Premas. They've gone round the outside of Kuman. Nakamura Berta leading, Powell second, and Kuman giving chase.
Now this is crucial now because Kia Nakamura Berta leading the way. It's exactly what he needs here to be in a chance of getting back into these point standings and having a good start in the superheats tomorrow. Let's see what will happen then when they cross the line. And already look at the lead that he's got. So that run from the outside there was absolutely fantastic. He started on the inside row, he managed to squeeze his way through, and that is what he needs. So with the points update, Powell would be second, Nakamura Berta at this current state would be in fourth.
That's how critical it is. Powell would drop 3 points back from Helias. So it really is important for Alex Powell to try and get back into the lead once again if he can, to maintain the advantage over Jimmy Helias. And he would only be 3 points ahead of him as opposed to being 3 points behind him. So now Alex Powell, the race is on. 11 laps, I should say, still to go. And in third place, Nicolo Kuman. And there's going to be pressure from behind. It's Kavalkin, Stochamanis, Turney back in the top 6 again until Gomez turns up. Then Turney gets him straight back again. But yet once more, Joe Turney goes from 11th to 6th in the first lap.
Stop the press is Alex Powell under investigation.
No way!
The
Oh
261 is under investigation. The driver who's in second place.
Why does it always happen to Powell? Why is he always the one with the bad luck streak? If Alex Powell is investigated and it goes against him, then he's going to get a penalty. And that will be Jimmy Elias, absolutely uncontested to go through as the top dog. Now let's see what happened at the start. Now I didn't see Powell move, but if he was slightly out of position, that's going to be enough. Now watch him as he goes around the outside of Kuman. This won't be what he's under investigation for, but it was a strong move as they double timed him on the way out of turn 1. But Alex Powell, oh, look at Kivalkin. He had a perfect initial start, and he ended up getting spat out as several drivers ended up running off the road. But if Alex Powell ends up picking up a penalty at this stage, he's going to be absolutely spitting cobs. And the man who benefits again is his teammate.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's happening twice.
History repeating itself here at the Champions of the Future at Valencia for round 1 as down the inside. Nice little move there. Solchimanis gets past Kuman. And Kuman now under pressure from behind as well.
Joe Turney.
Yeah.
And he gets through.
He does. Turney is on a mission here once again. Fastest lap of the race. He has been a force in this second half of the weekend, hasn't he?
Yes, he has indeed. Gabriel Gomez trying to find the inside line to get past Nicolo Kuman. Not going to happen. So Gabriel Gomez has to wait. Now, Kuman still trying to defend from Gomez. Gomez up the inside. Lovely job from the Brazilian. And the CRG driver now setting off in pursuit of Joe Turney once more. Thomas Strauven is going to be the next one to go after Nicolo Kuman. But Kia Nakamura has 1.5 seconds on Powell. The investigation is going on for Alex Powell for jumping the start.
I mean, it's understandable because you saw the rocket ship start he had. And he was managed to hold it round the outside there.
Well, if that's found to be guilty as charged, then that's going to cost him at least 5 seconds. And that is going to be a disaster for him because that's going to drop him back into the echelons of the lower tier of the top 10. And that could drop him as low as, trying to figure out the points, that could drop him down to the top, at the bottom end of the top 5 or top 6.
Yeah. Well, that would be a disaster if he did see that. Still heating up here. Train starting to form.
There's Turney on the inside now of Kivalkin.
Yeah.
Going to get through, just about.
Yes, of course he can.
That was a nice swing. Stojamanis now 3rd. Turney now 4th. Kivalkin in P5. And they're all trying to gain ground on Alex Powell. This is why Alex has got to be so focused. He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to fall out of 2nd place. He's just got to try and consolidate. If he does end up with a penalty as Gomez gets through on Kivalkin, if Powell does end up with a penalty, he wants to make sure he loses as little time as possible.
If they were going to give the penalty, I suspect it would have come out by now.
Yeah, potentially.
So I think he may be okay here. It was just a very good start.
Well, we have to wait and see if any further developments come over the course of the next 7 laps, but that is a fair point. So, Kia Nakamura out in front of Alex Powell, then Stojamanis, Turney. And now Turney's got through, up to 3rd position. He's going to try and charge for another victory here, Joe Turney.
I mean, why not? I mean, he's got the waft here. He's certainly shown what he can do on that Kart Republic chassis. Like I say, change of team. And it's gone very well for him. Shaky start to the weekend, but it's all fallen into place now, and he's got very comfortable.
I think we've lost Nicolo Kuman.
Have we?
Nicolo Kuman has gone off in the middle of the circuit. Yes, he has.
Oh, no, and it's a broken front track rod.
Oh, my goodness. Nicolo Kuman. Reputation precedes him again. Fearless on Friday, and just savage on Saturday. His luck, just unbelievable.
And there he is. Side of the track, just watching.
That's a bitter disappointment for Nicolo Kuman. Came here, no testing whatsoever on the circuit, banged it on pole in group, 2nd fastest overall, and for the 2nd time today, he's in the middle. Absolutely disastrous for the Italian.
Yep, it really is.
Right, Nakamura Berta's just done a 55.2 compared to everybody else in the 55.5s. Powell is under big pressure from Joe Turney, with Gomez coming on a treat as well. This is not what Alex Powell needs at all. Here comes Joe Turney. Thanks for the memories, buddy. I'm through.
Yeah, nicely done there through turn 1. And again, Powell not defending from it, not getting flustered by it at all, staying calm, just latching on behind, now trying to get pulled in front. 2.7 seconds, though, is the gap between Joe Turney and
Gomez is going through as well.
He is.
So is Stojamanis. I wonder if they were particularly concerned with Powell. about the condition of his tyres after the fourth heat, because he did pull away by a massive amount at the end of his fourth race.
He did.
Did he push too hard too soon? There goes Kavalkin through now as well. Powell is going to plummet like a stone if he's not careful, and there is a potential investigation, although, again, I agree with you. If anything would have happened, it probably would have done by now.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's okay for that one. But again, we'll find out as the race progresses. And like you say, yeah, Powell is now struggling. He is falling back into the pack. And like you say, this is not what you'd want to see, especially going into the end of this one in terms of the point standings.
Going to drop him to third.
Yeah, he is. He's now only 1 point ahead of Kia Nakamura-Roberta. If he loses one more, he's going to go behind his teammate tomorrow.
This is so tough right at the very end. And what really makes it sick to the stomach for Powell now is that he's going to drop to third in the rankings as it stands, which is going to put him on the front row of the grid on the wrong side beside Jimmy Helias for the superheat tomorrow. That is absolutely catastrophic as far as Powell's aspirations to win this weekend are, and he's now a good 13 points back from Jimmy Helias. So even if he wins the superheat tomorrow, he's got to hope that Jimmy has an absolute nightmare.
Exactly, yeah, exactly that. We'll have to wait and see, because you'll find that out tomorrow as we go on to the last few laps then of the last race of the day here on Saturday for the Champions of the Future Round 1 at Valencia. And Kia Nakamura-Roberta leading the way from Joe Turney. Gomez still there in third place from Stoltjamanis, Kavalkin, Powell and Strauven, the top 7. But as they go through, Powell here on your screen is just under increasing pressure as Strauven and Pavan are just all over the back of him. There is Joe Turney, who has not dropped Gomez. Gomez has been on a charge in this one as well, actually. Gomez has gained up several positions, 6 places with Joe Turney on his 9, and there, but they've not done enough to catch up to your man in the race lead. 2.1 seconds is the gap still.
Nakamura-Roberta, 2.1 seconds in front of Turney, but with 2 laps to go at the end of this one, you've got to say the Japanese youngster very much in charge. Joe Turney second, just trying to get as close to him as possible, but second place will more than do for the British driver after a DNF yesterday. 2 seconds and a win today. Not bad going at all for Joe Turney on Saturday compared to Friday. And he really has transformed his fortunes. He has a chance to go for the final tomorrow, if you ask me. So he'll have to figure out how the superheat fares, but I think he'll be in the top 6 of the grid for one of the superheats at least tomorrow, courtesy of his job today. So he's definitely put himself into a better position. Through he comes. Still trying to get that deficit to Nakamura-Roberta down as much as possible, to beneath 2 seconds if he can. But Gomez third, Stoltjamanis fourth, Kavalkin fifth, and Powell sixth. Sebastiano Pavan has now got past Thomas Strauven, and then Garcia in front of Lucas Flusha. But Mark Dunitsky ahead of Teresa Babichkova, Bianco, Angelard, Michailidis, Alexander Bogunic, and Joel Bergström from Zhang Shimo and Martin Molnar. G. Newman, then Petra, Jakob, Petter Legiv, Gazi Motlakar, and Arda Teppanen. The last lap for Kia Nakamura-Roberta.
Yes, it is indeed. There he is on your screens. Untouchable in this race, and he was untouchable in a race earlier on in the weekend. So, you know, this is a driver who knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he needs to do as well to come away from this weekend in a good position. He is going to start, if he stays in this position, which, again, final lap, halfway around the lap, he should be fine. But he will start on the outside row, on the front row. So, you know, he's in a good spot here, but it's been a wicked weekend so far. Checks over the shoulder and can see it's clean sailing to the end.
Masterclass from Kia Nakamura-Roberta in the last race of the day. He did what he had to do. He's come through. He's going to be fourth in the rankings, just 1 point behind his teammate Alex Powell. Kia Nakamura-Roberta wins again today. And that is a perfect way to end his Saturday. Joe Turney in second, from Gabriel Gomez in third. Stoltjamanis, Kavalkin, Sebastiano Pavan, Garcia, Strauven, Flusha, and Alex Powell falls all the way to 10th.
Wow, what
That is going to drop him to 4th position in the overall rankings. So he will go alongside Bashrovsky on the second superheat, rather than alongside Helias on the first.
So that means now Kia Nakamura-Roberta is on
the front row of the grid for the first superheat alongside Helias.
Yeah.
Wow, what a turnaround. This is going to be a very tough day tomorrow, a very tough morning, leading into a very tough final. There are only 6 races to go in the weekend. The 2 superheats across the 2 classes, and then the finals.
Wow.
Cancel your plans for tomorrow, folks.
Honestly.
It's going to be worth it, I promise you. You're only going to get a morning and a slight early afternoon of it. But I tell you what, it's going to be the hottest ticket in town here in Valencia. Kia Nakamura comes through for the victory. Joe Turney from 11th on the grid comes through to second. Gabriel Gomez in third from Thomas Stolchemanis, Anatoly Kivalkin, Sebastiano Pavan and Aaron Garcia. Thomas Strauven ahead of Lucas Flusha. Alex Powell tumbling all the way to 10th. Simone Bianco in front of Mark Dubnitsky, Max Angelard, Vasilios Michailidis and Teresa Babachkova in the top 15. Alex Bogunovic is 16th for DPK. Joel Bergström in 17th in front of Zhang Shimo. Then Martin Molnar ahead of Petra Babachkova, Chi Newman, Jakub Kamenik, Peter Agiv, Arda Tuppanen and Gazi Motlakar. Just the one retirement. Rather cruel luck again for the man in pole position, Nicolo Kuman. Well, what a tough race day this has been yet again. And now we know that the two men on top both speak French as their native tongue. Thibaut Ramekers and Jimmy Helias.
Well, there you go. There's your race winner from the heat you've just seen. Kia Nakamura, and again, solid performance. But like you say, all the points standings will be available. If you want to check them out over tonight, you can head to the championskarting.com website and you can see all the results on there as well as ukart.io. It's been a brilliant days of racing. It's been a long day of racing, hasn't it? It's just been back to back to back. The next race, you've got 15 hours and 48 minutes to wait. Well, there you go. That means I've got at least 6 of those I'm going to be asleep for.
Fair play. It is going to be a very busy day. We've got 2 super heats for junior and OK, then the pause, and then at 12:30 local time, we will have the junior final, the first of this 5-round Champions of the Future Euro Series. 12:30 is the time to put into your diaries for tomorrow, 12:30 Central European time, of course. And then at 1:10 Central European time comes the OK final. And it is one of the most hotly anticipated races of the first 3 months of 2023.
It is indeed, isn't it? And it is going to be one to watch. Here's some of the highlights then from the race you've just seen. And again, the start was a tricky one for Powell because he thought he was going to end up with a penalty. It was a lightning start, gate all the way around the outside into second place from his teammate Kia Nakamura, who led the way. But again, there was that question mark. Then it all went a bit P-tong on the exit of it as karts came colliding in. Petra Babakova was one of them. But very interesting start, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just wonder if Nicolo Kuman's initial problems came from hitting another driver or whether that initial first clout from Anatoly Kivalkin might have weakened the kart initially.
Could have done. That was when Turney got past Powell. This is when Garcia got past Powell. No, not Garcia. Gomez. Yep, Stolchemanis also went through. And then the checker flag for your man here, Kia Nakamura, absolutely uncontested in that race.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic day of racing tomorrow. 6 races to go in the first round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023 here in Valencia. From myself, Jake Sanson, from my colleague Anthony Jordan, and Ville Vertinen down in the pit lane, and of course everybody here. Thank you very much indeed for racing with us. There is still more to do tomorrow when the finals come to the grandstand finish.